Hello. Kind of quiet today. How many people? Maybe it's because I'm streaming a little later, or maybe it's just because it's a Wednesday. Who knows? Thanks. Just felt like getting a haircut. It felt too long, so I wanted to trim it. Especially now that we're getting into autumn. Okay. So, we're going to start a little unorthodox today. I'm going to start with Reddit. I'm going to start with Reddit. I think it's the easiest thing to start with. So, I'm going to start with Reddit. The mirrors look goofy. Maybe it's just my head. My head's like weird and round. So before you start, what's next time? I missed a lot of streams yesterday. What's the next time? Like the teaser? The teaser is here, actually I'll pull it up. This is a good one. I'll pull it up. There we go. So Mute says the teaser is, oh my god. Work please. Work please. Mute says the teaser is, it seems like so it could be read as you or I or it. So it seems like you, I, or it are acting strange. Or it seems like I've become strange, or something like that. Guessing whose line this is, it feels feminine, so probably Chizuru or Yamori-san. If it's Chizuru, maybe she's recalling her phone call with Kazuya and muttering to herself. Or if it's Yamori-san, perhaps she heard the story from Kazuya and is imitating Chizuru again, I think. So I said this in response. The teaser is apparently feminine sounding, which aligns well with my guess that it could be Minnie or Ruka. But Chizuru also makes some sense. Thinking about how she changed and how she's acting different. It reminds me of the 3-month time skip, where she wondered if she acted too cool. Right, so this is after in chapter 240. And then afterwards, interestingly, there's someone linked this to me in chapter 240, which was right after they met up on their date, right? So after they met up through rental, right? Now they meet up through their phones in the 3-month time skip. Here they meet up again, and at the time, Kazuya says this. When she said, let me pull it up. When she said it might be, Chizuru Mizuhara that I'm in love with, I didn't know what to think. But she said she'd figure it out. Not the volume of the moon, her feelings for me. Isn't that interesting that he says that, and now we're seemingly coming back to the moon, and again we're seeing a crescent moon instead of a full moon. It's almost like the moon is indicative of that. So I was saying, Kazuya compares the volume of the moon to Chizuru's feelings, contrasting the crescent moon in this chapter and the story. It is as if when the moon is complete, so will Chizuru's feelings. She only experienced part of her feelings, not all. So yeah, crazy shit. There's a lot of hints and clues all throughout the story of the connection to the moon. And by the way, this isn't Reiji doing this with the whole moon motif just because of the anime and its opening theme being called Umitsuki. Chapter 240 came out like before season 4 was even announced, right? The entire moon motif has been around like since God knows when. Here, I can even pull up some like stuff from like way back when. Reiji's been using the moon motif with Chizuru since like chapter, I don't even know when. It's been there from the start, dude. It's literally been there from the fucking start, dude. Like, the further I look back, the more it's just clearly fucking there. But I found one, like I remembered one recently. It was like chapter 60 or something. No, not that one. 63. Nope. 64. Nope. 65. Nopey, nope. 66. Still nope. 77. Nope, that's Sumi. 70? Nope. 71. Still big. Nope. 72. Okay. God, where was it? Was it like after he met up with mommy? Maybe. 76. Nope. 7. 8. 79. 80. 81. God damn, where is it? I could have sworn it was like recent. Or not recent, like earlier in the series. Wow, this is much harder than I anticipated. Maybe I should go back further. 89, 90. Oh. Man, how far back is it? Hmm. Nope again. Nope. God damn, where's the stupid moon cover? This is hard. Why is this so hard? God damn, the struggle is real. I am fighting for my life here. Good God. Found it. It's chapter 41. It is chapter 41. Oh, so way when you fell asleep while texting him. Oh my, yeah, no. It's chapter 41. Yeah. Okay, I found it. It only took forever. And this was when Chizuru... Whoa. This is when Sumi was introduced. How fitting. Yeah, Chizuru met him at night. And wouldn't you know, the moon is there. And she introduces him to Sumi. Right? And that's where that was. Wow. And it was Kazuya talking about not throwing his feelings away because it would be shallow. I feel like to throw that feeling away lightly would just be shallow. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. What do you know? Crazy stuff, huh? Crazy stuff. List of stuff that has not been paid off yet. Okay. Chizuru Umi, still undisclosed conversation in the Tiger's Den. Minnie choosing love instead of friendship compatibility in Joy Polis. And hiding the test results from Kazuya. No, he saw it. She didn't hide the test results. What Minnie hid was her answer to a very particular question, and it was picking she would pick her lover over her friend. That's in particular what Minnie hid. So no, it's very particular that Minnie hid that, and we don't know what that particularly means, why she hid that. But Kazuya saw that she picked lover instead of friend, and he saw their compatibility scores. Now, Kazuya saw it. We just don't understand why Minnie felt the need to hide that particular question from Kazuya. Maybe you could think of it as she actually perceives him as a friend, and maybe she would pick her lover over him, right? He's her best friend, so she would always pick her lover over him, even though she said lover in that situation. Maybe she would betray the person he cares about. Who knows, right? Maybe she is the lover in the picture and she would betray someone he cares about. We don't really know, in particular, why Minnie felt the need to hide that particular answer. And I feel like it's something that'll get informed a little bit later, you know? Miho's disdain for Chizuru. Well, that was somewhat resolved, but not really. The engagement ring, okay. Chizuru's Valentine gift for Kazuya. I mean, I guess we saw it, but he never opened it. But thematically, him not opening it makes a lot of sense for his character, where he is right now. Chizuru's manager name is Amata-san. It might be world building, but could be meaningful later. What? You mean the talk they had? That talk is important. Chizuru's parents. Chizuru's parents more so. It's not about Chizuru's parents. Her parents kind of don't matter. The only thing that would matter is if Chizuru's dad came back somehow. However, the point of that conversation that he's talking about here, it's Minnie misinterpreting it. That conversation is not about Chizuru's parents. That conversation in chapter 392 is actually about Chizuru's feelings and Minnie completely misinterpreting them. It is about Minnie completely misinterpreting Chizuru's feelings and how that happens. Right? She doesn't realize that her and Chizuru feel very similar things, and she's completely misinterpreting how she feels. Chizuru's play that ends on July 10th. July 11th is a Monday. Well, we don't know anything about the play. I've said this before. We have nothing about the play. We know nothing. Like, there's implications that it's real. We keep getting and I'll talk about this in the chapter in just a little bit. There is implications that the play is real. There's very clear implications that the play is real. But then there's also implications that the play is completely fake. And you don't know what to decide until we see like some sort of rehearsal, right? We have no way of knowing until we see some sort of rehearsal. Check 244. Why? Kazuya's goals: gym, driver's license, internship. Okay, that's give it time. Sorry, I'm checking the chat. I'm checking chapter 244. Okay. Mommy is looking into getting a driver's license. Kazuya meeting with Umi on Saturday. Condom in Kazuya's wallet. Well, the condom is like, just put that to the side. Just don't worry about the condom thing for like a little bit. That doesn't really matter right now. Like, that could come back. Maybe he took it out. Maybe it's still there. That was more so relevant to the date more than anything. If Reiji just like, oh yeah, he left it in there the whole fucking time, that would be kind of funny, right? If Kazuya left it in there the whole fucking time, that would be kind of funny. And it could come back in some way, but I don't think that's going to play out as we expect. Mommy's arranged marriage, okay. The upcoming date with Ruka, okay. Kazuya's birthday, June 1st. I think Kazuya's birthday is going to be big. I said this in the last stream. I think Kazuya's birthday is going to be big. Whatever's going to fucking happen is going to be big. Kazuya's will do anything you want birthday ticket for Chizuru, okay. On Kazuya's moving day, Chizuru went to the bank. It would be pointless to point it out unless there's something behind it. Okay, fair enough. At this point, I can't even tell if we entered Act 1 already, or Reiji is still setting up all the major players on the board. I will have a concrete. Oh no, we already entered the act. The act started the moment she kissed him. The act started. Act 1 started the moment she kissed him. And he's been essentially he already set up. So, like, okay, he already set up everything. The setup was complete when Kazuya made his list, right? The setup was complete when Kazuya made his list. Now things are moving. Now the things are actually moving. The act already started. We're past setup. We're already past setup. Things are already moving. The moment Chizuru went to reject Umi, things were already moving. We're past the arcs or the act starting. No, it already happened. Things are already moving. Things are already changing. The plot is already moving forward. It's not just setup anymore. The setup is over. Now it's like actually the plot moving. I'll have a concrete answer after Kazuya and Umi have had their little talk. Act 2 might start around Kazuya's birthday. I think Kazuya's birthday might be like some sort of resolution more than an Act 2. If anything, I feel like we just entered Act 2. Thinking about it, to be honest, I just feel like we already entered Act 2. To be fair, this chapter set up a few key points. While Kazuya acted like a doofus, he still managed to get a date with Chizuru, and she actually seemed genuinely happy that he reached out to her. Still, it feels like Chizuru is hiding something, because she is. Because she kind of is, and I'll talk about this later. The focus will likely center on Kazuya's improvement and Chizuru's confronting her and Kazuya's baggage, so she could finally face Kazuya without guilt. I'm not so sure about if there's a play anymore. Mami's arranged marriage might also get attention. I'm still waiting for Ruka and Mami to make their proper appearances before I can pin things down more precisely. Okay, so there's real evidence the play is real. There's real evidence the play is real. But there's like things we don't know. Chapter 244, the moon also looks the same as the cover from chapter 41. Well, yes, Reiji regular. So the moon that we're seeing right now, Reiji uses it literally throughout the entire manga. He's rarely ever drawn a full moon. He's always drawn a crescent moon. Like throughout the entire manga, he's drawn a crescent moon. Like for literally the entire thing, and it's literally meant to represent change. So the crescent moon is symbolic of change, and hope, and a whole bunch of other things. But in particular, it's symbolic of what is it? It's incomplete. It's incomplete, and that's the point. It's literally not complete. It's not a full moon. So that's kind of the idea. That's the reason we constantly see crescent moons. That's the reason we see waxing and crescent moons and all that stuff. It's literally the whole point. Your barber shaped you up nice, hairline, clean fade. You can pull off a big forehead with the glasses. What does the full moon symbolize? It's complete. Is there any meaning to half moon or a new moon? Well, that's the thing. Reiji has not shown those. So we don't have to really worry about that. And in particular, he's intentionally panning to the moon now and highlighting an important aspect of the moon that I'll delve into shortly. Okay, so this person made some points. Notes, Chizuru once again feels like she's telling half-truths. Every time Kazuya mentions the play, Chizuru seems to be uneasy and change the subject. But why? No, she didn't. No. So this is incorrect. This is not incorrect. Chizuru did not change the... No. Actually, that's incorrect. Do you want to know how that's incorrect? She intentionally asks him, look at her dialogue. She intentionally asks him about the play. She intentionally brings up the play. Did you hear from Yamori-san? What is there else to hear besides the fact that there's a play she's doing? What is there else to hear besides the fact that she's doing a play? Right? When Kazuya congratulates her, she says, yeah, thanks. She didn't deflect from the play. She's just explaining what she did. She did not deflect from the play. That's why I mean, it doesn't feel like she's actually lying about the play. Like, on second look, I don't think she's lying about the play. But something is weird about that. That's all. Something about the play is a little weird. That's all. But the thing that you'll notice here is Chizuru's the one who brings it up. Did you hear from Yamori-san? She literally brings up the play, and he compliments her, and she says, thanks. And then he doubles down and tells her again, and so she feels confident in the choice that she made. No, she brings up the play. She wanted to bring up the play so she could apologize. That's why she brings it up. That's the point. No, she's not deflecting from the play at all. If he had asked, she would have told him. If he wanted specifics, she would have told him. Right? She's the one who brings it up. She's the one who compliments her. She doesn't lie when he compliments her. Right? You'll notice she's in light. you'll notice she's in light here. She's not lying about the play. The play is not a lie. She is, in fact, hiding something with Minnie when she talks about the play. She is, in fact, hiding something from Minnie when she is talking about the play. And that thing that she hid, it's pretty obvious, it was the kiss. She never explains it. Now, is there something else going on? Probably, right? We don't hear the specifics of the play or what Chizuru's doing or what's going on in the background. We don't hear any of that. But the play is real. There's like literally the fact that Chizuru never tells him, "Oh, it's fiction. It's fake." The play is real. There's a very real chance the play is real. So no, that's not accurate. She's not lying about the play. I think the play is real, right? I've been saying for a while, oh, the play is fiction. No. The play is real. The play is real. Why mention anything unnecessary to Minnie in the first place? As Chizuru should know that Minnie will blabber everything to Kazuya. Well, Chizuru said it, so Minnie would tell him, most likely. When Chizuru mentioned Minnie's name, was she fishing for confirmation that her message was delivered, or was she worried about something else, talking to Kazuya, somebody that could know about the play? Or no. She intentionally brings up Minnie because that's where he would have heard, right? That's where he would have heard. Did you hear from Yamori-san? Right? Did she tell you? Right? Did Minnie tell you the thing that I told her? That's what she's saying. Did Minnie tell you the thing that I told her? What is more interesting that nobody's pointing out that I picked up on, and some people pointed out to me, she says Yamori-san. She doesn't say Minnie-chan. Throughout the manga, she kept saying Minnie-chan. After they lived together, she kept saying Minnie-chan in front of Kazuya. Suddenly, she's using Yamori-san. Now, this could be two things. One, it's a mistake. It's an error by Reiji or something. So maybe his editor was writing it and they unintentionally wrote Yamori-san, right? It could just be an error. Or two, this is a deliberate choice. And if it is a deliberate choice, Chizuru changing from Minnie-chan to Yamori-san shows a lack of familiarity, right? It shows a lack of familiarity. Something changed. How Chizuru interacts with Minnie may have changed. How Chizuru sees Minnie may have changed. The fact that she's referring to her as Yamori-san, right? So, for example, when she talks about Ruka, she says Ruka-chan. Yeah, Ruka's younger than her. But for example, notice how she refers to Mommy. She says Mommy-san, right? It shows a possible distance between Minnie and Chizuru. This isn't confirmed. This could be an error. We don't know. We have no way of knowing. This is a single sentence. If we got another sentence and Chizuru said it again, okay, right? So for this is just pure speculation at this point. It could just be an error. But if we got another sentence, and again she says Yamori-san, okay, there's a problem. Something happened with Minnie that's a problem. Did you see Mute's reply to you on the name? Yes, I saw it, but it literally, he was just asking a question. He didn't know either. He literally did not know either. The Mute literally said maybe she's just saying. So here, I'll just read it for you. Like, really, in reality, I don't think he knows either. Right? I think the simple truth is he doesn't know either. He said, and the end of Chizuru and Yamori-san's cohabitation didn't lead to their relationship becoming distant or anything like that. How do you know? How does he know? As you can see from the fact that chapter 390, Chizuru calls Yamori-san Minnie-chan. That's before Minnie yells at her. Right? So let's go to that. That's before Minnie yells at her. Right? At first, Chizuru says Minnie-chan. At first, he's correct. Chizuru does say Minnie-chan in 390. That's before she yells at her. Right? So Minnie takes her to the side. Chizuru says, hey, Minnie-chan, it's right here. Right? Hey, Minnie-chan. Minnie proceeds to scream at her. Like, literally just fucking bombard her with screams. Chizuru then says the July 11th thing, and then walks away. And she never says Minnie's name again. She does not say Minnie's name again. You never hear her say Minnie again. She doesn't even respond to Minnie anymore. Minnie asks her a question. Chizuru doesn't respond. She just walks away. Huh. Right? So that should highlight to you, no, Minnie did something wrong here. Minnie fucked up here. Right? Minnie pushed Chizuru to a corner and did something wrong here. And that that clearly bothered Chizuru, right? There's a reason Chizuru does not open up to Minnie. There's a very real reason why Chizuru does not open up to Minnie, right? And that's informed in chapter 390 when Chizuru has the flashback with Minnie. Or sorry, with Minnie has the flashback with Chizuru, right? Chizuru doesn't tell her real feelings. And that's because Minnie is doing really similar shit to Mommy, right? She shows up and she yells at Chizuru, demanding her to do things, right? Just as Mommy shows up and yells at Chizuru, demanding her to do things, right? So Chizuru does not feel a sense of trust around Minnie. Chizuru clearly does not have a sense of trust with Minnie. And I think that change in name could be indicative of that. I'll finish reading what he wrote. In 397, Chizuru was in the middle of apologizing to Kazuya, so perhaps he doesn't know. Chizuru thought it wouldn't be appropriate to call her Minnie-chan while having a serious conversation. ? He doesn't know. We don't know either, right? We have no confirmation. I'm just merely sharing my theory, right? I'm just merely sharing my theory that there could be meaning to this. It could just be a mistake. It could be a one-off. Maybe he's correct. Maybe Chizuru just said Yamori-san and that's it. There's nothing more to it. Or maybe there's a reason to it. Reiji has a tendency to give clues to the readers that something is weird. And if you've been keeping up with the cohabitation, she's always called Minnie-chan, right? After they started living together, she kept saying Minnie-chan, right? So maybe something did change. But we don't know. I can't remember, but did you say to find an answer, chat will not stop asking you when you need to chat? Did you say to find the answer, chat will not stop asking you, we needed to watch your chapter 288 reaction? Okay, Bulver, I need you to work on your grammar a little bit. No one to put a period on your sentence. 2, I after reading it very carefully, I understood what you meant. If you're referring to the thing that Reiji was the big reveal that Reiji is talking about, it's in chapter 388's reaction. It is very small. You will never fucking figure it out. Nobody has figured it out yet. The people who have figured it out, I had to spell it the fuck out for them. Bacon literally sat with me for an hour as I slowly guided him towards the correct answer. Eddie Man also talked with me for a hot while before he figured it out. Okay, it's so left field, you'll never guess it. Which chapter is 380? My reaction to chapter 388, there's a part in it where I, without realizing, guessed the thing that Reiji was going to do. The big reveal that Reiji was going to do. I guessed it. I didn't even realize I did. It's so simple and small that I guessed it before Reiji even brought it up. Because when Reiji did his stream, it was before chapter 389. So I guessed it before Reiji even mentioned it. And it's so small, yet makes so much more sense as a transition that you would have never guessed it. You'll never guess it. When it happens, I'll tell you. So when it happens in the story, I will tell you, hey, this is the big thing Reiji was talking about. And you'll probably know. Be like, oh, this is pretty big. Yeah, you'll probably know this is pretty big, but it won't be something that'll like, I don't know. It really depends on how people feel about it. I don't think it'll be anything negative in my opinion, but we'll see. Thank you. That's all I needed. I got bored at night, needed something to do. Even since chapter 181, she calls her Minnie-chan around Kazuya, but I think she swapped back and forth before. Chapter 181. Really? Okay, let's go to chapter 181. 181? Why would she talk about Minnie in 181? That's weird. Okay. Mini-chan lives here too, remember? Okay. Let's go to 235. Kazi is being loud and she says she might hear. I just saw it. Yeah, I just saw it. But was there a point when she called her Yamori? Was there a point when she called her Yamori? Like besides that point? Let's go to chapter 250 maybe. Or sorry, 252. 253. Okay. Mini-chan. Mini-chan. Yeah, I don't remember at any point. I don't remember any point where Chizuru said Yamori-san. Maybe 238? Maybe 238? Okay. Kazuya always calls her Yamori-san. I find that interesting, right? Isn't that interesting that Kazuya always calls her Yamori-san? But he's older. Kazuya is literally older than Minnie. Why the fuck does he call her Yamori-san? I think that's fascinating. Kazuya is literally older than Minnie, but he calls her Yamori-san. He literally places her above him. I think that's so fascinating that Kazuya does not call her by her first name. Maybe when they first met? I mean, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Of course, like when they first met. But I just don't. For example, when they lived together, 256, or not 255 maybe. Okay. Mini-chan, you okay with that? Yep, still Mini-chan. Right. There is a problem too, is like Chizuru, chapter 255. I was just there. Yeah, she calls her Mini-chan. What's your point? Yamori-san convinced me. And anyways, it was really late. Okay. So I guess it maybe doesn't matter. Okay, I guess she called her Yamori-san here. And then when she talks to her, she calls her Mini-chan. Okay, maybe it doesn't matter then. Maybe it really just does not matter then. She just called her Yamori-san, and it just doesn't mean anything. Kazuya would have pointed it out too, right? I think Reiji would have put more emphasis on it if it actually mattered as much then. So maybe there was no point, right? She calls her Yamori-san here, and then 2 seconds later she calls her Mini-chan. So yeah, maybe it really just doesn't matter. Fair enough. He only calls her. It's curious. He only calls her mommy by his name. What? She calls Yamori to Minnie and Mizuhara to Chizuru. Okay, Chupta, just rewrite that. I have no idea what the fuck you just said. You're gonna have to rewrite that, bro. I have no idea what the fuck you just said. Maybe she calls her Minnie to her face, but Yamori-san when talking about her. No, she says Minnie-chan in other scenes. Here. No, she said mini-chan in other scenes. It could just be formality. Mute could just be correct, right? It could really just be formality, which makes some sense. Mute could totally just be correct. It could literally just be formality, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. But yeah, like for example, when Kazuya is leaving, she says mini-chan. It's fine. I'll take it off with mini-chan. So it really just could be formality. He could just be completely correct, right? Mute could just be completely correct. It could just be it just could just be formality. Yeah, I think he might be right. Because when she says Yamori-san here, Yamori-san convinced me, and anyways, it was really late, and if I took you to your parents' place while you were so drunk, it'd only worry them, right? So, yeah, it makes some sense. She speaks with a bit of formality here. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's just formality. That makes some sense. Maybe it's just formality. Fair enough. Chizuru really is a lunatic person, huh? How? How is she a lunatic person? I don't get it. Lunatic, haha. You mean because Moon, Luna? Or are you just saying lunatic? Because I don't get it. Maybe she calls her mini. Okay, we already read that. This was very sweet, even if it was what I thought it could be a bad outcome. I wanted more than simply setting a date. I'm hopeful that now that the lines of communication are open, they'll be chatting and supporting each other moving forward. I don't think so. To be honest, I don't think so. They may text occasionally. What is yup? What is yup, dude? You're gonna have to fucking explain. Um, I don't know. I feel like they still have to ease some tension into it. I don't know. They could talk. They might not talk. I don't know. I don't know. This is more important than dating, in my opinion. Could easily see texts flying back and forth and some phone calls leading up to the big day. Anyways, what a title! The panels of Chizuru looking up at the moon while she's being real with him is as she has ever been beautiful. It's very cute that Kazuya can't start the conversation, followed by another example of Kazuya thinking the same thing that he needs to tell her. Just hearing his voice just hearing her voice has him floating in the air. Tell her that, my dude. His fear is still there, but he makes the invitation. As time goes on, I imagine even every yes that she gives him will make the fear smaller and smaller until they make it official. Chizuru asks if he's talked to Minnie. It's obvious that he has otherwise him pulling 7-Eleven off the dome would be an instant coincidence. See, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. If you think about it, that's the other thing. Chizuru mentioning shoot, where is it? Okay, I guess we'll go to the chapter. Chizuru's saying this. Did you hear from Yamori-san? It really depends on how it's written in Japanese. So I guess I would like to know how it's written in Japanese if there's a person who knows. But the way it's said could imply two things. One, she's trying to know if he heard about the play, right? So that's the initial thing I told you. Chizuru saying that is Chizuru trying to get him to talk about the play because she wants to know what he thinks of the play, right? And what he thinks of her saying that stuff. Oh, but theoretically, and I don't think this is accurate anymore. This was my initial guess. I don't think this is accurate anymore. This could imply he could have heard from somewhere else. This could imply he could have heard from somewhere else. Did you hear from Yamori-san? So it's something I would like to check. Like, what's the specific wording in Japanese implying? Which, by the way, I'm gonna just do that right now. Uh, Okay. Where would that somewhere else be though? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Where would that be? I don't know. I don't know. Right? So it would have to be that she's checking, hey, did you hear that from Minnie, right? Or did Minnie tell you the thing I told her to tell you? Right? I think that maybe makes more sense. Did Minnie tell you the thing I told her to tell you? Yeah, just find me. I don't know if I have any follow on Twitter. Wait, what? Faye, I'm gonna incriminate myself. I looked back at your Discord chat and it took me 3 hours, lol. Discord, what do you mean? What do you look back on my what Discord chat? Wait, it took you 3 hours to figure it out? Bro, I gave you so much credit. Bro, I gave you so much credit. That's so funny. I gave you so much credit. You actually took 3 hours. Christ. Yeah, so it took Bacon 3 hours to figure it out. I was doing other things, so I wasn't like totally focused on it. When Chizuru goes to the futsal thing, nobody congratulates her for the play, not even Umi. Maybe there is no play at all according to his reaction in chapter 397. Or maybe he doesn't know. Right? So, for example, there is one inclination in an earlier scene about a play. And this is fascinating because theoretically it could contradict what Chizuru told Minnie. Or maybe it's like the same play and something else is happening. But let me pull it up for you. When Chizuru is walking to school, Minnie comes up to her. Chizuru closes her phone. Then she opens it and tells her, I'm just checking my script. I have to finish reading it by tomorrow. Wow, you've got a lot of things to do in the middle of the play. Was there a change or something? Chizuru says, no, it's another thing. I got a new role. Is she lying? Her eyes are closed. Is she lying? Her eyes are closed. Oh, that's amazing. You're a fan favorite. It's not like that. It still hasn't been officially announced, but I'm grateful for the opportunity. Is this the same play? Or is this a completely different play? Is it the same play and she just got another new role in that play because someone left and Chizuru's familiar with that stuff? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Right? We don't know. So this is interesting, right? This could theoretically contradict things. This could theoretically just align with it and hint at you at like what was going to happen regardless, right? So this play was only inevitable or something, right? So, right, it could be real. It could be she was just lying to Minnie. We have no idea. But there was implications that there is a play happening already. So I don't think the play is fiction. Maybe people just don't know about it. Maybe people really just don't know about the play. Like, there's a play going on, it's just not officially announced. We don't know. It can't be that Chizuru thought that maybe it was Kazuya that made the play happen somehow, right? It can't be that Chizuru thought that maybe it was Kazuya that made the play happen somehow, right? I think so. Okay. The person who calls Chizuru in that chapter, Omata-san, he is the same person who calls Chizuru to tell her she failed something in chapter 99. She auditioned for something and she failed. Right? And we do have this portion where Umi was like observing, right? That Chizuru has a crazy work week and he was observing that. And then Chizuru gets a call or gets a text from Omata-san. Here he calls her and he tells her you failed. You did not get the audition. Okay, this is interesting, right? She didn't get this audition, she failed. Then Kazuya afterwards shows up, like literally a few chapters after Chizuru's flashback to her backstory. Kazuya shows up and he does the film. This seems like it's the reverse. Now Omata-san calls her, and according to Chizuru, it's something completely positive. Right? Her effort is being rewarded, if you will. Right? I think that was even the teaser for that chapter, like her efforts being rewarded. And that's I think I vividly recall that was the teaser for the chapter, her efforts being rewarded. So that is literally flipping that whole scene, right? And then it could have been Umi. Maybe that's the reason she confronts Umi, right? Maybe that's why she shuts him down. Who knows? There are just things we're just not privy to. We don't understand the full nature of the play, and we did not hear the full conversation. We don't know what totally happened, okay? So that's just the truth. There is a play. We just don't know the specifics of the details of the play. That's all. It was just a little wordplay. She's linked to the moon, and her hair shifts in how she calls Minnie fit that. In Italian, my first language, is more obvious. Luna means moon, and lunatico means lunatic. Well, okay, but I picked up on that. Okay. Okay. It's nice. Cool. Maybe she's just disappointed to be a replacement because she was a replacement for Shiori in both the futsal and the Umi date. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't think that's what it is. That doesn't really add up. I don't think that's what it is. It's a big role, and Chizuru doesn't care. She'll make it her own. The thematic symbolism of Chizuru taking that role is very, very simple. It's super in your face, extra straightforward. The thematic meaning of Chizuru taking the play and like taking this role is that she is nothing more than a replacement. She literally says it here. I got an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. She's just a replacement, but she has to make this role her own. This literally mirrors Rental. This literally mirrors how Chizuru views herself in Kazuya's life. Right? She does not want to be the replacement anymore. She wants to be the real thing. Right? He loves her more than he's going to love anyone in his entire life. She doesn't want to be a replacement anymore. She wants to be the real thing. She doesn't want to be Rental anymore because what is Rental? You're just a replacement. You're not the real thing. You're just a replacement. Right? They'll find someone real afterwards. So this is Chizuru not wanting to be a replacement anymore, literally in her own life. And if that means she has to start out as a replacement, then so be it. Okay, fine. I'll start out as a replacement. I'll become the real thing myself. I'll do it myself. Fine, I'll do it myself. It's on the fucking gauntlet. Rehearsal starts this weekend. I would like to have all my focus on it. At this point in the story, rehearsal should have started, but maybe it starts on Sunday. We don't know. Because right now, I believe in story, it's Saturday. I could be wrong. Let's check it. So when Kazuya leaves in chapter 385 and 384, 85, and 86 are Wednesday. 387 is still Wednesday. 388 is a new day. So it would be Thursday. 389 is also Thursday. 389 is also Thursday. 390 is Friday. Right? 390 is Friday. 391 and 392 are also Friday. 393 is Saturday. So is 394 and so is 395. Right? So we're still on Saturday at this point in the story. I got really upset at the start because I thought she was choosing her dream over Kazuya, but something seems out of place. I just don't know. I don't want to get played by Reiji once again. You're always going to get played by Reiji, you fool. Every single one of you have already been played by Reiji. You already fell hook, line, and sinker. He's already got you. He already played the fuck out of you, dude. He did it in the date. The entire date is literally him signaling to you, hey, there's a problem. Hey, there's a fucking problem. Oh, okay, 390, 379. There's a big fucking problem. It's right there. You're just not fucking looking. Oh, it blew up in your face. Who could have seen that one coming? Right? Like, literally throughout the entire day, he's literally fucking telling you, there's a big fucking problem. Literally after the kiss, he was already telling us there's a big fucking problem. And that problem is Kazuya. That problem is Kazuya. I don't know why, but Chizuru reminds me of Mary Jane from the Sam Raimi movies because... No. I despise that comparison so much. I hate that comparison so fucking much. No. No, 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 no. There's some parallels in that they're struggling actors and they're doing all that. But Mary Jane in the Spider-Man movies is literally just like going from dude to dude, and like literally never fucking serious about Peter. And then she's always just like a damsel in distress. She doesn't feel like a fully fleshed out character. She feels more just like a damsel in distress half the fucking time. I don't like Sam Raimi's Mary Jane very much. There is some good parts to her, but I don't like Sam Raimi's Mary Jane very much. No, they're very different characters. The only parallel you could possibly strike is that they are both struggling actresses. But Mary Jane eventually succeeds, and Mary Jane wanting to be an actress is nothing like Chizuru, right? It's not because she just like outright loves acting or anything like that. I thought that Kazuya left was a Tuesday because the day was on a Monday. No, their date was on. No. Their date was on a Tuesday. I believe their date was on a Tuesday, and he left on a Wednesday. Chizuru's more of a Tifa than an MJ. Oh, hey, I've converted some people into my beliefs. She is a Tifa, yes. Just imagining Kazuya dangling down a spider web in the play. I'm not comparing them from the romance perspective, just the life of being an actor. And even then, it's not the same. Even then, it's really not the same. Like, yeah, sure, they're struggling actors, but Mary Jane just kind of takes off eventually, right? They're like, initially she's a struggling actress, but they just kind of fucking take off. Wondertoko actually means moody, totally false friend. Sorry about that. That's fine. Okay, well, let's just not worry about that. Let's go back here. Chizuru asks if he talked to Minnie. Okay, Chizuru apologizes about making him wait again, but he doesn't want to hear it. He's supportive of her and her work. The play is important to her. He can wait. Simple as. Simple as is. She needed to hear that. It surprises her, though. She makes a really interesting admission here, which feels like a confession, in my opinion. Just how much of an effect he has on her. She feels like a different person with him, just like the narration on the walk home about feeling like she's in a storybook. Kazuya doesn't mention it, but I hope it's something he thinks about in the upcoming chapters. Yeah, so that's okay. So that brings me to the other thing. Remember how last stream we talked about this phrase, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" Which is an indirect way of confessing, right? The moon is beautiful, isn't it? It's an indirect way of confessing. Kazuya and Chizuru in this chapter seemingly confess like a whole bunch of times. Like, Kazuya asking her out in of itself is kind of a confession. Chizuru agreeing in of itself is kind of a confession. Chizuru saying this so that Kazuya makes her feel like a different person. And literally the moon is right over her, right? Literally right over her as she says this. Kazuya saying he's super happy. Chizuru saying, "I'm looking forward to it," as she looks up to the moon. It's all indirect confessions. That's pretty much what it is. These are all indirect confessions. But that's the thing. That's the thing. And this is a realization I came to recently. I think Chizuru doesn't want to do that. I think Chizuru wants to be able to say, "I love you." She wants to be. So that's the thing I think she's trying to change. She wants to be able to confess to him. She wants to look at him and be able to say, "I love you," not "the moon is beautiful." Not indirectly confess to him, because she's indirectly confessed many times. The entire date is her saying that. You got mad at me once when I said that Chizuru likes people's approval, but the manga has already shown that even when she was a child, she likes to be praised. Approval and praise are two different things. Approval and praise are two different things. Chizuru likes to be praised, and she wants reassurance, not approval. She wants reassurance. There's a bit of a difference here. She doesn't need people's approval. I think that's a little more Kazuya. Kazuya kind of needs more people's approval. Chizuru doesn't need approval. She needs reassurance. She just needs someone to tell her, "You're doing good. You're not fucking up. You're doing great." That's what she needs. Not approval. She doesn't need someone to tell her this is the correct path. Like, technically, that's what Kazuya did. But no, he just told her, "No, you're doing good. You're okay. You're not a fuck-up." That's what he did here. Right? Chizuru's already walking. She's going to keep walking. Right? She's already going on this path. She's already doing it. right? She's still going to keep doing it. But she just needed someone to support her and tell her, you're doing good. You're doing fine. Right? And of course you would want to be praised. Of course Chizuru loves being praised. I didn't mean that in a negative way. Perhaps that's where her passion for acting comes from. Yes, it's the people. It's not like technically you're not wrong. Just understand, technically you're not wrong. Technically she did need a sort of approval here. Technically she did need a sort of approval here, right? Am I doing the right thing? Yes, you are. Technically that's what happened. She was checking with him. However, she was still gonna walk this path. I think that's the difference between her and Kazuya right now, is that Kazuya needs approval. Kazuya actually needs approval to do what he does, especially from characters like Minnie, who tells him, you're doing good, keep going, right? Or this is what you should do. In contrast, what happens with Chizuru when Minnie tries to push her in a particular direction? She refuses and goes the opposite direction, right? When Minnie tries to force her into a particular path, she refuses. When Umi tries to control Chizuru's flow, she refuses. No, I'm doing this my way. But with Kazuya, and Kazuya in particular, she wanted, in a sense, I'll use your wording, in a sense, she wanted Kazuya's approval that what she's doing is okay. That she knows maybe what she's doing is a little unfair, but is what she's doing okay? And that's what she wanted. In that sense, you're kind of correct. But it's Kazuya in particular, not just anyone. It's Kazuya in particular. It's certain people that she in some ways wants their approval, right? So in some ways she wants Nagomi to approve of her, right? As the heir to the family, right? Or not the heir to the family, as the wife to Kazuya, in a sense. In some way, she seeks kind of that approval, right? She wants Nagomi, she wants to be a part of Kazuya's family, and thus, in some ways, she kind of seeks to fit that role, and yet, she doesn't feel worthy of their approval, because in some ways, Chizuru is lying. So she wants to be worthy of their approval. In that same way, she's kind of doing the same thing for Kazuya right now. She's trying to become worthy of his approval. He's giving her approval, she's just trying to be worthy of that. Right? And I think she needed to hear these words here, right? She did feel like she was fucking up. She did feel like she was doing something wrong, and she needed to hear this. No, you're not making a mistake. You're doing fine. This is Kazuya's strength here, right? When what Chizuru needs, right? Chizuru's already walking her path, right? Chizuru is fine. Chizuru does not need conflict. She needs support and assurance. That's why when Minnie shows up, or not when Minnie, when Sumi shows up, that's what Chizuru got. When Sumi shows up and Chizuru felt like she was making a mistake, what happens? Sumi's like, no, you're not making a mistake. You're doing fine. You're doing okay. You're doing good. Kazuya does the same here. Kazuya does the same exact thing in chapter 383, right? This is Kazuya's strength. Literally just be supportive and just assure her that what she's doing is perfectly fine. In contrast, what Kazuya needs is conflict. Kazuya needs a fuck ton of conflict. He doesn't need assurance, right? Maybe Chizuru can assure him, right? Maybe Chizuru can assure him, but Kazuya needs conflict. He doesn't need approval anymore. He just needs conflict. Because guess what? Whenever there's conflict, he fucking moves. Whenever there's conflict, Kazuya fucking moves. He actually does shit. So the reality is Kazuya needs more conflict. He needs more challenges. Whereas Chizuru needs more assurance because Chizuru is doing a lot. And she's already set on her path and she's already doing a fuck ton of crap. Kazuya, in contrast, needs actual challenges. He doesn't need any more assurance. He's gotten a fuck ton of assurance. He needs challenges so he can assure himself. He needs a challenge so he can be assured in his own choices, because Kazuya's struggle is agency. It is about his own choices, not what other people tell him. Kazuya and Chizuru are literally kind of like the opposite sides of the spectrum right now. Chizuru is literally sticking to her guns. She knows what she's doing. She's confident in what she's doing, but she just wanted to make sure he was okay with it. That she just wanted to apologize to him because she did feel guilty. And Kazuya removed that guilt by the end of this. The Kazuya literally illuminated her night, cleansed her path, and now she can see her path forward clearly, right? There's no more doubt in Chizuru's choices. She's certain of her choices. She's happy, she's looking forward, she's smiling. In contrast, Kazuya took action and therefore was rewarded for that action. Because he actually fucking did something, and he got what he wanted, he got what he needed, he was rewarded for that. Chizuru is more confident in her path. Kazuya feels rewarded and can lay down now because he did something. That's pretty much where they are right now. Okay? So this next date that they will have should go off naturally. They should not worry about none of that research. We still have a way to go until the date. There's gonna be some stuff happening before the date, right? There's still a good ways to go until the date. We haven't been like speeding through this, and I doubt we are. We still have to deal with Umi. We still have to deal with Kazuya's list of shit he wants to do. We still have to deal with Ruka. We have to deal with Mommy. We have to deal with a driving school. There's a lot that Reiji has like seemingly set up. And of course, Kazuya's birthday. Kazuya's birthday is literally in a week. I think Kazuya's birthday is going to be a massive turning point. Kazuya's birthday is going to be a massive turning point. Whatever the fuck it is, there's going to be a massive turning point on Kazuya's birthday when we eventually get to that. And what's your problem with another 100 chapters? That's awesome. As Kazuya, as a kid raised by her grandparents, without a presence of her parents, so that Chizuru has a need to be perfect to everyone. That's why she loves her rental work. No. It's not a need to be perfect for everyone. The reason Chizuru loves rental work, and she's even said it in the past, is because it helps her make other people happy. That's why. Chizuru's need isn't necessarily to be perfect. It's rather to be good enough for the people in her life. She feels like she lacks something. Right? She feels like she lacks something and she wants to be good enough for the people in her life. And a part of that stems from, in part, the lies. Right? The lies are more emblematic of Chizuru's conflict, that she feels like she lacks something. It's not about being perfect. It's about being good enough, which is meant to mirror Kazuya. Right? And I don't think... I think you've, like, conflated multiple aspects here. Chizuru feels like she's good enough to be worthy of family now. I genuinely think so. She doesn't need to be perfect because she lacks her parents. That's not the idea. If anything, her parents don't define her. Rather, her parents are more emblematic of Chizuru's desire for a big family. That's more what it is, and she wants to be good enough for that family. That's all. Rather than Chizuru needing to be perfect. She doesn't want to be perfect. She just wants to be good enough for them. She wants to be able to give the people she loves happiness. That's all. Right? She just wants to be someone who can give happiness, not being perfect. There's another underlying reason, because Chizuru does rental. She's always longed for love, and this job allows her to have a relationship without the commitment of getting hurt and hurting others. I don't know about that. I've heard this comment before. I don't fully agree with that. I don't yeah, there's probably a hint of truth to this. But that's the thing. She's literally said, I've never fallen in love before. Like, I've done all these rental dates, but I've never actually fallen in love before. So there is probably like a hint of emotions there. Yes, she has connections and stuff, but I just told you the real reason Chizuru does it, and that is in some part kind of selfish, is that she wants to make people happy, and she feels like she can do that through rental. Right? And why does she want to make people happy? Because she struggles to make her own people happy. Right? She couldn't become the actress her grandparents wanted. She kept failing. She couldn't succeed. So what does Chizuru do through rental? She uses that to make those people happy. That's in part the reason why Chizuru chooses to lie to Nagomi when Nagomi goes to Kazuya's house. She heard about Nagomi's dream and wanted to make that come true. It's not Chizuru is using that to get like love, right? I don't like that. I don't feel like that's completely true. I don't like that. I feel like that's not really accurate to her character. Rather, I would say Chizuru uses the job to make people happy, to do that, and she doesn't actually get love out of it. Rather, she just feels like she did something good. And of course, the people who can't read that shit think she does this because she's a gold digger and wants easy money. I think that's really funny that you mentioned that. As a rental ranger, the thing she fights is goons in the shape of money. She's literally fighting away the evil money. She's literally fighting away the evil money. Right? It's not about the money fuckers. She's literally fighting away the money. That's so funny. People don't even realize that. Yeah, no, literally, Chizuru just wants... She loves her job because it allows her to make people happy. That's why she loves rental. Here, I'll just pull it up for you. She literally says it. Right? She values certain things about the job because it allows her to meet new people. It allows her to help people find love, while she herself desires love as well. But she's not gonna pick easy love. That's the thing. She's not gonna pick easy love. Yeah, she gets to date, sure, right? She gets to date, but she doesn't lead anybody on. That's the big thing. Is like she doesn't lead anybody on. She's pretty clear about her feelings. She says, I'm in love. I love this job. You get to meet and learn about all sorts of different people. Going to a lot of different places and is also a good experience. Hearing a late bloomer who couldn't talk at all at first gradually be able to say he had a girlfriend made me really happy. All I can do is pretend, but it's wonderful to think that for a moment such a lie can make someone happy. I think an actress's job is similar. Don't you think? Right? She just wants to bring happiness to other people's lives, literally like her name. That's why she loves her job. It makes other people happy. It allows other people to find love, while she herself also desires love. I'm sick and tired of hearing people complain about this manga is too long. People have no patience. If people want a straightforward love story, then this manga is not for them. I love the writing. When Chizuru showed up at Kazuya's apartment just as he was about to tell his grandmother that he had broken up with her, the desire to make people happy compels her to act irrationally. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, she wanted... Well, no. It's not simply that. There's a layer you're missing here. There's a very key, important layer you're missing here. You two broke up. Nagomi says, "You're still young, and you still aren't popular with the girls. But just one, I really just want one. Even though it can be rough in school, one day you'll definitely find a girl that likes you back sincerely. To any girl that likes my grandchild, how could I be mad? To let me see such an amazing dream. A dream. That's the important part about this. It was like an angel had descended. The element of the dream is very important here. Why? Because what is Chizuru's dream? To show her grandmother an amazing actress on the big silver screen. And she hears Kazuya's grandmother, who is close to her grandmother, speak of a dream. Do you see why she did it now? She made someone else's dream come true, in particular, a grandma's dream come true, because she couldn't make her own grandmother's dream come true. That's why she does it. Chizuru does this because it's a dream, not just this irrational thing to make people happy. No, you're oversimplifying it. No, that's a terrible way to put it. No, she wasn't acting irrationally. She heard about a dream. She wanted to make someone else's dream come true, in particular, Kazuya's grandmother, because she mirrors her own grandmother. Ironic, because Sayuri literally starts saying similar stuff. There's something about how she said it that makes me think that she can't wait until July 11th. Too soon to say. So to me, July 11th. So when Chizuru looks up here, And she says, I'm looking forward to it. I think to me, what Chizuru is saying is she's looking forward to when she feels like she can say, I love you, to when the bridge is connected, to when they meet again. Not simply July 11th. It's what July 11th means, right? It's what July 11th means. Wow, I actually figured it out, Faye, and it didn't even take an hour. Well, don't say it here. Don't say it here. Just DM me, and I'll tell you if you're correct. Just DM me on Discord, and I'll tell you if you're correct. Because you say you figured it out, but I don't know if you did. Let's see. Kazuya tries to end the call, but Chizuru hits him with a knockout blow. Wait, I'm looking forward to it on July 11th. He collapses with relief. She looks up to the moon again with a big goofy smile. Massive W's all around. She may not have told him that the moon looks beautiful tonight, but I can certainly believe that she thought it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Notice what triggers Chizuru to say this. Kazuya says, really, you don't have to worry about me, just focus on doing your best. This is about him. So naturally, Chizuru reacts to Kazuya's words here. No, wait, this is about you. This is not, don't say, don't worry about me, you matter. So she says, wait, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing you, on meeting, on July 11th, on us connecting. Not simply, oh, don't worry about me. No, this matters to me too. I want you to know that it matters to me too. That you matter to me, right? It's her countering his own words. He collapses with relief. She looks up to the moon again. Okay, yeah. At the end of the day, I think the phone call is massive for Chizuru. I'm a bit frustrated that some folks seem to treat her like she's a malevolent trickster god sent to Earth to lay Kazuya low. But consider her last week. Regardless of how you feel about the rejection and her reason for it, it clearly hurt her. She did not want to reject him, and you can imagine her on the way home, trying desperately to be okay and giving up the man she wants to spend the rest of her life with because she thought it was the right thing to do. Then the piggyback ride. Kazuya should hate her, but he doesn't. He gives her everything, and it's the turning point. She's swimming in the good oxytocin, holding on tightly, while he reassures her over and over again that he will always love her. The next day is whiplash. He's back to being kind of awkward until the cab drive, and he reinforces it. He meant his every word, and so the kiss. She didn't have the time or the words to explain how she feels or what she wants, but she had to do something, and it was her saving throw. She thought it might be enough, and that he'd come right back to her, but she got Minnie instead. Clearly, she's not as close to Minnie as readers would like. First encounter, Chizuru keeps Minnie at arm's length, but can't help but probe if Kazuya mentioned the kiss. The second encounter, Chizuru is angry at being ambushed by Minnie and her accusations of hurting him. She uses Minnie to send a message, which is a bit mean but fair. She trusts Kazuya when he says that he'll wait and goes about her business working on what she needs to do to work on. But it's been 4 days since she kissed him. 4 days. It's 3. It's actually 3 days. It's been 3 days. Technically 4, but I think it's 3. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so technically it's 4 because she kissed him in the morning. No, she kissed him in the afternoon. So it's 3 days. It's 3 days. She has heard nothing from him. Radio silence. Minnie's ambush is the only proof of life. I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. To 4 or 5 days of fucking nothing. Not a thanks again for letting me crash with you. No, honestly, I'm going to kind of miss living together. He didn't even let her know that the move went okay. After that, I'd assure seeing Kazuya's name pop up on the caller ID filled her with as much relief and fear that he felt after she picked up. Yeah, she trusted him and it paid off. The message sent via Minnie got through and she got everything she needs out of the phone call. He still wants her. He's supportive about the play. When she apologizes for making him wait, he won't hear any of it. No wonder she looks so happy at the end of the chapter. I just hope it's not radio silence again until July 11th. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way we're just gonna have another radio silence. There's no fucking way. Like, they're gonna talk. It's just inevitable. What I was afraid of this chapter would be Kazuya asking her out, setting up an all or nothing high pressure date too. And while I think that may be the case from Kazuya's perspective, we'll see how side quests go. It might be the opposite for Chizuru. She's locked in. Putting my quarter on the while Kazuya tries to psych himself up to shoot his shot, Chizuru confesses first machine. Yeah, I mean that's literally what I was saying. Okay. Ooh, correct. Well done. Correct. Okay, nice. You figured it out. Good job. I don't know how you got it, but all right. Most people couldn't figure it out. Most people could not figure it out. I feel like you already knew. I kind of have my doubts. I kind of feel like you already knew. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I'd love another texting chapter so they can actually connect while they're both busy. The radio silences the kiss was dumb and confusing and only kind of understandable. Let them get together to each other and deal with outside drama together. Some of their best moments have been when they were unified in the face of something. Yeah, I don't know if it even needs to be a full chapter, just a message here and there in the margins as they go. Their presence being felt when they're on their own missions. Yeah. No, I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. So to me, what this sets up, what this spread is indicative of, to me, is Reiji's literally foreshadowing how close this is. And this is through the bridge. The way Reiji's telling you how close they are to actually being together is through the bridge. Throughout most of the story, there's been this motif of a bridge. Bridges mean a lot of things, right? So I wrote a few things for it. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, go to my account. Okay. So before that, like, is she asking about a specific thing? Like, okay, sorry about that. I think I found it. This should be it, right? Never mind. Fuck me. Okay. Okay, there we go. I think I found it. I guess I'll just read the thread as it is. But the bridge is close to the moon, something far and unreachable. I don't think they are that close yet. You're missing the point. Let me just read what I wrote. So I talk about this page, and I'm trying to figure out like what Chizuru felt and why Chizuru is in shadows here. I said I feel like this is a connection to Minnie and how Chizuru referred to her as okay, well, that doesn't matter anymore. So let's just not worry about that, right? So it has to do with Chizuru's guilt. This page has to do with Chizuru's guilt. Maybe she just felt bad about the play and or asking for more time when Kazuya still when Kazuya still chose to congratulate her, she felt assured that she's doing the right thing. That she isn't making a mistake, and that's why she smiles in the end, because despite it all, she's moving forward. That's all Chizuru needed. This is all Chizuru needed, I think. To know that she isn't messing up, that her choices were not wrong. Kazuya telling her this was important. It's the same with the walk home. Kazuya didn't make her feel like a mistake. He saw and believed in her. That's a large part of why she loves him. This contrasts Minnie, who keeps treating her like she's making a mistake, like she's doing something wrong, just like Mommy kept yelling at her and making her feel like a bad person. Just as many readers are upset at her right now and demand more from her. When that in itself is the issue, the unnecessary pressure. It's like a parent constantly yelling at their child like they are the problem. That's kind of like Minnie to Chizuru. Kazuya needed pressure and conflict to move. Chizuru needed acceptance and support. She was moving perfectly fine on her own. It's Kazuya who needed to move more. The 7-Eleven date is important, but it was this call that made it worth it. The talk after Kazuya asked her out. The date wouldn't have mattered without it. They both needed to know that they're doing the right thing. And thus the foundation for the date became more solid. A bridge. They also already went out on a date, so this isn't something new. They also don't use the word date at all, despite it being Kazuya asking her out. In Japanese, Kazuya does say, like the way Kazuya asks her out is very much heavily implying a date, but nobody ever uses the word date. They just say going out. That's it. And rather, it's the meeting, the breaking of the silence, them facing each other. That's what matters. Even when Chizuru says it in the spread that she's looking forward to it, she does not say date. She says she's looking forward to July 11th. It's as if she's looking forward to when the time arrives and her change is complete, just like the moon, when they can truly be together. A distant future she looks forward to. It's literally like the movie arc. It's her dreaming, looking up at the night sky and imagining her future beyond this sky, imagining what comes and how everything is going to change and expand like it never has before. This double-page thread is like foreshadowing for all of the change that is going to come. She isn't simply looking forward to July 11th, but what that time will bring. Kazuya, love, dreams, connection, a complete bridge just like the one next to her. The bridge is a massive motif present all throughout the date. It is their connection, their bond being properly forged. This is chapter 351. Chapter 351. Look how far away the bridge is. This is the start of the arc. And it literally tells you, there's gonna be a kiss, right? And then the kiss happens, right? It's already telling you Kazuya is literally wearing a kiss shirt in this chapter. The bridge is a symbol Reiji has used for a long, long time. When you cross a bridge, you transition to a new part of life, the end of something and the beginning of something new. Building a bridge also takes perseverance and time, representing hope and change, but also unity and connection. You're literally connecting two completely separate things together, but you are working on something which requires perseverance and time, much like a relationship, and thus you hope to complete this thing and reach the other side. The bridge being present next to Chizuru is no coincidence. It symbolizes her journey. When Sayuri was dying, the bridge above, this bridge right here, was depicted, right? This is the same exact bridge. And this is literally this chapter where Sayuri starts dying. This is literally the chapter where Sayuri starts dying. When Sayuri was dying, the bridge above was depicted behind Chizuru, a path she must cross. When Sayuri does die, you see the bridge right here again. When the bridge is again showcased in the opening pages, a journey that must be walked. Literally, what do you see? Pedestrians. Literally, railings. What have we been seeing this entire time? What did we see in the current chapter? Right? What is Chizuru walking next to? Right? She's on a sidewalk. What does Reiji show you right here? A sidewalk, a bridge, and a walking sign. A path you must walk. This is a path you must walk. A bridge being shown at the start of the date and then again during the end of it is important. So this is literally chapter 380. What do you see? The same exact bridge we saw earlier, and they're much closer to it now. They're a lot closer to the bridge now, but they still can't reach it. At first, it's far, and then in the end of the day, it is much, much closer, but still out of reach. Just as Chizuru felt her feelings were, not within reach. Now the bridge is very close, literally right next to her. She literally looks up at the bridge. She's literally looking up at the sky, the moon, and the bridge, right? All of them are really close to her now. The path of her new life is near. Unity is near. The bridge is inherently symbolic of communication and union, right? You're literally connecting two things. You're literally communicating, right? Literally like they're talking on the phone. In dreams, a bridge symbolizes the passage from one state to another, like an ascension. It is the end of one cycle and the beginning of another, just like their loop ending. In many cultures, it is the link between what can be perceived and what is beyond perception, or at least change or the desire for change. This can be a test to see who is brave, who will cross. This mirrors the current story. They are about to graduate college and enter proper adulthood. Kazuya is job hunting. Kazuya is doing a whole bunch of stuff. Chizuru is currently working on her future as well. Okay, so all of that stuff is literally talking about transitioning to a new part of your life, right? All of that directly connects to this. Chizuru wishes to change her circumstances, change her life, maybe even change her dream from acting, cross the bridge to her new life, something hinted at in chapter 380. What does Chizuru say? Considering my current lifestyle and work and everything else, I don't think this is something I can jump into right now. So that could be something she is trying to change. Is that not true? This contrasts Kazuya, who is not changing for himself, but for her, and must live for his own new path in life. You'll notice while Kazuya speaks of the future, he's often reminiscing about the past, often looking at what he did before to inform what he does now. Theoretically, that can be a good thing, right? You turn to your past to inform some of your choices in the future. But it can also be a bad thing. But the problem is how he lives life now has to be different. He can't just repeat the past and do things for others while claiming it's for him, right? Kazuya looks at the movie. Man, I sure did a lot of work back then, right? When Kazuya is shopping for his clothes, the film shoot was fun. It was a lot of hard work, but every day was eventful. At the time, things were frantic with Sayuri-san, but I got closer to Mizuhara thanks to the time we spent together back then. Still, to think I'd be going on a date with her a year later. I never saw that one coming. Why not? He looks at the shoes that he wore during that time, the shoes he was working on. No. What am I getting emotional over in a shoe store? This is my chance, though. I'll pull this date off and be a man good enough for Mizuhara, not as a client or producer, but as a man who can support her now and in the future. How he's supporting her is completely wrong. This is the problem. He's talking about financially supporting her. He's talking about spending a whole bunch of money. He's talking about supporting her while literally wasting money on shoes. What does him getting shoes have to do with supporting her? What does him getting these shoes have to do with supporting her? Nothing. It has nothing to do with supporting her. Right? He can support her by just talking to her, helping her out, reassuring her literally like he does in this chapter. That's what Kazuya needs to do, not this crap. And so the problem is that Kazuya is focusing on external change when he needs to work on internal change. When he needs to become comfortable with his emotions and expressing his emotions and being able to talk to her, communicate with her, make the changes he wants to see in his life, not external change, because that shit doesn't fucking matter. Right? His actions are informed by others. He goes to Chizuru because Umi called him. He doesn't go to Chizuru because Minnie told him a whole bunch of stuff. He doesn't act in the 3-month time skip because he thought Chizuru might hate him. Okay, you should still talk to her. Even if that's true, he needed to fucking move somehow. This is coming back to the 3-month time skip because guess what happened in the 3-month time skip? He didn't do shit. Right? Yeah, Chizuru ghosted him. Let's not get that wrong. Chizuru did ghost him. It only lasted 3 months because of him. It only lasted 3 months because of him, because Minnie ended it in a single day. Minnie ended it in a single fucking day. All she did was walk up, hey, look, Chizuru's right there, grabs her, okay, let's talk. It's like he could have done that, and he chose not to. That's why the chapters like this result in Kazuya crying. This seemingly small win for others is very large for him, because it is about Kazuya's control over his own life, his own choices. This chapter highlights the real steps Kazuya must take for himself, even if they are built on a lie. He cries because it feels real and it matters. It's not superficial, right? His emotions, the thing that actually matters to him, is the thing that he's rewarding here. And thus, that's why he cries, because he achieved the success he wanted. Every time he cries, it literally calls back to chapter 218, because guess what happened in that chapter? It's when he erased himself. It calls back to the end of Hawaiians, where he erased himself. He thought he wasn't good enough, he couldn't do anything, and yet so when he asks Chizuru out, he does achieve something. When he does these things that he knows he needs to do, and he achieves them, he cries, because he finally did the thing he wanted to do. And it gets to him. It hits him hard. These are steps only Kazuya could have taken. Steps for his own love and future. Nobody else could have done this for him. This contrasts Chizuru, who does not bend the knee to Minnie when she is pushed to act. Her choosing July 11th is almost like an act of resistance. It is the same with Umi. She refuses to let him control the flow of her choices. Umi kept saying, oh, I love you, oh, this, and he's just being this persistent dude who's never leaving her the fuck alone. Like, he keeps confessing to her. He keeps, like, literally, oh my God. What does Kazuya say in this chapter? This part fucking makes me laugh so much. Kazuya is like, it's possible that Umi-kun has already asked her out. To her, I could be the one guy who keeps asking her out despite already being rejected. Isn't that literally what Umi did? Isn't it? Like, just on a surface level and how that's presented, isn't that literally what Umi did? He keeps asking her out despite being rejected. Umi got rejected like 6 fucking times. He keeps fucking asking her out. Bro, get a fucking clue. And she had to shut him down again. Right? She shuts him down. She shut Umi down like 6 fucking times. Right? She literally right here, she had to just be like, no, I want to face him. It's about him. It's not about you. I'm sorry. I'm not the person you think I am. It's not about you. I want to face him wholeheartedly. So Kazuya literally thinks this is him when that's Umi. Which is fucking hilarious. Chizuru is taking control back over her choices and feelings. Kazuya is only starting to, and in many ways he is still trapped by what others say even now. His change has not truly blossomed yet, much like the moon is a crescent. He needs to work on the hibiscus that is his own heart. Someone commented here? What do they say? I wonder. Spam. I just realized Chizuru really only contacted Umi to properly reject him. I thought she was going to ask him for dating advice since he has experience with it. Given the current chapters, it looks like she doesn't need it, but it's still funny to think about. I mean, bro, you should have seen my fucking theories. Bro, you should have seen my fucking theories. You should have seen my fucking theories, bro. I got wild. Way fucking out there. Pure fucking nonsense talking out there, you know? But the thing is, Chizuru does to some degree trust Umi, because she tells him things she didn't even tell Minnie, which means there is at least a distance between her and Umi that's at least close enough that she can talk to him, even if he doesn't truly know her, it seems like. Chizuru did something wrong in the ghosting. We know the reason behind it. The Ruka Guild was a factor for ghosting to happen, but she used her as an excuse for not confronting his own feelings. Well, yeah. That's literally get called out. What's your point? Minnie literally says that to her. What's your point? We know that. I'm just saying Kazuya is just much culpable there as Chizuru in the sense that he didn't actually fucking try. He didn't actually fucking try. He didn't look. The only things Kazuya did were things that Chizuru would not be okay with considering the circumstances. He also had everything he needed to know that something was wrong. Yes, Chizuru ghosted him, and yes, Chizuru used Ruka as a kind of excuse. That is true. She totally did. Okay? She totally did. The thing is, though, to say Kazuya actually fucking tried would be a lie. Because he kind of didn't. He could have confronted her. He had many options. He chose to use none of them. He chose the ones subconsciously he knew would not work. He used rental, which he knew she would not be okay with, considering the entire conflict in Hawaiians is around Chizuru taking his fucking money. I'm sorry, you think Chizuru would, literally be on the verge of tears because of that bullshit and be okay with you renting her again? In what fucking galaxy? Right? Kazuya saw Ruka do bullshit to Chizuru, and he saw how Chizuru dealt with that in the past. He literally saw it happen before Hawaiians. He saw Chizuru be distant from him. And then, what happens? What happens? He goes to Hawaiians, and he finds out the reason Chizuru's been distant from him is because of Ruka. Okay. What happens in the end of Hawaiians? Ruka pushes her away, tells her to fuck off, and Kazuya just says, no, it's my fault. He wants to take the blame all to himself. Instead of realizing, maybe that's the reason she's not talking to me. Instead, what does Kazuya do? He convinces himself the reason Chizuru isn't talking to him is because she hates him. And when Minnie shows up, he literally doubles down and refuses to move, so Minnie will move for him. What Kazuya wanted is someone to give him a solution. That was the point of Hawaii. That was the point of the 3-month time skip. Chizuru was using an excuse, right? Chizuru in some ways let Minnie become an excuse. Or not Minnie. She let Ruka and her guilt and all that stuff become an excuse, right? That's what happened in the 3-month time skip. Ruka and her guilt became an excuse to not confront Kazuya. That's just the truth. That's what happened. It was shitty. But to say Kazuya did not see that stuff is completely bullshit. Kazuya should have known Chizuru was not in a good place. Now, to say Chizuru is a terrible person for this is bullshit too. It is. Chizuru was using that as an excuse. Yes, she was doing something shitty. She's not a bad person. Because she actually fucking atoned. She actually went out of her way to atone, and no one on Reddit or anywhere else seems to want to forgive her for that. When I'm just like, bro, she's done plenty to fucking atone. She's more than fucking atoned. She's like a goddamn angel at this point. Are you shitting me? It's literally like Kazuya. Kazuya more than atoned for the shit he pulled at the start of the series. But now he's fucking up. And that's because the Kazuya is not dealing with his actual fucking conflicts. I hate that move from Kazuya. What move? It's like you said, Kazuya without conflict or fear can't move on and get stuck in the limbo of comfort zone. Well, no. The reason Kazuya needs conflict right now is because his trauma is around safety. He had too much conflict in Hawaiians. The problem with Hawaiians is Kazuya had too much conflict. So Kazuya became afraid of conflict. Before, Kazuya dealt with conflict. Kazuya did deal with conflict. No, he did. You see it at the very beginning. In chapter 5, he confronts Mommy. He loves Mommy, and he calls her out on her bullshit. Literally, chapter fucking 5. He calls her out on her horse shit. He's like, no, don't talk shit about Chizuru. Fuck that. He gets into an actual fist fight with Kibe at chapter 11 or 10. Kazuya dealt with conflict. It's just now he became afraid of conflict because of what happened in Hawaiians. Just as Chizuru started also retreating and being afraid of conflict. And Chizuru realized at that time she needed to move. Kazuya couldn't move then. It's that simple. Kazuya could not move after the 3-month time skip. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. She needed to move. And so the arc became about Chizuru moving. That was the whole point of that saga, them living together and all that. It was about Chizuru moving. Kazuya couldn't do it. But that's a problem. Because eventually there's going to be a point where you're going to fucking need to move again. You're going to need to deal with some conflicts. You're going to start to need to deal with some harsh truths. Kazuya had plenty of time to recover. He had this entire time to recover, to get comfortable, to get his shit together. He's had a lot of assurances. Now, Kazuya is slowly getting to that point where he's again being presented with conflict, and he's slowly showing that he can deal with conflict. He's slowly reaching that point where it's starting to show, yeah, okay, Kazuya can fucking do it. He just needs a little bit of a push. He just needs some fear. He just needs to get a little fucking scared. And then now it's slowly starting to happen. Kazuya's change is slowly starting to occur. In contrast, Chizuru has overcome her guilt. Chizuru has started to truly move for herself again. Kazuya isn't there yet. Chizuru is. Chizuru has started to move for herself again. She's starting to find confidence in herself again. She's back to herself. She's reclaimed an aspect of who she is. Kazuya isn't there yet. Kazuya is not at that point yet. He's getting there. He's slowly getting there. He's almost there. Okay. So I asked about this. She's not specific. In my opinion, she's never told him directly that she wants a confirmation. She just wants confirmation that it is indeed Minnie who told him that information. Okay. Fair enough. So we have no way of knowing what that means yet. We don't really know what this particular thing about Minnie means yet. Did you hear that from Yamori-san? Yeah. She could be checking for confirmation if it's Minnie who told him. She could be mentioning this particular thing so Kazuya will bring up the play. Who knows? We don't know yet. We just know there's a bit of a mystery that we still cannot quite piece together. Okay, TY. Let's go back to Reddit. What is on Reddit? Good. So this is exactly what I think of this chapter. There are only some small additions I'd like to make, not enough for my own comment. I think the ice-breaking call will surely trigger them both to continue sending messages. I see. Okay. People have been saying this. I think it's not gonna just happen. I think it's not gonna just happen. Because there was still a bit of like uncomfortability there. I think it could happen. I think slowly but surely, once they find a reason to, they'll start doing it, and then it might become more natural. But I don't think it's gonna just happen right away. I don't think it's gonna happen just right away. I think it's gonna need a little bit, kind of like chapter 244. If you guys remember chapter 244, they kind of needed just like a little bit before they could. Yeah, the call was important. Don't get me wrong; it was an amazing step one. They still need a little more. I think they still need a little more. So not yet. I don't see Kazuya asking how's rehearsal going. I don't think so. I do not see that happening in any fucking metric. Kazuya about that, no. Chizuru though, Chizuru can move. So this one, how's your new apartment? Yes, totally. I could totally see Chizuru doing that. Kazuya, no. No. Kazuya cannot text Chizuru. He can't. He doesn't think he can. He doesn't want to get in her way. What did Kazuya say to her earlier? Right? There's one sentence that informs why Kazuya will not fucking text her. There's one simple sentence that informs why Kazuya will not fucking text her. Don't worry about me. Just focus on doing your best. He's gonna literally remove himself from her life so she can do her best. So Kazuya will not fucking text her, period. Chizuru, though, will text him. Why? Because you saw this. This tells you everything you need to know. She stops him from hanging up so she can tell him that this matters to him and that she's looking forward to this. That she's looking forward to seeing him again. That she's looking forward to July 11th and connecting again. Right? So, to me, this tells me that Chizuru will do a move now. Kazuya, though? No. No. To say Kazuya will text her is just not in his character right now. I just don't think so. Kazuya will literally remove himself from her life so she will do things. But if Kazuya gets a reason to, he will. For instance, in the 3-month time skip, what is Kazuya's reasoning for initially texting Chizuru? because he tells her about how they finished all the movie stuff. And from there, they transition to talking about finding a storage place. And from the storage place, they transition to a whole bunch of things, and then they keep talking. It would be cool if it's Chizuru this time. Chizuru is the one who texts him. In turn, they start talking more comfortably. That makes a lot of sense to me. It just makes sense for Chizuru to do it because Kazuya needed to make this call. Kazuya created the icebreaker. Kazuya told her she can do things now. In turn, Chizuru can now start doing things. That makes more sense to me than Kazuya doing it. There's no way in any galaxy Kazuya would fucking do it. I'm not gonna lie, Reddit has been chill this week. Why do I feel like next week Reddit is gonna be an absolute tire fire? I don't think it's gonna be next week. I'll just say that. I don't think it's gonna be next week. Unless Minnie comes back and gives Kazuya a whole bunch of bullshit. And then they're gonna get fucking mad again. Right? Minnie comes back and gives Kazuya a whole bunch of bullshit. Then Minnie's gonna get fucking mad again. The thing I'm not sure about is that is it the weekend yet in the story? Or is it not? That's what I don't know. Because if it's the weekend right now, then Kazuya won't meet Umi for another week. If it is not the weekend yet, then Kazuya will meet Umi right now, like literally the next day. But he didn't say tomorrow, he said Saturday. He didn't say tomorrow, he said Saturday. So let's look at it right here. 16. Kazuya gets a call from Umi. The date was like on the 16th or 17th. I don't remember. Yeah, Kazuya moved out. Okay, Kazuya moved out on the 18th. It's been 19th, 20th. 21. It could be next week. Right? It could be next week. I don't know. We don't have a specific date. There's no cliffhanger this week. Something big needs to start in next week's chapter. I believe it is Saturday, May 21st. I think Umi meets in 7 days away. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, it wouldn't be like literally because they would say tomorrow. They would say tomorrow, which they don't. So, yeah, it's probably a week from now. In a few panels after Kazuya hung up, it can be seen that Chizuru had the contact page of Kinoshita open on her phone before she switches it off. I'm wondering if she's about to text call him and what. No, she's just literally. You're overthinking it. She's literally just hanging up. She's just hanging up. They finished, she closed it, and they hung up. That's it. That's it. Yeah, I feel like they're overthinking it a little bit. And what can we expect from the next chapter? Given it is still Saturday the 21st, it would be possible for Kazuya to book driving lessons on short term. No, he can't. No, that's not how it works. So Kazuya can't. Okay. So there's two ways to do driving school in Japan. It's completely different from the United States. Completely different. Kazuya, if he wants to do driving school, the way he wants to do it is go to the actual school, and he's going to be there for a week or two. And he's going to take a test there. And basically, he's going to stay there. It's not a commute. He's literally going to stay there. They have like dorms, and you're going to fucking stay there. Or you could do it the online way, but that takes a lot longer, like a few months to do. Here in the US, you could literally just go to the driving school. If you just pass their fucking written test, like just real quick, just answer all the questions, and then you go on a drive and you just do all the things correctly, you just get your license. In Japan, no, you have to actually do an entire like school thing. You have to do like an entire course. And you can do that course in a week by literally just staying there, or you could do that course by by doing it like online or something. And you have to pass, and you have to do like a test, and you have to pass. So no, it's not the same. Kazuya doesn't want to do Kazuya can't do driving lessons short term. He can't. He has to actually go to the school in order to do it. So no. It's not going to be like that. I think if anything, we're more likely to focus on the job hunting and stuff. If he hasn't done that yet, so either this next actor will be Umi, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, we might see Kazuya having a hard time doing a job interview and maybe even work out. This would be really fun to see. Okay. Yeah, I really want this upcoming mommy arc to be a big healing moment for both of them. I have really high hopes for it. It'll be interesting. Okay, so there's one problem I have with the healing arc with mommy and all that. Mommy's the one who hurt him. And mommy has not told Kazuya about what she fucking did to Chizuru, which would make the entire basis for Kazuya and mommy's relationship a lie, because she's not telling him what she fucking did. This is why I don't think mommy can heal Kazuya. If anything, I think what mommy can do is highlight to Kazuya what he has chosen not to see. Because mommy is a reflection of Kazuya's inaction. Mommy's entire thing in the story, narratively, is literally doing nothing. She keeps saying she wants to do something, and she doesn't do anything. She takes no control over her life. She doesn't confront Kazuya's feelings, and she keeps giving herself excuses so she doesn't feel bad about what she did in Hawaiians. Literally, like I showed you before, right? Mommy literally has this scene in like chapter 309 where she literally tells herself, oh, I wasn't going to actually do it. So that makes it okay. I shouldn't feel bad. I'll pull it up. I think is it 310 or 39? Not sure. Okay, it's 310. I figured it might be a rental thing, but either way, it means she's still involved with them. If anything, it means she's gotten closer. Then she remembers. She told Chizuru, "You sicken me." She thinks to herself, look at how she sits in silence. And then she says, still, I'm not going to expose her or anything. I never planned to anyway. I don't have anything to gain from doing that. It has nothing to do with me anymore. She's giving herself an excuse. She's literally giving herself an excuse. It has nothing to do with me anymore. I'm not going to do it. It's not my fault. I'm just not going to associate with them, even though she wants to. Even though she wants to. Right? No. Well, she was talking about adding Chizuru's job to like her agency. Right? Right? She's excusing herself and she's trying to run away. And this is why mommy says, frustrated that she can't do anything. And then Kazuya goes to his home, tries to get Nagomi to talk, and Nagomi refuses to tell him anything, and Kazuya screams, In Japanese, it's almost identical. Their words are almost identical, it's just mommy slightly cuts off, whereas Kazuya lingers. It's because Kazuya and mommy parallel each other. They're both not active. They're both not active and in control of their own lives. Both lack agency in their own lives. That's why they parallel each other. So to me, I don't envision mommy and Kazuya interacting being a healing arc. If anything, the thing I could see it being is Kazuya maybe starting to take some charge over his own life, or maybe he hasn't truly. And mommy ends up being either a reflection of that, or maybe Kazuya helps mommy take control over her life. Either they help each other take control over their lives, or one or the other highlights to the other person what they themselves have been doing. To me, I don't view it as a healing moment. To me, that's not what I view it as. The only healing Mommy could possibly do for Kazuya is if she tells Kazuya she always liked him. And the reason she broke up with him is because of her family circumstances. But even then, that's somewhat of a lie. She was running away, right? That's somewhat of a lie. She was just running away. She liked him and she wanted him to be happy, but she didn't need to break his heart like she did. Because Chizuru, right? So that's the thing. If she says that, you know what would be perfect about that? If she says that, you know what would be fucking perfect about that? Kazuya will have something to compare. How did Chizuru reject Kazuya versus how did Mommy reject Kazuya? Right? Mommy was cruel and blocked him, but Mommy kept leading him on afterwards. Chizuru didn't. So he has now something to compare. How did Mommy treat him versus how did Chizuru treat him? And then suddenly, Kazuya will be like, no, that wasn't totally true. Yeah, it's good that she maybe always liked me, but how she treated me was still shit. Right? And that's the important part, is like Kazuya can recognize that, point it out to Mommy, and in turn help Mommy change. Right? To me, Mommy more so presents a challenge rather than a healing moment. To me, Mommy more so presents she is literally the collision course. I'm using that wording very specifically considering they're fucking driving schools. Kazuya is literally on a collision course with Mommy because Mommy reflects his own inaction. Chizuru confronting Umi, choosing to confront Umi, right? So Chizuru chooses to confront Umi because she is taking action and control over her life. She will not let him dictate her life. Kazuya, how does he go back to Mommy? Kazuya goes back to Mommy through happenstance because he doesn't actually confront her. He doesn't actually choose to confront Mommy. She ultimately comes back to him because guess what? She reflects his own inaction. And thus, that same inaction brings him back to her. Because she is also the very thing he will not confront. Just as he is the very thing she refuses to confront. And thus, they face each other. Right? Because Kazuya confronting Mommy is Kazuya seeing the truth that he's been not seeing this entire time. The truth that Mommy is the reason for a lot of Chizuru's pain. A lot of his own pain. And he must face that and recognize that, not just from the beginning of the story, but what she did in Hawaiians. And they need to both confront that so they can both move forward. Mommy will never move forward unless she confronts what she did to Kazuya. She will never truly find happiness unless she confronts her circumstances and what she did to Kazuya. Kazuya, in turn, will never truly face Chizuru and move forward in his life, at least not completely truly, until he confronts what the fuck he's been doing. He's been living a lie. He's been escaping his circumstances, and he needs to take charge back of that. In defense of Mommy, Chizuru, despite everything she's been through, she's been raised by loving grandparents. Mommy has lived all of his life with a narcissistic, cruel father. That's not a complete defense. And I can prove this to you in a few different ways. One, Reiji at some point on his fan box, this is like a few years old. This is like 4 or 5 years old. It's old. 3 years old. It's 3 years old. It's roughly 3 years old. Reiji and his fan box, which you have to pay for, at one point shared the basis for all of the characters. And Mommy's basis was the part of me that uses my trauma as an excuse to not do things, or uses my trauma as an excuse to do the things that I do, which is exactly what Mommy does. The difference between Chizuru and Mommy is simple. Yeah, she didn't have loving parents, but Mommy is aware of her circumstances. Mommy knows her dad is a piece of shit, and she uses that as an excuse to justify what she does in Hawaiians. That's why. No. Mommy is completely aware of her circumstances. She does what she does in Hawaiians because she's jealous. Because she likes Kazuya, and she doesn't want him being taken away from her. Because she always liked him from the very start of the series and refused to be honest about that, and every time things didn't click for her, she would use an excuse to get upset and go after Chizuru. For instance, Chizuru tells Mommy, did you ever face Kazuya honestly? Did you ever actually talk to him? So what does Mommy do? She tries to do this. She goes to Kazuya's house, she opens the door, and Kazuya isn't there. She then sees Chizuru's bag, and suddenly she gets upset at Chizuru because, oh my god, she's leading me on. She's messing with me. So she gets mad at Chizuru. And she takes all of her anger out at Chizuru because in secret, she's not actually mad at Chizuru leading her on or anything. She's just jealous of Chizuru getting closer to Kazuya because she wants to be with him. She's not being honest to her own feelings and uses her trauma of her narcissistic piece of shit father to do what she does. And in the very end of Hawaiians, she has to look herself dead in the eye in the mirror and realize she became that very person she hated. She became her dad. She became the abuser. She had to look herself dead in the fucking eye and realize she became that thing. And now she wants to disassociate from that. I'm not that. I don't want to be that. So what does mommy do? She constantly gives herself excuses not to do these things. Even though she's clearly knows she has feelings for Kazuya. She keeps telling herself not to do this. Why? Because if she actually starts a relationship with Kazuya, something very, very simple has to occur. She has to admit to what she did. She has to admit to him the truth, that she did some really shitty things to him, and he's going to hate her. Who does that parallel? What is Kazuya afraid of when it comes to Chizuru? That she will hate him. Boom. It all clicks together. Mommy is afraid Kazuya is going to hate her. So she's content living in a lie. Fiction. Much like Kazuya is content living with the AI that is Minnie. So mommy repeats this path, continues this cycle. But eventually, as with anything, the matrix will break and you're going to wake the fuck up. And you're going to realize the truth because you already know what the truth is. You already saw that this is a lie. Mommy already knows everything she's doing is just a bunch of fucking lies. Kazuya already knows a huge part of what he's doing right now is a whole bunch of lies. He knows it's fiction. It's like if you were presented the blue pill and the red pill and you picked the blue one. That wasn't really a choice because you know that this is fiction. You were literally told in the fucking question, in the choice you were presented, you were told, hey, there's a truth you don't know about. There's a truth you're fucking ignoring. So even if you pick the blue pill, you will eventually come to the realization that you're going to pick the red one. There is no choice. It's the illusion of choice. Just saw episode of Ex-Girlfriend and Girlfriend and read chapter 5, and Kazuya didn't stand up to mommy because he was too soft. Mommy, shit-talking Chizuru. Because you're already an adult that can make your own decisions, but if you don't look for what's on the inside, she's not that kind of girl. Mizuhara. She's not that kind of girl. What's gotten into you, Kazu-kun? Did your alcohol come back? You're being kind of scary, you know? Sorry. I haven't gone over it, Bet. I haven't gone over you yet. He confesses. He stands up to her. He confesses to her. And then he calls her on her fucking bullshit. What do you fucking mean Kazuya's too soft? Kazuya literally says right here, I wouldn't get angry at anything you would say about me to others. If you shit talk me, that's perfectly fine. And that's exactly what happened in the bar. In the bar, Kazuya literally lets mommy shit talk him. He views himself this way. That's fine. Shit talk me all you fucking want. Actually, I'd be content just being able to talk to you. I'm fine with that. Shit talk me all you want. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. I don't fucking care. With my hands, I wanted us to be happy. And seriously, I thought that. But it's not right to talk bad about her. He confesses, he calls her on her bullshit, and then he doubles down on calling her on her bullshit. And then he runs off because he wants to go to Chizuru, not because he's scared. I don't even know myself. I definitely made Mommy-chan hate me, but it's strange. I don't regret it. Trash. I'm definitely on her blacklist, guarantee it. All I want to do is see her. I want to apologize to Chizuru. Didn't stand up to Mommy, my fucking ass. This is literally the moment I fell in love with Kazuya's character. This is where I'm like, oh, yep, I fucking love him. He's great. This dude's great. Didn't stand up to Mommy. That's why she has that's why she's looking in the mirror moment. She realized she's become like her parents and she desperately never wants to be. The truth is painful. That's why it sets her free. Yeah, the truth is painful. That's why it sets you free. Pain is the price we have to pay for happiness. Not always. No. Not always. The happiness goes hand in hand for pain. So I feel like that's just like the problem with that phrase. The problem that with that phrase, I think, the reason I don't like it, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but the reason I don't like that particular way of saying it is because it implies you gotta suffer, 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 suffer to be happy. You know, oh yeah, it's okay. You're suffering. Your suffering is needed, right? Because sometimes people will use that to be like, oh, just eat a shit ton of pain for no fucking reason. In reality, I think maybe a more accurate way to say it is that in order to make happiness yours, in order here's a good way of putting it. Sayuri said it best. I think these words from Sayuri perfectly describe this. So I'm just gonna read how Sayuri says it. Happy family news. Yeah, it's our summer project. Our teacher told us to fill it up with happy moments with our families during the holidays. That's why I asked you to come today. I've got less to write about compared to everyone else. Why is that? Well, I don't have a mom or dad. You're right. You don't have a mom and you don't have a dad. No money either. The house is run down too. I didn't go that far. So, do you think that everyone with a mom and dad who lives in a fancy house is happy? Literally, mommy. Don't change the subject. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a physical problem. Physical, huh? Hey, wait. See, the doctor said that my heart's been going too quickly lately. Say, stop, that tickles. But when I do this, I feel completely relaxed. My mom and dad, they died a long time ago too, you know. And yet I'm so happy. Why? Never forget, Chizuru, that changing the world around you isn't easy, but you have to make your own happiness. As long as you keep that in mind, they'll surely be drawn to you, anyone you'd want to have by your side. That is maybe more so fitting of the element of pain. You have to confront pain in order to be happy. You have to be able to face pain and face the uncomfortable truths in order to be happy. Don't run away from pain, I think is more accurate. Don't run from pain. But to say that pain is necessary, it would imply the need for like oh yeah, if you just get hurt, it's fine, right? That's kind of what I have the issue with. Like, oh, you don't just, it's not about getting hurt. It's about being able to face pain, right? It's about being able to accept that pain, that it's there and that it's okay. But it doesn't mean you just need to get hurt for no fucking reason, right? It's not about just getting hurt for no fucking reason. It's about being able to face harsh truths and face pain. And I guess it's just like I'm just kind of trying to phrase it this way because of like victims, because sometimes victims are like, oh, it's okay, I'll keep getting hurt because it'll make people happy. But no, some people just don't need to keep getting hurt. It's not about just continuing to get hurt. That's not what it is. It's not just keep getting hurt and it's fine. No, there is pain in life and you will get hurt and you have to be okay with that. But that doesn't mean you'll always get hurt, right? But you need to face pain in order to reach happiness, because happiness and pain, happiness and hurt go hand in hand. Happiness and sorrow go hand in hand. Kazuya was, as Negan would say, took it like a champ in regards to mommy's triad. Taking it like a champ. I'm a bit confused about the difference between a date, like the one that crashed in chapter 380, and going out, as both terms show up in English translations of the chapter. As a non-native English speaker, they feel distinct to me. A proper date has a formal high stakes, all or nothing vibe, while going out seems more chill, with no pressure for a specific outcome, like yes or no moments. Yes and no. Like it's clearly a date, but they specifically don't use the word date, which I think is important. I'm really rooting for the latter this time. In my opinion, Chapter 380 Fiasco happened because of all the intense expectations and tight deadlines that piled on. Just going out with no time limits and specific outcome and building those sweet, natural bonds like we saw. And that's the thing, like, I think there is an expectation for July 11th, but it is not the expectation we think it is. I think July 11th will not be what we think it is. It is about facing a new horizon. It is about going a completely different path. It is rather about facing these things and not anything negative. It's not about expectations. It is about reaching that point you want to reach. I think that's the difference between right now and then. It's not about something chill. It's about reaching the point you want to reach. That is, I think, what July 11th is. It is Chizuru's dream to reach. That's what July 11th is to me. Let's see. Yeah, I do wonder if there's a distinction in the original Japanese, because in English, a date and going out are used more or less interchangeably. No. So in Japanese, let me clear it up right now. In Japanese, Kazuya is saying going out, but the way he says it, it's literally like in English. He's literally implying a date. It's literally like in English. He's literally implying a date. Straight up. That's exactly what he's doing. I double checked. I was just making sure with some people. No, it's literally that. He's literally implying a date. Right? He's literally implying a date, and when Chizuru agrees, she's also pretty much agreeing to a date. But neither say the word date, which is an important distinction. Neither character says the word date because it's not date. It's something different. So it is a date, but it isn't. It's that simple. It is a date, but it is not. In my opinion, the weight of the investigation is off their shoulders, and they both understand that there isn't a deadline. So whatever 7-Eleven becomes, it's absolutely not going to be nearly as high pressure as the previous date. Ideally, just having the lines of communication open lets them chat. Okay, we've already said this. Also important to note that the English going out can mean simply on a date or that you are in a relationship. Yeah, pretty nice that Kazuya asked her out more casually, no pressure, not a big event. It should be more like that. I can see they exchange text messages in the next days. Okay. The part that is going to frustrate me a good percent is when Mami does tell Kazuya that he's not mad. She yells and screams, "Why aren't you mad?" And he says, "I have nothing to be mad at you for. If you didn't do these things, shouldn't have gotten as close as we are now." No, I think Kazuya will probably be more mad at himself. I think Kazuya will be frustrated at Mami, but he'll be more mad at himself. For a very simple reason. He didn't check. He's gonna be mad at himself because he knew something was wrong with Chizuru, and she kept telling him and hinting to him something was fucking wrong with the whole Mami thing, right? And he's gonna realize the reason Chizuru didn't tell him about Mami is because she, even to her, the people she does not like, is still kind. You want to know why Chizuru doesn't tell Kazuya about Mami? Because even now, despite how upset she is at Mami, despite how she can't fucking forgive her, she still wants this person to be happy. And if Kazuya finds out and he's upset at her, would she be happy with that? Right? So let's say if Chizuru did something and Kazuya got mad at her and hated her, how would she feel? Right? She doesn't want Kazuya to hate her. So she looks at it like that. Mami probably likes Kazuya. And I doubt she would want Kazuya to hate her. So she doesn't say anything. She lets it eat her up. She deals with this thing alone. She lets it eat her up alone. And she doesn't say anything. And that genuinely shows how kind of a fucking person Chizuru is. That even to the person who she's just can't fucking forgive, she's literally mad at Mami. She doesn't want to do anything shitty to her. And she would rather just deal with this pain alone. Right? And for Kazuya, she doesn't want to tell him because she doesn't want to hurt his feelings. Right? That's okay. I'll bear for it. I'll suffer through this pain on my own. That's perfectly fine. I'll take the hit. That's perfectly fine. As long as you're happy, I'll take the hit. And that's why she doesn't tell Kazuya about Mami. And that's why Kazuya needs to reassure Chizuru, A, you can tell me. I can take the hit. So if Kazuya finds out she's been bearing this all fucking alone, and she hasn't said anything, and he hasn't reassured her one fucking bit about this Mami thing, how much of an asshole is he? That she's going through all this bullshit on her own and he didn't do jack shit because checking notes, oh, I have to be in a relationship with her in order to actually help her. That's literally Kazuya's excuse. That's literally Kazuya's fucking excuse. Oh, I can't support her unless I'm in a relationship with her. What a bunch of fucking nonsense. And that's literally Kazuya's issue. He is literally choosing to not face harsh truths. these things wouldn't have gone as close as we are. Why didn't Mommy fixate on Kazuya's relationship with Ruka like she did with Chizuru? So Mommy looks at Ruka as a kind of reflection of her. Mommy wanted to see Chizuru as a kind of enemy, right? Because Mommy is in secret very jealous of Chizuru, right? And so what she does to confront her feelings for Chizuru is that she projects herself onto Ruka because Ruka is a real girlfriend who is in her circumstances. Ruka is literally in Mommy's circumstances. She's just a secondary girl who's not going to get with Kazuya, who Chizuru is using. And she literally tells Ruka, hey, are you content with that? Are you content with just never winning and all you get is a GG and get fucked over? She literally projects herself onto Ruka. Ruka is me. And she wants Ruka to feel the same way she does, right? So that's why she doesn't actually fixate on that, because Ruka isn't winning for shit. Ruka isn't winning, Ruka is losing. So why the fuck would she care about Ruka? If anything, she wants Ruka on her side. She wants to turn Ruka because Ruka probably feels the same way she does. Ruka's also getting used, right? Chizuru's also using you. They're using you. Do what I say. Work with me. Let me destroy this stuff. Help me destroy this stuff. And she doesn't realize, no, Ruka would not do this. Ruka is not on her side. Because Ruka would choose love over this nihilism Mommy has picked for herself. That's why Mommy doesn't go after Ruka. Right? She is upset about Ruka at first, but then she realizes Ruka had no fucking chance and she was in the same circumstances as her, so she wanted to use her. That's why Mommy doesn't care about Ruka. Because she's losing. Who fucking cares? Chizuru knows Kazuya likes Mommy as a person and doesn't want to destroy that for him. No. It's not simply that. It's that Kazuya really cherished his feelings for Mommy. And if Chizuru does this, it would destroy that. It would destroy this love that he deeply cared about in the past. And that's why she says what she says in chapter 209, where she literally says, tell me if you still have feelings for her. She's not saying, oh, tell me if you have feelings for her, so I don't care, But in reality, what she's saying is that tell me so I don't hurt you. Tell me, do you still have feelings for Mommy-san? She says this because she doesn't want to hurt him. If he's moved on and he has no feelings or attachment for her, she can tell him. But Kazuya never tells her this, and she never asks. Sometimes I sit and think, what would have happened if Kibe never gave Chizuru and Kazuya the ferry tickets and he went to meet Mommy? Yeah. Right? That's important too. You know what's brilliant about that scene? That is a byproduct of Kazuya's actions. How? Because Kazuya built his relationship with Kibe, and Kibe became the good friend that he is to Kazuya, he would do that. So in a sense, it's the other term of fate. It's not just, destiny. It's fate created as a byproduct of Kazuya's actions. Kibe did that because he cared that much about his friend. Despite the fact that he didn't really understand him in some aspects, right? He really genuinely cared about his friend. And that's why he does that. And that ultimately results in Kazuya jumping off the ferry, right? Yeah, Kazuya could have maybe gone back to Mommy, but Mommy's own actions and in turn Kazuya's actions led to this event. If Mommy had not done what she did that led them to breaking up, Kibe would not have in turn tried to get them back together and give Kazuya the ticket. That was only inevitable. It was only a matter of time. It was only inevitable. It was always going to happen. That's the brilliance of that. You wonder to yourself, what if that never happened? But because of their own actions, it was always going to happen like this. It is kind of a brilliant way of using fate, where it's not just, convenient. Rather, no. It's a literal byproduct of their choices. Because of how they did things, that's why it happened the way it did. It was always going to happen like that. Nothing would have ever changed that. It was always going to play out exactly like that, which is so fucking cool. Sometimes I say, Kazuya has always been very hard on himself, but that's Nagomi to blame. She's been a piece of crap or grandma in my aspects. I don't think so. I I think a part of it is Nagomi, yes, but to say it's all Nagomi is bullshit. To say a large part of it is Nagomi is totally true, yes. But to say it's all Nagomi is also bullshit. She's also been an amazing grandma in many other aspects. She's literally been a single mother for a huge portion of her life. She had to do a lot on her own, and she tried to make Kazuya the best grandson he could be, and she spoiled him a lot as a kid. Kazuya is very spoiled. She's right in that she judged him too harshly, and she was a little too harsh on Kazuya. She's totally right. Yeah, she didn't see aspects of Kazuya, and she did judge him. But to say she's just a bad grandma is just bullshit. No, she is a good grandma who also did bad things. I love that Reiji depicts that so sincerely, that she is a good grandmother and a terrible one at the same time. There are aspects of her that genuinely suck, because she's human. Just as Kibe is an amazing friend and a terrible friend in some aspects, just as you probably are to some of your friends. You're probably a good friend to some people and kind of shitty at the same time to them too. By the way, Kazuya does say date in Japanese when he's talking to himself in page 5. Well, yes, he says date, but he doesn't speak the word date. He said when he says it to himself, he doesn't speak it aloud. Neither character speaks it aloud. They say it in their heads. That makes sense. No wonder, did mommy do what she did out of jealousy, out of nihilism towards love, or was she truly revolted by the fact that Chizuru and Kazuya were deceiving everyone? No. That was an excuse. She projected, okay. The root of everything for mommy's actions is jealousy, period. The nihilism is mommy's excuse. She wants to see the worst in people. And so what mommy did when seeing them deceive people is that she projected the deception she felt from her father, from her ex-boyfriend onto them. That same deception she was ended is the deception she projected onto them to justify her actions. That's it. Literally, like Reiji said, the basis for mommy's character is the part of me that uses my trauma as an excuse to do the things that I do. That's what she did. That's just the simple truth of what mommy did. It was out of jealousy. Her nihilism is an excuse. People often use nihilism as an excuse to be pieces of shit. In their nihilism, they choose not to look at love sincerely. They choose to want to destroy love. That's what Reiji was criticizing. Much like how a lot of readers look with a very nihilistic view onto Kazuya and Chizuru. In contrast, Minnie is a cynic. Minnie is pessimistic. She's cynical. She's literally kind of like a contrast to mommy. Minnie wants to believe in love, but she's cynical. She's pessimistic. So a part of her doesn't genuinely believe in love. So she lives it out through Kazuya, right? That's why Minnie is intentionally paralleled with mommy. Whereas mommy chose nihilism to deny love, and now she wants love and runs away from it. Minnie right now is pessimistic and uses the fact that love is lonely as an excuse to run away from it, even though she can clearly handle a whole bunch of things on her own. Nagomi is a bulldozer with good intentions, pretty much. The only real thing Nagomi did wrong was constantly saying how basic and boring Kazuya is, and she even realized that. She even realized she was doing that. Ironically, the live-action version of Nagomi is superior to both the anime and manga, in my opinion. She literally can't be, because the manga is the true version of Nagomi, so I don't know how she could be. If you say to the anime, sure. I mean, the anime is an adaptation, so I can make that sense. Curry's the best friend that is most reliable, who isn't used to the story. Well, okay. Meanwhile, Sumi is just happy to be here. There's only one thing I like to point out. On chapter 383, he did the same thing. Yep, I said this too. On page 14, he repeats himself. He pretends to not understand what she does, then he explains himself. She still has walls around herself, but Kazuya reminded that to her, he's not telling directly to her face. What he does is, what is this? What? You are not a burden to me. That is not about you are being burden to me. This is our relationship, and it's about you as much as me. We'd feel guilty for not being ready for your own relationship, so don't. They should work on their grammar, but not bad. Let's see here. In terms of the general structure, it's a weak chapter. This week's chapter had many striking similarities. Chapter 244. Something about communicating by phone seems to give our two leads a sense of freedom and openness they struggle with in person. Yes, literally, it's something you can see in chapter 383. The reason Kazuya can open up in chapter 383 is why. It's very simple. He's not looking at her. That's why. Kazuya literally sees her without looking. The point of the current story right now, the point of the current story, and it is perfectly symbolized in this page that I'll show you in just a sec, is this. They want to be able to face the other person. It's really that simple. They just want to be able to face the other person. Chizuru wants to be able to look him in the face and say, I love you. She doesn't want the moon is beautiful. She doesn't want to say the moon is beautiful, aka I love you indirectly. She doesn't want to be indirect. She wants to be able to look him in the eye and be confident in her feelings and say her feelings genuinely. And she thinks if she can do that, she is truly in love. In the same way, that's what Kazuya needs to do. Kazuya needs to be able to look her in the face and talk to her. Not be afraid of her. Not be scared. Not to run away. That's the whole point. When they face each other, they lose control. They get scared. They think they're gonna lose this. And they can't. And you see this literally. The whole point of Kazuya is literally he is afraid to interact with Chizuru after she kisses him because he's afraid of what's gonna fucking happen. So literally, what they're doing now is being able to face each other honestly, being able to look at the other person honestly and say what they genuinely feel and believe. Here, Kazuya can say what he thinks and what he actually feels because he's not looking at her. The entire walk is Kazuya's not looking at her. He doesn't see her face. She doesn't see his face. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. She literally, they can't see each other. That's why they can say what they can. That's why Chizuru can be so honest. She literally doesn't see him. He doesn't see her. That's why chapter 244 is so important. It's because they're texting each other, but they literally don't see the other person. In simple terms, the phones are like rental. The phones are literally like rental. They need the divide of this cold glass to allow them to feel the warmth of the other person. They need this cold divide, this fictional thing, to allow them to connect. And that's literally what Reiji's talking about. He shows us how technology can divide us, right, via stuff like AI or Mini, or how we don't text each other. But he also shows how the very same thing that divides us can also be something that connects us. They can literally use that very technology that initially divided them to allow them to communicate to each other. And that is the point. They need this divider right now. They are having a hard time facing each other. And they need this divider to allow them the ease to be able to face the other person. I'm going, I think how much simpler this could be if they could read the last 2 pages of the chapter and see how thrilled both of them were to have scheduled this date. I'm going to zero in on Chizuru in particular for the rest of the comments. She seems refreshed on the last page, happier and more relaxed than we've seen her in ages. And I want to try to break down exactly how she got out of the woods. Like I speculated in last week's series discussion thread, I suspect Chizuru was nervous to have received a call from Kazuya. I mean, she literally let it ring for 9 times. She needed a fucking second. And that was a part of why she took so many rings to answer the phone. Okay, there you go. She doesn't have the same look into Kazuya's head that we readers have. So she's been in the dark about how he received the kiss and probably increasingly anxious about it as the days stretched out without any word from him. But nerves notwithstanding, she does pick up the phone. Because, why did Chizuru pick up the phone? She will answer him. She will answer him regardless. She wants to face him wholeheartedly, and part of facing him is that she will answer regardless of what he asks. She will always face him. She was always going to answer. She was always going to say yes to the date. That was always going to happen, right? Regardless of how it turns out, she wants to face him. She wants to face him completely. Okay. But nerves notwithstanding, she does pick up the phone and conversation begins. Early in the chapter, Chizuru reads to me as somewhat reserved and cautious, even as late as page 10, when she's agreeing to meet up for the date. She's doing so with a serious expression, heavy-lidded eyes, and unenthusiastic speech. I think at this stage, she's still very much trying to keep her expectations in check. Kazuya wanting to meet up again is probably a good sign, but Chizuru herself is just returning from scheduling an in-person meetup with Umi for the express purpose of rejecting him, so she knows better than anyone that an outing together isn't a guaranteed win. Ooh, okay, fair enough. However, having scheduled the day gives Chizuru at least enough optimism to begin taking initiative in the conversation herself, leading to her apology in page 12 and 13. She recognizes the way in which she's been unfair and inconsistent lately, and even if Kazuya doesn't seem to be noticeably upset about them, she still wants to express her regret about it. Interestingly, Kazuya basically no-sells the apology. Well, while he touches on it a bit later, you don't have to worry about me, his first reaction is to ignore the apology entirely and double down on congratulating Chizuru about her play. Well, no. That is actually what helped her. I think people really misunderstand how much this helped her. This is the moment that really helped Chizuru. He's like, I will not take this back. Just because you did something unfair to me, I will not take this back. I'm still happy for you. Congratulations. You got a win. Fucking take it. You're doing good. I don't feel bad about this. It is okay. It's cool. It is the reassurance she needed. This is that moment that was important. This is what changed everything. He is literally the moon to her night. Kazuya is literally in a well-lit room above Chizuru. He's literally above her. Just like the moon is literally above her. He is literally the thing that illuminated her night. What do you see above Chizuru here? The moon. Her feelings for him. She says, I'm sorry. He says, I'm happy for you. Don't feel bad about it. This is important. This is what she needed. This is what she needed to truly appreciate what July 11th was. This is what she needed to make sure this date was what it was. Let's see here. His first reaction is to ignore the apology entirely and double down on congratulating Chizuru about her play. That reaction, I think, is the essential turning point for her. Chizuru has very conscientiously opened up about the locus of her anxiety and given Kazuya a window to complain. But his response demonstrates pointedly that he isn't harboring any resentment about how everything went down. The upcoming date, therefore, must be a good thing. And I think we see her relief begin to dawn at the bottom of page 14, indicated by the warm lighting of the panel and a blush bigger than we see from her anywhere else in this chapter. On page 15 through 16, Kazuya is wrapping up the phone call, and we see Chizuru so he pretty much just said what I said. And we see Chizuru hold him on the line a bit longer in order to communicate that she's looking forward to the date, a sign of her newfound comfort and confidence, in my view. And once the phone call is over, once there's no need to closely observe and analyze Kazuya's responses, she can just bask in the good news. Well, that smile speaks for itself. Damn! Dude can cook. That was well written. Damn, bro. I'm glad to be your number 7. That was well written. I like her interpretation of Chizuru's downward sad glance. She feels guilty about how she's treated Kazuya and how she's been a bit wishy-washy about her feelings and responds, and she's working up the courage to apologize for it. After she apologizes and won't hear it, she is relieved and ready to move forward. That's pretty much what I agreed to, pretty much. Like, I pretty much said the same thing. Like, that's my ultimate conclusion that I came to. I pretty much wrote the same thing. Like, I think the only difference is that he made some good pointing out. Meeting up with Umi, not necessarily a good thing, right? Meeting up with Umi, not necessarily a good thing. Right? So that in turn could inform that Kazuya meeting up with her could also not be a good thing. And in turn, Chizuru feeling the need to apologize and opening that window to apologize, and Kazuya is still telling her, no, it's cool, you're doing good, means he holds no resentment, and this is, in fact, a good thing. And it's like, oh, Thank God. Like, literally, Kazuya did what he needed to. This is the thing Kazuya was not doing, right? This is the thing Kazuya was not doing. He didn't reassure her at all that what she did was good. She had no reassurance that what she did before was good. This is what he needed to fucking do. This is what Kazuya needed to fucking do this entire fucking time. This is the thing he was not doing. This is what he actually needs to work on. This is what he actually needs to do. He needs to reassure her more that what she's doing isn't bad. That she's not making bad choices. That she's making the right choices and she's not being a fuck up. It's literally meant to contrast directly back to the 3-month time skip. Sorry, not 3-month time skip. Chapter 383. I said 3-month time skip because I had threes in my head. Yeah, it's literally meant to call back to chapter 383 where what happens? Right? What happens in chapter 383? Literally, he reassures her, you're not a fuck up. You're doing the right thing. You're not failing. And that's the thing Kazuya needs to do more. This is how you become a better man. This is literally how you become a better man. You literally just help the person feel like they're not a fuck up. You just help them make the right choices. You reassure them that they're not making a mistake. If we look at Chizuru's apology to Kazuya as being a continuation of what she said to Umi in chapter 390, I think it makes a lot more sense. Pretty much, yeah. I pretty much said the same exact thing. She just rejected a guy and explained that she doesn't feel capable of choosing a great guy or knowing her own feelings. But openly said she might be in love and that she wants to face that wholeheartedly. The next thing we hear from her is her apologizing to Kazuya. I'm sorry. I don't really understand why. I confuse myself sometimes, but whenever it's about you, it's like I became a completely different person. That's huge. She's pretty much confessing. Literally, I'm literally saying this earlier. This is Chizuru confessing, right? She's unable to pick a great guy. She doesn't understand her own feelings, but she might be in love right now. And then she proceeds to tell Kazuya. Kazuya makes her feel like and act like a completely different person. Something that Umi cannot do. Nobody else can do this except for him. She's literally saying, I love you indirectly. Hence the moon above her. It's the phrase, the moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? It's literally what she says. She's indirectly confessing to him. She's literally indirectly confessing to him, but that's not what she wants to do. Chizuru wants to be able to face him and say, I love you. Not, the moon is beautiful tonight. That's not what she wants to do. And this is why I think Reiji, when Kazuya is thinking back to this moment, Kazuya remembers Minnie saying what Chizuru did is, I love you. Notice how it's specifically in English. Notice how it's very specifically in English. That phrase, the moon is beautiful, isn't it? Which is an indirect way of saying I love you, because the moon is Suki, and when you say I love you to someone, it's ski or Suki, or sorry, no, it's just ski. It's not Suki. Suki and ski sound similar. So when you say the moon is beautiful tonight, you're saying I love you indirectly. Well, the reason that phrase was even invented when we looked it up yesterday is because I love you in English to that writer who came up with this phrase was too direct. Literally, the English phrasing of I love you is too direct, at least as he believes, for Japanese people, right? The Japanese people are more subtle. They would say it a lot more subtly. In contrast, you have many literally saying it in English. Literally, the English phrase, I love you, right? Which is not what Chizuru did. Chizuru kissed Kazuya, and she indirectly said, I love you a whole bunch of times. She didn't directly say it to him, right? Every single aspect of what she did is an expression of her love. But she still cannot say, I love you. And that's what Chizuru wants to reach. She wants to reach that point where she can say, I love you to him. She can look him dead in the eye and confidently say, I love you. That's what she wants to do. She doesn't want to say, the moon is beautiful. Okay. Okay. Somebody already explained the moon symbolism in this comment. The moon is pronounced ski, and the affection is pronounced suki. Yeah, yeah. Is it Kester's thing? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Okay. Verkez. The Verkuz. Kazuya operates best when provoked. No. He can do things. Kazuya can do things. He doesn't need to always be provoked, but Kazuya needs more challenge. That's just the truth. Chizuru needs more assurance. Chizuru needs more assurance and support that what she's doing is fine because she can move on her own perfectly fine. Kazuya needs more fucking conflict, right? Kazuya needs more fucking conflict. Dude needs to get into a fight. Chizuru essentially told Umi the moon is shitty, lol. Oh my god. Ah, yes, the essay. Classic, I know. Ugh. Fucking love me some tea. I have mixed feelings about this chapter, so let's analyze. Okay. Chizuru answers the phone and Kazuya freaks out. He desperately wanted to call to be answered, but he is surprised that she is actually answered. This gives you insight into Kazuya's mindset. He never actually tried to contact her before. He didn't need to because Chizuru usually did. So he kind of expected his attempt to not be successful, but it is. Okay, so I actually have a lot to say about that. I'll hold off. Once we finish reading Verkez's comment, I'll check like 2 more comments, and then I'll go and read some of the stuff I wrote. There's some stuff from Japanese readers we gotta read too. Fuck. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Kazuya, even Fishgun says, did you not actually want her to answer? True. Yeah. Kazuya didn't even know what to say. He doesn't get further than saying hello several times. Chizuru has to snap him out of it so he can do what he wanted to do. He still gets scared by her cute voice, but he forces himself to take action because he fears that he might lose her to Umi if he doesn't. He asks if she can talk now, which he confirms, and then straight up asks if she wanted to go on an outing with him on July 11th. The following silence makes, oh my lord, why is it so long? It's so long. Someone who writes essays, why is it so long? Okay. The following silence makes Kazuya freeze up in fear. He managed to ask her out, but now he's afraid that the beautiful illusion Minnie gave him might just break. Yeah, and isn't that fitting? Remember what the earlier person said? Chizuru's silence here doesn't tell is because she doesn't know if he's still gonna reject her or not, right? She still doesn't know if the kiss was received well or not. She has no idea, right? She has no idea if the kiss was well received or not. So literally, Chizuru's pause here informs how these words are like far away from her, right? Because she still doesn't know if this is a good thing or not. This informs why the word date is not being present is important. Kazuya says, let's go out. It implies a date, but maybe it could be something else. It might not be a date. He doesn't say date. He says going out. So naturally, Chizuru could think of it like it's something negative. She has no way of knowing. It could be something negative in her eyes. That explains so much. That explains so much now. When you realize that's why the word date is not used. That's why the word date isn't used. Oh, wow. Reiji cooked. Okay. So Chizuru's pause mirrors. So when Chizuru pauses, it mirrors Kazuya's own fear of what she's going to say. They're both afraid in that moment, right? They're both, in that exact moment, they're both scared. They're both terrified, equally so. If she doesn't know if him asking is something bad, and he doesn't know if she's going to say yes. They're both terrified. They're both sharing in the feeling, literally both sharing in the moonlight. Literally like how, oh my God, do you guys remember what the editor notes for the final page read? Holy shit. The editor notes in the final page literally read, Kazuya's tears, Mizuhara's smile, both of their feelings, they are the same. They're literally feeling the same exact thing. Jesus Christ. Right? Chizuru seems more under control. She represents order, whereas Kazuya represents chaos. Very fitting, considering Tsukiyomi, the moon god, which is a male moon god, it usually represents order. When you think of the moon, you think of order. You think of control. Whereas when you think of the sun, Amaterasu, you usually think of like more chaotic and more reactionary. But in reality, they are they are two sides of the same exact coin, right? Whereas Chizuru appears in order, she too feels the same exact emotions Kazuya does. They share the same exact sky. They're literally sharing in the same exact sky. They share in the same exact feeling. Kazuya may be in light and Chizuru may be outside in the darkness. It doesn't mean they're not feeling the same exact thing. That's so good. Now he's afraid that the beautiful illusion Minnie gave him might just break. If Minnie had been wrong, Chizuru might refuse an invitation from a guy she rejected. Kazuya thinks multiple times that he would die if Chizuru said no. This was the teaser. So Kazuya specifically thinks 3 times, right? Kazuya specifically says it 3 times. He says, if she says no, I'll die. He repeats this phrase 3 times as it zooms in. Then, when you turn the page, he says, yatta, I did it. Yatta, yatta, yatta. He says it 3 times. The reason they don't translate it to I did it is it doesn't land as well. I did it, I did it, I did it. It doesn't land as well as yes, 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 right? Yatta, yatta, yatta. See how that works better? That's why they localized it to yatta instead of yes. Oh, sorry, they localized it to yes instead of I did it. It just works better. It just works better, like yatta, yes. See how it works better? So that's why the no, no, no echoes the yes, yes, yes. What's fascinating is that the no, no, no is built on a foundation of lies. That's what's fascinating, right? If it's a rejection, I'll die. That's built on a foundation of lies, right? It's built on his own fear that maybe this didn't work out, mirroring Chizuru's own fear based on what Minnie said. Isn't that fascinating, right? Chizuru tells Minnie that she just heard Kazuya. That's what Minnie told Chizuru. That's what Minnie told Chizuru, that she just heard Kazuya, right? And so Chizuru has this inherent fear in her head that, oh, he's not happy with what just happened, right? And this might not be good. Which mirrors Kazuya, who's afraid, based on what Minnie said, that, oh, if she rejects me, that means that Chizuru doesn't have feelings for me after all when she said the kiss. Both of them are trying to escape Minnie's illusions. Holy shit. Holy shit. Both of them are trying to escape Minnie's illusions. And then he compares himself to Umi, right? And Umi is literally, what is it? Umi literally says, Kazuya literally says, oh, I'm like the guy who keeps being persistent, keeps asking her out. That's literally Umi, bro. That's literally Umi. That's not fucking you. That's literally Umi, right? So literally the foundation for his rejection is false. Just as Chizuru's foundation for Kazuya not being happy and her trying to find some sense of relief from the situation is also false. All because Kazuya didn't do anything and Minnie spoke for him. And in turn, Chizuru didn't do anything. Right? They needed this resolution. Both of them needed this resolution. But Kazuya needed to start it. Kazuya was the one who first needed to move because Chizuru already initiated. She kissed him. It's on him to figure out what that kiss means. Yeah, it's in part on her to explain. Right? It's on her to explain, but not like that. Okay, let's continue. The following silence makes Kazuya freeze up in fear. He managed to ask her out, but now she's afraid. Blah, 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 blah. Kazuya thinks multiple times he would die if he. Blah, 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 blah. But Chizuru agrees to his proposal. I wanted to mention that she agreed without Kazuya telling her anything about his plans at all. Neither about his plans for those 1.5 months, nor about his plans for the actual day he invited her. It doesn't matter to Chizuru. All that matters is that he wants to do this. Right? She's willing to face him, even if it ends up being bad, only to later find out it's good. That's why Chizuru is downcast at first. Yeah, right? Chizuru being downcast here, that's why. Because she literally invited Umi out to fucking reject him. She knows this still might not be a good thing. Kazuya didn't call it a date. Kazuya didn't specify what the date even is. He doesn't even know what that even means, right? He could just be meeting to reject her, right? He just wants to meet her formally to reject her, or maybe he wasn't happy or something, right? He claims to love her, but maybe it could be a bad thing. You never know. Right? You don't know. It could still be a bad thing. She has no way of knowing, but she's willing to face this regardless. She was always going to answer the phone. She was always going to agree to meet him. She's always going to keep moving forward. But now she knows it's okay. Let's see. He could have invited her to his birthday and she would have agreed to go as well, play or not. He probably could have asked her to come over to him right now and she would have done it. Chizuru is calm and serious when she agrees. This feels very deliberate from her. Unlike Kazuya, who can't believe that she actually agreed, from Chizuru, this feels almost calculated, like it went how she expected it, maybe even disappointingly so. I have such a weird feeling here. This feels so off somehow. Chizuru isn't surprised. This is what she would have expected from Kazuya after she told Minnie about July 11th. Kazuya didn't question any of it. Chizuru questioned if he heard from Minnie. He confirms to her that she told him about the play. Kazuya acted completely on Minnie's information, and he never checked with Chizuru if any of that was actually true. He wants to believe Minnie. He doesn't want Chizuru to possibly destroy his illusion. He doesn't ask about the play. He shows no actual interest. He doesn't ask any detail like what the play even is or why it is important to her, which is just baffling. No, not necessarily. Kazuya has never asked in the past, right? He's just happy she got something she wanted, which is just in Kazuya's nature. I think you're a little dooming a little bit here, like I was when I initially read this. Because when I initially read this, I was like, oh, there's something really negative here. But suddenly, like when you look at it from a different perspective, it makes a lot more sense. That they're literally feeling the same thing. She's just afraid. She's not necessarily calculated. Like, I don't think she's outright calculated here, but she is downcast and concerned. There's something she's a little worried about right here, right? There is a clear sense of discomfort and worry here. And Chizuru is a little scared about what Kazuya actually wants. She doesn't know what he actually wants, right? Just as Kazuya here doesn't know what she actually wants, right? So both of them are in the same boat. They just look different, right? Kazuya literally looks just like Chizuru right here. This picture right here, literally this one. It's the same exact thing. They look exactly the same. But one is in shadow and zoomed in, and one is distant, right? So Chizuru doesn't know. That's why Chizuru, after this point, is illuminated in light. That's why Chizuru, after this point, is illuminated in light. There's no need to be in shadows anymore. There's nothing to worry about. She did good things. She's on the right path. She was always doing the good thing from the start. Kazuya congratulates Chizuru on her play and tells her that he's happy for her. Chizuru thanks him and then she apologizes. Chizuru said that she didn't want to make Kazuya wait any longer, and she actually means that. But whenever it comes to Kazuya, she suddenly can't follow through with her convictions anymore. This has always been the case. She tried ending the rental relationship a few times in the past, but then she just couldn't when it came to actually doing it. She knows that she should have rejected the invitation to Hawaiians, but then she just couldn't when it actually came to it. And just recently, she truly believed that rejecting Kazuya there after the date was the right thing to do, and she actually did, but then she still kept making him wait for her even though that was the very thing she tried not to do. She has set a deadline for herself with July 11th, but it doesn't change the fact that she might make Kazuya wait until then, so she apologizes again. Yeah. This is good analysis. I like this. Kazuya congratulates Chizuru on her play and tells her that he is happy for her again. He doubles down on this. He then tells her not to worry about him and to focus on doing her best. Yes, that's what she plans to do, but maybe not how Kazuya imagines it. Kazuya then also says that he probably didn't have to tell Chizuru to do her best because she always does. After all. I disagree with Kazuya. He absolutely has to tell her those things, even when they are a given to him. The little sentence that they're just validated Chizuru's efforts. He acknowledged that she's doing her best. That is worth so much more than he realizes. He does that way too little. Exactly. I completely agree. Kazuya, literally right here, this scene to me, don't worry about me. Just focus on doing your best. This is for you. And this does help, right? Just focus on doing she's thankful that he's saying do your best, but this is for him. Nobody else has pointed this out. And so I feel very proud of pointing this out myself. Nobody else has pointed this out. That when Kazuya says, don't worry about me, bitch, this is for you. This is about you, right? I'm doing this for you, right? He doesn't realize it's for him. Nobody's said that. I think this is what this is. Just don't worry about me. No. This is about you. All of this is about you, right? Kazuya wants to hang up, but Chizuru tells him to wait. There's one more thing she wants to tell him. She tells him that she looks forward to July 11th. This, in turn, validates Kazuya's efforts. He felt rewarded already, right? Both of their efforts felt rewarded, right? Chizuru's effort in opening up to Kazuya and committing to this play and rejecting Umi and doing all of that stuff felt rewarded. And in turn, Kazuya's efforts were rewarded in asking Chizuru out, because now he knows she's also looking forward to it too. Both of their efforts were rewarded. Both feel fulfilled by the end of the chapter. Kazuya hangs up. Once again, like after his last date invitation, he starts laughing and crying. For him, it looks like nothing has changed since then. He was just granted another chance. Chizuru, on the other hand, looks more confident than last time. She actually genuinely smiles there in the end. She's determined to do this, and this is probably not the play. Yeah. She's moving forward. What next? The teaser for next time is something seems to have gotten weird. There's no actual subtext in the sentence. It could refer to anything. It could refer to as a person. You seem to have been acting weird, or it could be referred to a situation, as in something doesn't seem to add up here. I honestly don't know what to expect from the next chapter. Kazuya seems to continue this path to becoming a better man until July 11th. There are a few things that could shake up the status quo. There is Ruka, who he still goes on regular dates with, and she knows that he just moved. That there's this meeting with Umi, which should happen soon, which happens sometime soon. Then there's Mami, who might be during the driving camp. And finally, there is Kazuya's birthday, where I doubt Chizuru would just stay silent, especially after Kazuya established contact again here. Let me talk a little bit about Chizuru here again. Something about her here feels off to me this chapter. When she accepts Kazuya's invitation, it almost feels like the mix between disappointment and relief to me. And I can't put my finger onto why. It's because you don't know. It's because you don't know, and she's literally feeling the same anxiety. I would guess she might be disappointed if Kazuya just took everything Minnie said at face value without questioning it, but on the other hand, she might be relieved that he didn't blame her for what she did. Neither for the kiss nor for making him wait. After Minnie had accused her so heavily, this wasn't necessarily a given to her. Kazuya didn't give up on her. Kazuya still gave her a chance to prove herself to him on July 11th. I wonder why Chizuru needed to convey July 11th to Kazuya through Minnie. She could have told him that herself, unless there was a reason why she couldn't. Right? That is an important thing, right? Why doesn't Chizuru tell him this directly? This is an important thing. Now it could be explained in that Chizuru doesn't act like herself when it comes to Kazuya, but why doesn't Chizuru tell him this directly? This is a really fascinating thing that we still don't quite know, right? We still have not heard the exact conversation in chapter 390. That's just a fact. We don't know the exact details of chapter 390 and why Chizuru doesn't just text him this. Why? Why not just text him this? Right? Maybe she was afraid of how he would react, which would make some sense. That could explain some stuff here, right? Chizuru was worried how Kazuya felt, so that's why she maybe didn't tell him. But was she just planning to stay silent that entire time? That doesn't make much sense. So there are some things that still don't quite add up, but things are getting slowly solved. Right? We're slowly solving some mysteries, but there's just stuff that still doesn't add up. There's still very much a mystery that exists here that we don't fully know the context of, right? We don't know the context of Chizuru's feelings towards Minnie. We don't know the details of the play. Even the relationship between Chizuru and Umi is a little weird because there's clearly a sense of trust between them, while at the same time Chizuru feels Umi does not know who she actually is and in turn rejects him. So there's a lot of stuff that's still not quite clear, and we keep getting introduced to more mysteries as we continue. It might have just felt weird to talk to him about the play instead of the kiss if she contacted him, but some part of me wonders if Chizuru lied to Minnie about anything. Well, she did lie about something. Like, there's just one thing she blatantly lied about, and it's just a fact, right? There's just one thing Chizuru blatantly lied about to Minnie, and that's really, really simple. She didn't talk about the kiss. Literally, what did Minnie confront Chizuru about? The kiss. That's why she confronted her about. Now, she doesn't say the kiss, right? She doesn't say about the kiss, right? Right? Nobody has mentioned the kiss yet. But what does Chizuru not tell Minnie about at all here? She does not explain the kiss at all. And this is important. Why? Minnie literally says right here, she could have just told me. It's cute that she was embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? Why did Chizuru think she could hide the kiss? Did you find out anything? Do you know what that kiss means, Minnie? No. Minnie has no clue what the kiss means. And even here, Chizuru still didn't tell her about the kiss. That's what Chizuru hid here. Chizuru used a truth to hide the kiss. Now, there's the only thing that I find fascinating about here that I really want to know about is this. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Why? Right? Why this specific line? There's just a why. Like, why? Like, I get it. You want to focus on this play, but why? Right? So Chizuru hid the kiss here, and her decision to not have a boyfriend is an interesting one. Why? So there are still some mysteries. We haven't solved everything, right? But the blatant secret that Chizuru kept here is she didn't tell Minnie about the kiss. Minnie doesn't know jack shit about it. Why did she literally says, why did she think she could hide it? Bitch, she fucking did. You still don't know jack shit. That's just a fact. Let's see. She told Kazuya that she wouldn't lie to him, so she couldn't have honored that promise if she had directly talked to him if what she had said contained a lie, right? So, in terms of the play, there was no lie. Literally everything Chizuru talks about is true. That's what Chizuru does. Everything she talks about, she sincerely says. She sincerely tells the truth about everything she talks about. The things she doesn't talk about, the things she omits, that's where the lies exist. So there are lies. She's omitting certain things. And those are, in fact, lies. There are things she's not saying, maybe because she doesn't feel ready to, maybe because she doesn't know how to. But there are things she's not talking about. Everything she does talk about is real. Therefore, the play is real. The play is real. I think the play is real. Like, there's very real evidence the play is real, right? But what is Chizuru omitting? That is the question. But she never says she wouldn't lie to Minnie, so it's really a loophole if she lies to Kazuya through Minnie. Chizuru isn't maliciously trying to deceive Kazuya. She knows that a lie can make someone happy. Maybe she thinks that it's necessary to make Kazuya happy. She would still tell him the truth if he asked, but it doesn't look like he wants to. When she accepted Kazuya's invitation, it almost feels like she's a mix of... I touched on this in my own top-level comment, but my theory about that is that at this point, Chizuru is still uncertain about how Kazuya received the kiss. She had several days of radio silence from him, and she knows she's been sending mixed signals. Scheduling a date seems like a good step, but from a writing perspective, it's absolutely not a coincidence that this is happening directly after Chizuru similarly set up an in-person meeting with Umi for the express purpose of rejecting him decisively. I think the possibility of he's doing the same to me was in the back of her head until she got the apology off her chest and got to see Kazuya's response. It's only after that she was able to relax and be optimistic. Completely agree. But the possibility of the play being fake is still there. It's possible, but considering Kazuya congratulated her for the play, and she didn't look like she felt bad about it or anything, right? Like she explained that she felt bad about it, but I think the play is real. I literally said when reading chapter 390 is that this is a truth disguising a lie. She's using a real thing, that is the play, to disguise a lie. There's a lie in plain sight here, and it's the kiss. Will the meetup with Umi be chapter 400? I kind of doubt it. I'm thinking about the special panel when she agrees to go out. She's in shadow, looking serious and calm, almost like she's reflecting deeply on something. It feels like her expression could stem from internal struggles, her own insecurities, guilt, or doubts, or external factors like disappointment with the date itself, or how it was proposed, or even its true nature. I'm really curious if the future chapters will dive into this moment, and it could set up some key events down the line. That said, her sense of joy and connection in the final panel are super reassuring, and I'm holding on to that for now. I think literally you're supposed to look... the person said it best. Literally, you're supposed to look at this page here and feel doubt and concern, only for your doubt and concern to just be washed away. Literally, let go in the wind. Someone described this. Oh my God, someone described this perfectly. Let me pull this up. Someone described this perfectly. I read a comment that said, "This chapter feels like a refreshing spring breeze." And that's such a perfect way to put it. It leaves you smiling and relaxing in the end. It's short and impermanent, only a small fleeting moment, and yet it changes your whole mood knowing you're a part of it. That's literally it. Right? You walk into this chapter with this sense of anxiety. You even feel a sense of anxiety looking at Chizuru's face, her reaction, and how she's speaking. And yet by the end of it, all of that is washed away. All of it is washed away. This small little warm, you know when you feel the spring breeze, it's just nice and warm and comforting. Literally, when you feel that, everything just washes away. That's literally what this moment feels like to me. All their worries, their concerns, everything they were scared of, not being able to talk, things not working out, just gone with the wind. Literally, as her hair flows in the spring breeze, it's all just gone. It all just flew away. You literally feel Chizuru's comfort here. She looks so relaxed and comfortable and just at ease. She looks up at the night sky, knowing her future is ahead. The bridge is close. It feels closer than ever. The moon feels closer than ever. It feels like she could reach this. It feels like she can do this. It's literally like when you take a deep breath and you feel like you finally relaxed. Like have you ever been super fucking stressed out and then you just it just all washes off. It's like a weight off your shoulders. This is what this chapter is. It's like literally a weight off your shoulders. And you can just finally just relax. Take it easy. That's literally what it feels like. And it's so good. Okay. You're right about what made her kiss him. Well, it looks like we're not reading the same manga, but your sounds way more intense though. Chizuru being insecure and afraid that Kazuya might reject her. Chizuru doesn't seem too sure about a lot of things, but one thing she doesn't or no longer doubts is the feelings Kazuya has for her. Even after the rejection, I think a part of what made her kiss him. If we want to be rational about it, I can follow your idea that she was that she was just stressed about talking to Kazuya. Maybe she was expecting him to bring up the kiss, but instead he talked about something else, which caught her off guard. And then Kazuya went to full Kazuya for the rest of the chapter, which probably reassured her in some way. She definitely felt relieved by the end. A lot of all that, of course, if you're reading the chapter some kind of diagonally and not paying too much attention, and details might actually mean anything, but still there are some weird things going on. Well, she's literally dooming like him. She's literally dooming like him. Literally, Kazuya dooming reflects Chizuru dooming. She's thinking the same things. She's scared of the same fucking things. He's scared about Umi. She's probably scared about Ruka. Right? She knows it's silly. She knows it's silly. Kazuya knows it's silly. But they're scared all the same. It's just natural. It's just normal. Right? Their fears are completely normal. It doesn't mean that they're not there. And then when it all washes away, they feel a genuine sense of comfort, then they can move forward. The lack of communication from Kazuya after the kiss led to a resurgence of insecurity from Chizuru's side. That's completely valid. Kazuya was feeling insecure about her not texting him. Of course she felt insecure. You literally see it. Like, bro. Here's Chizuru. Clearly very stressed out. She's clearly very worried. He's not texting her. Right? She's clearly like he's not texting her. She's sitting in shadows. She feels stressed out. She feels worried. This worry literally lingers and lingers and lingers and lingers. It's there the entire fucking time. And then finally now she looks up. For so much of this story, she's been literally looking down. For so much of this, she's literally been looking down. Chizuru has constantly been looking down for so much of this story. Like after Kazuya kissed her. Or sorry, after Chizuru kissed him. After Chizuru kissed him, she's literally been looking down the entire time. And how does this chapter end? Right? What do we see with Chizuru when we start? She's still looking down. Even at the start, she's literally still looking down. If we go back to the previous chapter, when she gets the call, She's looking down and she's in shadows. Literally, the entire story for this whole point was her looking down and in shadows. And then finally, in the end, she finally looks up and smiles. It's literally like a weight off her shoulders. Literally, the thing she was fucking terrified about, Kazuya rejecting her, literally finally a weight off her shoulders. She made the right move. The kiss was the right move. She did the right thing. He doesn't feel bad about it. Everything is perfectly fine. And that was literally my theory for like a huge portion of this, that Kazuya kept sending her the signals that the kiss hurt him. And then Minnie shows up and she literally implies to Chizuru that the kiss bothered him somehow. Give me a second. Turn off the light. Ugh. That should be better. I rejected him and kissed him in the next day. He will think that I'm playing with his feelings. It's a pretty fair assessment to have, right? That's a pretty fair assessment to have. Do you think Chizuru might have ulterior motives on Kazuya for the next date? Not really, no. Not really, no. I think I literally said what Chizuru wants to do is be able to face him and say, I love you. I literally said that's what it is. That's literally what it is. Chizuru wants to be able to face him and say, I love you. That's what Chizuru wants. Okay? That's not an ulterior motive. That's literally not an ulterior motive. She just wants to say, I love you. Like, clearly. She wants to give him a very clear answer. From Chizuru's point of view, Kazuya cleanly was what she viewed as the selfless moral path. She felt guilty for taking so long to figure out her feelings, and that he deserved to be free to pursue someone who could return his love straightforwardly, without all the complications. And when she's coming from that perspective, the fact that she kissed him anyway completely flies in the face of that principle. So she's beating herself up. She's being really hard on herself. That's a good way to look at it. She's being really fucking hard on herself. With all the complications. And when she's coming from the perspective, the fact that she kissed him flies completely in that face of that principle. And I think that mixed signals between her instincts and her rational stance are a big part of what she was apologizing about this week. Exactly. A huge part of what she's apologizing about is that she kissed him. Okay. She rejects him in the date. She tells him she doesn't want to keep him waiting. Then she kisses him, and then she makes him wait more. Right? So she literally, everything she just did flies in the face of the principle and her stance, this thing that she adamantly kept saying and believing, this goes in the face of that, right? And she felt the need to apologize because she does need to apologize for that. Like it seems like she's leading him on, but she's not. She's actually being very serious. She's not leading him on, but it looks that way and she feels the need to apologize because she should. It just makes sense. Compound this is the fact that Kazuya has kept his physical attraction to Chizuru very closely guarded from her. For all that he gushes about her in his head, he doesn't verbalize any of that, and he's been scrupulous about avoiding close physical contact when it comes up. We know as readers that it's just him trying to be very polite and disciplined, but Chizuru doesn't have enough information to tell whether it's that or whether he just isn't very interested in the physical side of a relationship. And if it's the latter, then kissing him out of nowhere would have been a big overstep. Yeah, especially considering like she just kissed him randomly, right? But to be fair, like, he kind of gave her the green light, right? Kazuya gives her the green light, she in turn gives him the green light, and then he just thinks it's a red light. So Chizuru already feels like she was being unfair and irrational by kissing him after everything she said. And after the kiss, Kazuya goes absolutely silent for days on end. I'm going to quote Empty Glimmer's comment on this bit because I think he highlighted this contrast well. I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. To 4 or 5 days of fucking nothing. Not a thanks again for letting me crash with you. No, honestly, I'm going to kind of miss living together. He didn't even let her know that they wanted to move, that the move went okay. Yeah, he just completely radio silence. Like, what are you supposed to get from that? Literally, what are you supposed to get from that? Like, she just kissed him and he just fucking ghosts her. Right? Kazuya literally ghosted her. And it's really fucking ironic. right? That's really fucking ironic because he's like, oh, she ghosted me and she hurt my feelings and ooh and blah 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 blah. Well, guess what? You just did it to her. How fucking ironic, Kazuya. You didn't want to be ghosted and you fucking ghosted her. Yeah, he hates me. He fucking ghosted her. Like, what the fuck is she supposed to think? Of course she's fucking scared. With the little information she had and her natural tendency towards pessimism, I could easily see Chizuru facing a nagging fear that she had a good thing going and then ruined it by getting overexcited and trampling over Kazuya's boundaries. And then what does Kazuya fucking do right after? What does Kazuya fucking do right after? This little fucking shitter. This garbage. My dude. Kazuya, what the fuck? Kazuya, what the fuck? I love you, dude, but what the fuck? Right? She's worried about like trampling over his boundaries, his feelings, and fucking up. What is he doing? He's literally trampling all over her feelings. That she had this very intimate moment they shared, and he's just fucking reenacting it with Minnie as a kind of fucking joke. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Kazuya? You're a fucking dick, dude. What a dick move. Minnie's a dick here too. Both of them are being really shitty here. Like Minnie for even saying this, and Kazuya for fucking doing it. Right? It's just like absolute dick move. And then you see that basically the whole point of this scene is that it's Kazuya and Minnie's like twisted adultness contrasted by Chizuru's innocence. Chizuru's actions are very, very innocent. Her kiss is very, very innocent. In contrast, look at the shit Minnie and Kazuya say. Also, I could feel your boobs a little. That'll cost you 570 yen or 5,700 yen. Like, dude, they're literally talking like filthy adults. That's literally what they're talking like. They're literally talking like filthy adults. That's the whole point. This is literally the whole idea. Is they're literally talking like these filthy adults. They're literally looking at this in like a really pessimistic and like adult way, where it's like, oh, the kiss has to mean all this stupid shit. The kiss has to mean all this stupid crap. When literally it's just a simple, really innocent kiss. In contrast, because they're pessimistic adults, they look at this in the worst fucking way possible, right? Oh, the kiss has to mean this. Oh, Chizuru's just being wishy-washy. Literally, what does Minnie say? What does Minnie say? Oh, she just changed her mind, but the woman's heart changes like the seasons, but it really just means she's an unaware attention seeker. How ironic that Minnie, of all fucking people, calls Chizuru an attention seeker, when what does Minnie do so much of the fucking story? Literally wants Kazuya's attention. She's literally an unaware attention seeker. If she was a good friend right here, she wouldn't have gotten more booze. She wouldn't have reenacted all this horse shit. She'd have slapped him again and be like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing here? You're an idiot. And if he argues, get the fuck out of the door right now, you stupid idiot. Go to her. What the shit are you doing? You're an idiot. Like, literally slap him again. I would slap him as many times as it fucking took for him to get the fucking message. And like, get the fuck out right now. What are you doing? Instead, what does Minnie do? She's an unaware attention seeker. She's not responsible. She doesn't care. Instead, she continues this bullshit, right? She continues this nonsense, right? She keeps going with her bullshit. Instead, she keeps saying, oh, hey, let's drink some more. Let's reenact this stuff. Let's keep doing this stuff. This criticism of Kazuya has to stop. They're facing the music, especially Kazuya. No, not yet. Not yet. No. There are some very real problems Kazuya has not confronted. No. So look, Kazuya made an amazing first step here. This was an amazing first step here. He's still not facing the actual music. Not really. No. There is a very real problem Kazuya has not confronted yet, and it is his own inaction and lack of awareness. That Kazuya is still living in somewhat of a fantasy. He's taking his steps to getting back to reality, right? He's still having that clash between fantasy and reality. He's still living in somewhat of a fantasy. And that is literally symbolized in this chapter, right? This is literally symbolized in this chapter in a very simple and effective way. Chizuru is outside, free, walking among other people, literally looking up and smiling at the world. Kazuya is in his house. Kazuya is literally still in his home. He falls over on his bed, unable to actually go outside and see the moon, share the same sky as her. He's literally still trapped. This is meant to mirror the 3-month time skip for a very particular reason. Literally stuck in their homes. Now, what does Chizuru do? Chizuru now, even though there's still a separation occurring, she sits outside. She sits on her balcony. Kazuya doesn't go outside. In this entire time, he's been at home. Every single chapter we've read up until this point has been Kazuya in his house, in his room. He has not gone out once. For like how many chapters now? He's literally been stuck in his room. He only went out because Minnie called him. 393, 394, 395, 396, 397. Every single one, Kazuya has been inside. He literally has not gone out of his room. This highlights a big problem. This highlights the big fucking problem. Yes, Kazuya took a great first step. He's still in his room. He's still not walking outside. He's still not seeing her face to face. He's still not facing the true problems. Kazuya didn't really deviate from his path, if you think about it. Yeah, Kazuya took an action here, but this was already on his list. This was literally already on his list. He even said it last chapter. This was already on his list. He just did it sooner. He's still following the same path. He's still making the same mistake. And it's gonna show. Kazuya is still not completely taking actions for himself. He only took one action for himself. And that's why he cried. But Kazuya needs to actually start doing things for himself and not for other people. Chizuru, in contrast, is doing things for herself. She's taken autonomy back. She's making these choices for herself because she wants to, not because anyone is telling her to. When Minnie shows up, Chizuru tells her to fuck right off. No, I'm doing this. I'm not doing that. I'm doing this. Literally, she doesn't listen to Minnie. When Umi tries to control the pace and tries to confess and tries to just drag this the fuck out some more, she's like, no, setting down the ground lines. I'm serious this time. No, enough. I'm doing this. I want to face him wholeheartedly. I want to be honest and face him. In contrast, Kazuya looks at YouTube. He looks at AI. He talks to Minnie. He tries to make these ridiculous plans rooted in fantasy. And while he did do something real here, this didn't actually change him. Not yet. We're not there yet. Right? Chizuru is moving. Yes, Chizuru is moving, resolving things, turning down Umi for real. Umi or farming. Kazuya hasn't really. Kazuya took one step because he got afraid. Why did Kazuya do this in the first place? Wait, very good question. Why did Kazuya do this in the first place? Because Umi called him. Why did Umi call him? Umi called him because Chizuru confronted him. Kazuya only did this because Chizuru took action. Would he have taken action on his own, if not for this conflict? Even when he calls Chizuru, he needs to check with Minnie first. And Minnie, being the yes woman she is, would just naturally tell him, yeah, it's a great idea. But he still needed to check. Do you see the problems? They're there, just very subtle. You're getting a good thing, but there is still a problem here. It's not just gone. It's there, and it's not going to just disappear. Kazuya hasn't truly faced the music. He took step one. He got afraid. Get fucking scared, fool. He got afraid. Kazuya tries to be better than Umi. Kazuya is probably going to try to show that he's serious, right? Kazuya is going to keep trying to show how serious he is, right? Because he's seeing how serious Chizuru is, right? Chizuru showed him how serious she is, how much thought she's put into this. So Kazuya is gonna try to show her, hey, I'm a good man. I'm serious. I really want to fucking do this. Look at how much I'm doing. Look how great of a man I am. He's gonna keep trying to do that. Nothing has shifted from that. Kazuya trying to be a better man, nothing has shifted from that. That is still in play. Let's see. Since moving out, which she also didn't know about, something seems to have gotten weird. Here's hoping it's Ruka realizing how different Kazuya is since the date, which it doesn't know about, or since moving out, when she also doesn't know about. The situation has gone to get resolved. Kazuya needs to make a clean break from her, and Ruka isn't going to go down without a fight. No. So I think Ruka is unfortunately gonna get it like there's a possibility she's gonna get like a rude awakening and a sad one. Because Kazuya has unfortunately been very unkind to Ruka. Like just things are not going well between them, you know. Kazuya told Ruka on their last day that he was planning to move out, chapter 348, when she found the key. She won't have forgotten that. She should know that Kazuya moved. Yep, that is true. She knows he moved. He doesn't know that he was living in Chizuru's house. At some point, that's going to come out. Yeah, and I think it's really going to hurt Ruka when it happens, because Kazuya has not been handling Ruka well at all, right? Kazuya has not been handling Ruka well at all. Like, dude, here, just the simplest way, it was super shitty. Kazuya didn't need to get the credit card with Ruka. Kazuya was getting a credit card so he can use it on his date with Chizuru. Why? Why involve Ruka? Why let her be happy about it? She thought she was doing something for him. She thought she just helped him, not realizing he's getting the card to go on a date with the girl who she thought is disappeared. That was just, bro. Kazuya, what the fuck, man? Like, genuinely, that was shitty, and that's why karma kept coming back and hitting him in the fucking face, right? He's like, I'm gonna protect this secret. It literally falls out of his pants. Literally, his receipt falls out of his pants. Oh, shit, I gotta be more careful. I'll keep this secret safe. You know, I'm not being shitty to Ruka. Literally, his fucking his keys fall out, and she sees his keys. And then right after, when she gets him the credit card and she helps him out, and he fucking lies to her again. What happens? She wants to get him a keychain. So it's like, okay, and he just relents and agrees. But then she tries to throw away the other keychain because guess what? He clearly didn't care enough about it to like keep it with him. Instead, he lets Ruka handle it and take care of it. So she's about to toss it away. He grabs it from her, but then just another bit of karma, just because he's being that much of a dick about it. That kid from like, I forgot what like manga it was, like bumps into him and he falls. And it falls all over, and then Kazuya trips over Ruka, almost loses the keychain, and then literally bothers Ruka, the poor thing, right? Now, to be fair, Ruka also technically got punished there for a very simple reason. She tried to throw away this thing that was Kazuya's without being considerate that Kazuya might want it. She just casually removes it and wants to throw it away. So in that instance, it was kind of karma for both of them, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about. There's a karma moment for both Kazuya and Ruka, not just Ruka. And it's in particular right here where she gets him the new keychain, that's the ribbons, and she tries to just toss this. So she's being very inconsiderate here. Like, what if it mattered to Kazuya? Why the fuck are you just tossing it? Why are you just removing it? That's really shitty. Don't just remove it, right? And she doesn't understand why Kazuya would want it. So Kazuya takes it back without explaining, which is shitty. But in contrast, Ruka was just being really shitty to him too here. So what happens? They both get a bit of karma. Kazuya drops it and falls over. In contrast, he falls onto Ruka's panties and sees that, right? And then she gets embarrassed and Kazuya gets like fucking crushed between her thighs. Funny and cute, but it shows how they both kind of did this. It's Kazuya hurting Ruka as a byproduct of his inaction and not being able to set proper boundaries with Ruka. In contrast, Ruka in some ways caused this situation because she tried to remove this thing she didn't need to remove. Right? She tried to force Kazuya to act differently. So it's a karma on both of them. Very nice chapter. Chizuru smiling makes me think of the end of chapter 316 where she smiles after she accepted Kazuya's first date. Yes, someone remembered. Except this time she doesn't hold back by putting her hand on her mouth. Well, it's not. She wasn't holding back here. She was just surprised. She was surprised that she smiled. Right? She was, remember what she was doing? She was describing the date. She's like, what are we gonna do? We're just gonna hang out, have food, go out. Literally like that. Literally, she starts smiling just like that. So she doesn't catch herself. Here, no, she genuinely smiles. Yes, I did what I wanted to. I achieved my goal. This one is unintentional. The other one is totally intentional. Which actually brings me to something really important. In the date, Chizuru is trying to smile. It's choice to smile. It's not a natural smile. She's choosing to smile. Why? Because what happens in the date? Kazuya is telling her about the date, and then he tells her it's gonna rain. He tells her it's gonna rain. Oh, that's not good. But then Chizuru smiles. Makes a happy smile. Big, wide open smile. She wants to smile. She doesn't want the rain to define her. But she's choosing to smile here. Which is good. She's choosing to smile, but it's not a natural smile. Right? It's a very cute and adorable smile, but she's choosing to smile. It's a big smile, but she's trying. Here, this is a natural smile. Yes. I did it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Like, kind of like that. Right? All right. Right? Yosh. Yosh. I did it. Let's fucking go. Right? That's the difference between the date and now. She's not forcing herself to smile. It's natural. It's earned. She did this. Her effort was rewarded, just as Kazuya's effort was rewarded. Okay, so let's read some other stuff. Mute here says, Chizuru's role name is listed as Rental Red, but it should be Rental Pink. It seems like the recent Sentai shows, due to reasons like diversity, the pattern of red, male leader, and female pink is no longer strictly followed. It's interesting that if Kazuya's clothes feature circles and dollars, it might suggest that the enemy of rental girlfriends is the customer who pays money, right? More like it's the money itself. It's how people use the money, right? It's literally the rental girlfriends fighting the money. Right? It's fighting evil money, if you will, not just, letting the money control them or take control, Let's see here. He says here, when she looks up at the sky, it's her reflecting, here, I'll just read it. Chizuru, who had been looking down the entire time, finally looks up for the first time. At Hawaiians, she had averted her eyes from the moon, but now she faces it. The illuminating the dark night is like Kazuya, who is illuminating Chizuru's darkness, and this was the moment she resolved to face Kazuya. Well, this isn't true, because she was always resolved to face Kazuya, right? She was always trying to, right? Well, she had planned to face him anyway, but this here, it's about the whole scenery, not just the moon. It's how the moon illuminated the very world around her. The world feels alive as she does. It's like her feelings can be felt in the air, the world expanding in scope and feelings. Kazuya really wasn't trash. What was he supposed to do, or should I have done? Exclude Ruka from the outing? Well, okay. The entire outing isn't trashy. It's literally the credit card thing. That's the big issue. Look, it's really that simple. He could have just not taken her to get the credit card thing. Why the fuck did he involve Ruka in getting the credit card for his outing with Chizuru? So he can look better for Chizuru. And then Ruka is happy about that. She thinks she just helped him. Let me fucking show you. It's not good. That was shitty, dude. I love Kazuya, but that was shitty. Like, no what's, buts, or ifs about it. Even Reiji jokes about it. He's making a fucking excuse. Right? Kazuya goes out with Ruka, and guess what they do? I have to keep this a secret. Okay? Already challenge one. Not really keeping it a secret. He's already making a mistake. Here's where the problem arises. He's getting this credit card for Chizuru. Why is he dragging Ruka into this? He could get this on his own. Why is Ruka helping him get this? She has much more womanly charm now. Stupid, why am I thinking about this right now? Right? Did you bring your insurance card? Yeah. Kazuya drops this, right? Ruka probably dragged herself into it. No. Look, to say Kazuya has no autonomy over this situation is nonsense. He could have just not done this now. He could have done this at any other day. Why do it with Ruka? Because it's easier. That's why. Kazuya is literally picking an easier path. And Ruka trusts him, right? The reason Reiji keeps showing Kazuya making a mistake, and then Ruka just trusts him, and he's abusing that trust, right? So Kazuya starts the chapter by saying, I have to keep this a secret, okay? Ruka smells the perfume, the new fabric softener. He tells her, and she's just like, well, okay, I trust you, right? Okay, I trust you. That's very kind of her. Okay, that's not a big deal. This isn't a huge one, right? This isn't a huge deal. Then you see the credit card issue. So Ruka is helping him set up his fucking credit card. And then this falls, and she keeps trusting him. He gets the new credit card, and he literally says, I feel kind of guilty about having her help me get this card. No, I was going to get this card regardless. It's not only for Mizuhara's sake, his favorite excuse. Even Reiji tells you it's a fucking excuse. He's lying. He's making an excuse. And this is where it gets really fucking bad. Ruka trusts him. She doesn't doubt him. She has more faith in him. She's actually being genuinely honest and believing in Kazuya. And then she kisses him. And he freaks, as he does, and he puts the card where the kiss was. How fitting. Sorry, you look so happy. It was really cute. How would she feel if she knew this wasn't for her? If she knew this wasn't because she helped him get this card? How would she feel if she knew that he was doing this to get with Chizuru? That would break her fucking heart. That's just cruel. Right? I've already told myself that I love Mizuhara, and yet she still wants to be with me. She's nothing short of an angel, but this is exactly why something needs to change. I'm sorry, I love Kazuya. He is still doing something shitty here. This just a fact. I love Kazuya. He is doing something very shitty here. That sounds like the interaction between Scott Pilgrim and Knives, Kazuya, and Ruka. That isn't necessarily too far off in this instance, right? Well, not completely. I mean, okay. There is one aspect to this. Ruka, in part, created this situation. And Ruka is not Knives because she's not completely blind and innocent. She created this situation. She's living in a lie too. That's why I say it's not completely on Kazuya in some aspects. That's why in the end of the chapter it kind of comes back to haunt Ruka a little bit, because it is in part Ruka. The reason Kazuya doesn't open up to Ruka is because Ruka made it this way from the start. Their foundation is wrong. They're literally a dead relationship walking. It's like a zombie. They're literally a dead relationship walking. This should be over. It's not. And it's in part Ruka's fault. And it's in large part Kazuya's fault. What Kazuya should do is like, okay, he can't break it up with Ruka. Not yet. It's not something he can deal with yet. Chizuru is not ready to face Ruka yet. Okay, sure, I get that. What Kazuya can do is set better boundaries. And Kazuya fucking sucks at boundaries. That's Kazuya's problem here. Kazuya is so fixated on what he wants, very ironic, considering what does Ruka do for most of the story. She fixates on what she wants. So now it's like literally her medicine coming back to her, right? And in turn, he's being shitty to her. Just like Ruka in some parts in the past was somewhat shitty to Kazuya because she was doing what she wanted and not being super considerate of what he wanted. But in turn, they kind of make each other happy in some ways. They have a good relationship. Good. But it's not a real thing. It's not really an actual relationship, right? That's the sad part. And that's the thing between Ruka and Kazuya. It's like it's a Walking Dead relationship. Ruka will eventually find out about the cohabitation. She's gonna find out about Chizuru somehow, and it's gonna hurt. And she's gonna have to come to this realization because Ruka has also not been facing a hard truth. There is a hard truth she's not facing. Kazuya didn't just magically get better, right? She literally convinces herself, oh, the reason Kazuya got better is because he finally got over Chizuru. In reality, the reason he got better is because he met Chizuru. And she's literally content with living a lie here. And she's going to have to accept that. That's why it's not completely on Kazuya here. The big shitty part here is just the credit card. Literally, how Kazuya handles the credit card is just shitty. Period. Everything else, not so much. Everything else, not so much. But Kazuya not being aware of his surroundings is kind of pretty fucking funny. Like, considering the dude is like, oh, I'm going to keep this a secret. Literally does not manage any of his shit. Like, okay, if he really wanted to keep this a secret, he wouldn't have brought these receipts with him. He would have, like, okay, the fabric softener couldn't really control that too much. He could have been more careful with his keys instead of just fucking dropping them. He could have been more careful when giving Ruka, when letting Ruka put the new keychain on, like, eventually if that happened. But Kazuya isn't really that careful about this shit. That's the funny part. That's what makes it engaging. Do we need to punish Kazuya? Not really. No, not really. He just needs a rude awakening. He just needs to see what he's kind of been doing. Kazuya, punishment does nothing, in my opinion. Punishment is usually there just for, like, genuinely awful people. But Kazuya isn't a genuinely awful person. He's just doing a shitty thing. And he doesn't see that he is. And he doesn't see how he's giving himself excuses. It's just that simple. If there's a birthday party, she'll definitely notice Kazuya and Chizuru have been no contact. Kazuya needs to touch grass. Whatever. Yeah. So that's the thing about the Ruka thing. Ruka knows that Kazuya loves Chizuru, but still, yeah. She's choosing to see fiction, if you will. Right. So he was talking about the Chizuru smile back then. Chizuru's smile is more natural now. Back then it was choosing to smile, to not let the rain dictate how she felt. She wanted to escape her mother's shadow, not be trapped, contrasting Mommy who was giving up. Now she smiles because she believes it, as Kazuya believes in her. Let's see. So what does he say here? Oh yeah, he says Kazuya will never let Chizuru be a bad person, right? He'll never let her be the bad guy in the situation, which is just true. To interrupt Chizuru's apology, Kazuya changes the topic. Kazuya's consideration seems to have reached Chizuru as well. Chizuru has been feeling like she was in the darkness because of the guilt towards Kazuya that she had been carrying in her heart all along. But what Chizuru absolutely wanted to convey to Kazuya was her true feelings that she was looking forward to the date. Another good catch. Kazuya cheering her on lifted her out of the darkness. She goes from downcast to a smile in the night. Kazuya doesn't see his own influence on those he loves, just as Chizuru does not see Kazuya's tears of joy that she brought when sharing her excitement. Yeah. There's the Minnie thing. I wasn't really sure about that, so Minnie screamed at Chizuru, similar to how Mommy did. Chizuru was clearly guilt-ridden and downcast even when agreeing to the date on July 11th. So it makes sense that Chizuru felt distant from her and Kazuya, and I think Kazuya freed her from that guilt when he congratulated her. Let's see. Was there anything else I wanted to cover? Yeah, we talked about this. This was like the first thing I read. Yep, it's Chizuru dreaming. I think I read that already. Oh yeah, this thing. I wanted to explore the moon a little more. Kazuya being in a well-lit room at night parallels the moon over Chizuru's head. He is the light that illuminates her dark night, contrasting the black moons on Chizuru's clothes. He is the way forward, the light that helps her have faith in her path. She can do what she needs to do. Whereas we only see the moon twice in this chapter, we see Kazuya from the very start. And while at first he is below Chizuru in a black background, he later ascends above her and shines the very light over her so she is no longer in the dark. He is the moon of her night. And while Kazuya is the literal moon, Chizuru has dark moons on her clothes. She is the metaphorical night that lets his brightness shine. She is his moon on the ground. The literal reflection of his presence. She is the darkness to his light, as he is the light to her darkness. Thus, the moon represents both their presence for one another and their feelings for each other. It is what they do for the other. Chizuru makes Kazuya shine like the beautiful moon that he is, and he in turn illuminates her in the blinding darkness, helping her see the path forward. They are literally like yin and yang, irreplaceable parts of each other's sky, perfectly complementing each other in ways they do not even fully see, challenging the person but also lifting them up. Even when the moon is gone, they still walk forward, knowing it will return. This is really interesting. Why? You know what's really interesting about this? The moon disappears here. Earlier in the chapter, you see the moon, right? When it was Kazuya's place, I think you like literally see the moon over his place. Oh, it's never there. Interesting. The moon is literally never over Kazuya's place. You literally never see it from Kazuya's place. How interesting. The moon is literally not in Kazuya's sky. It is on Chizuru's sky. And yet they share the same sky. That's so cool. That's so cool. Kazuya literally can't see the moon. Kazuya literally can't see the moon because he is the moon. Oh, that's so good. There's no moon in Kazuya's horizon because he is the moon. Whereas there is a moon in Chizuru's horizon because it is him. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Reiji. This man fucking cooks out of this world. Yeah, I wrote this. Kazuya is entering to play stupid games, win stupid prizes territory with Ruka. No, not really. I mean, I think that was like the worst case with Ruka. That chapter felt like so. Okay, you have to realize Reiji couldn't draw as much Ruka as he wanted to, and he literally said so. He wanted to draw more Ruka, but he couldn't. So that chapter ended up being a massive encapsulation of all of Kazuya's issues with Ruka, but how in the end it was kind of okay. Like even in the end, despite everything, they were kind of both fine by the end of it. So it's not like Kazuya did something shitty to Ruka, but Ruka also made some mistakes too. And in the end, they were both fine. And I think that's what Reiji was trying to highlight is like he kind of tried to encapsulate all of Ruka in those two chapters because he couldn't draw her as much. So literally he's just showing by the end of it, despite there being messes and issues and them like kind of impacting each other, in the end they were fine. Yes, Kazuya did something shitty. Yes, but also Ruka also did something shitty because the foundation of why this is even occurring is a byproduct of Ruka's own actions. That she kept this going. That she did this. That she didn't want to solve this or change anything. That she was content with a living dead situation. So in part, yeah, it's kind of on Kazuya, but in part, it's also on Ruka. The only reason this exists is because of Ruka's own actions. So not necessarily, you know? Will Reiji give a significant meaning to the sun in contrast to the moon? Kazuya is the sun. The moon represents Kazuya and Chizuru's feelings. The sun is Kazuya. Chizuru is the night. Kazuya is the day. So Kazuya is the sun. Right? Just as Chizuru is the sun in many ways. Chizuru illuminates his day. The significance of the sun is Kazuya. He is literally the thing that parts the clouds. Right? Chizuru is the clouds to Kazuya's sun. She parts the clouds so that he may shine. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing as the night. She is the darkness so that his moon may shine. And she literally parallels the moon because she herself is a moon. Right? She literally parallels the moon because she herself is the moon, just as Kazuya is the moon, right? She is the night and he is the moon. In many ways, she is also the moon and he is the night. They make each other shine. The same thing is applied to the day. In the day, Kazuya is the sun and Chizuru is the clouds. She parts the clouds so that the sun may appear. So in many ways, she may not be the sun, but she makes the sun shine. If I remember, the names for Kazuya and Chizuru's moms mean sunny and gloomy. No. No. Kasumi just means So Kasumi Ichinose just means like what is it, like a flower? It's like a type of flower. It's like a brilliant flower or something. That's what Kasumi means. It's like a brilliant flower or something. Harumi, I don't know what Harumi means. But it is interesting. They're Harumi and Kasumi. They do parallel. But no, Kasumi like just means flower. No, Kasumi just like means like a type of flower. I forgot the exact meaning of her name, but it just means flower. Because she's supposed to be, because Sayuri is large lily. So, or little lily. I think it's little lily. So Kasumi is a continuation of Sayuri, where she also has a flower motif in her name. I don't know about Harumi. Harumi, I'm not sure. I don't know what Harumi means. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? It is considered an indirect poetic way to say "I love you" in Japanese. 397 is filled with indirect expressions of love, but what Chizuru wants to overcome, she wants to be able to say "I love you" clearly and directly. Kazuya can say "I love you" to Chizuru, but she struggles to say it. 397, she seemingly confesses indirectly twice. But remember what she said to Umi? She wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly. So Chizuru is looking forward to the day she can confess and say she loves Kazuya aloud. And that's what she's jealous of Ruka of, remember? That's literally what she's jealous of Ruka of. Harumi means sunny beauty. That's fitting. Here, I can pull up Kasumi. Kasumi Ichinose. Let's see. It could possibly mean. So this is incorrect. Fog, mist, haze is incorrect. I asked a Japanese reader, and they literally said, no. It means a clear flower, a clear, beautiful flower. That's or like a pure flower. So it's not fog, mist, or haze. This is wrong. I double checked with a Japanese reader. They literally told me it does not mean fog, mist, or haze. It literally means a pure, clear flower, or something like that. It's literally a flower. It's not. So this is just a misinterpretation. This is just a misinterpretation. The actual translation is a clear, beautiful flower. All right. As for Harumi, I do want to look up Harumi Kinoshita. What does Harumi mean? Etymology. Clear weather, beautiful. Okay, so Harumi just means clear weather, beautiful. She doesn't mean sunny beauty. So she just means, I guess that could mean sunny beauty if you think about it. Clear weather, beautiful. Yeah. She's kind of like a ray of sunshine. Yeah. I guess you could kind of view Harumi like a ray of sunshine. That makes some sense. Because she is. Fucking love Harumi. When she shows up, oh, your day's made. When Harumi shows up, your day is fucking made, dude. So that makes some sense. It's almost like I'm a princess. Oh, my heart. Okay. Let's read what this user wrote because they wrote like a lot for this chapter, I think. So we can read what they wrote. Or did they write something? I thought they wrote something. Weird. I could have sworn they wrote something. But it kind of fits the idea that Kazuya is the light and Chizuru is the dark. Yeah, it does match them. There it is. Translate to English. Jesus, it crammed it all together. This is why I don't like translating with this thing. Copy. Paste. Hello, front space, the hero show returns. Here it is. Hello. How many times do I have to say it? I don't want to take in July 11th together. If I get rejected, let's go. Yay. Sorry. When it comes to you, congratulations. Don't worry about it. Looking forward to it that day. Ha ha ha. All right. Rental Fighter brings back memories, so it's red in this case, huh? Response: reactions like a rare character appeared, huh? In what way is it rare? If they start saying hello back and forth, it'd be way too grin-inducing. The kind of mysterious, awkward exchange is really great, isn't it? I don't think this kind of feeling would happen if the people on the phone were these two. This is true, right? It wouldn't feel so cute, right? Them saying hello back and forth, it wouldn't feel so cute. But precisely because they're both clueless about romance and precisely because they're conscious of each other, this awkwardness is perfect. The mysterious vibe and Chizuru's poking fun at it, it totally feels like they're dynamic. Great stuff. Though Chizuru was the one who said hello second, wasn't she? Specifically, July 11th. If she brings up the date without prompting, it implies she already knows about the play. Or, oh, he means Kazuya. Um, he managed to actually ask her out. It's true. Depending on the reply, you can tell how they feel about it to some extent. The reply agreeing to go, the way she says let's go is nice too. She doesn't insert any of these usual excuses about borrowing things. She just says it straight. That's different from the usual sweet Chizuru. You can really feel Chizuru's own will here, which is good. Yeah, so even in the Japanese, when she says let's go, she's very straightforward about it, right? She just says, okay, let's go out, right? She doesn't mince words or anything, just straight to the point. Yeah, let's do it, right? Before she would like hesitate or freak out or worry. Nope, just straight to the point. And I think a part of it is because they're over the phone. A part of it is because they're divided by their phones, which allows them a sense of comfort in order to do this. She doesn't insert any of these usual excuses about borrowing things. She just says it straight. Okay, yeah, I read it. Well, if she knew, that's probably the source. When she says when Kazuya says congratulations, it's not with a panicked feeling, and there's no sense of unease in his behavior. That feels like Kazuya's true feelings. Chizuru must have been worried about what about it ever since then. After rejecting him that day, she still felt guilty about how her feelings flipped so suddenly towards Kazuya, who kept saying he liked her. Of course, there was no ill will, but she felt guilty about how it ended up seeming like she was stringing him along. That said, she couldn't give a definitive answer right now either. This ambiguous state created distance between her and Kazuya, confusing him even more. Kazuya wasn't at fault at all, yet she was tormented by guilt for putting him in that situation because of her. Well, Kazuya was kind of at fault, but all right. Even though it was Kazuya who passed the ball, maybe she wanted to at least express her feelings since she got this chance to talk. Kazuya sincerely congratulated Chizuru again on her unit assignment. Of course, the romantic issue with Chizuru troubled Kazuya, but more than that, he genuinely supported her dream of becoming an actress. As he told Yamori and stated countless times before, Kazuya's unwavering resolve was that Chizuru's dream came first, and he wouldn't do anything to hinder it, even if it meant indirectly causing her to lose focus because she was thinking about him. He accepted that. If it truly became a problem, he'd properly apologize. You could feel Kazuya's unshakable resolve there. No matter how much he was troubling her now, that's the one thing he couldn't compromise on. And Chizuru, encouraged by Kazuya's support like this, almost as if to repay him, she reassures herself and probably conveys her deepest feelings for Kazuya. It's nice how these two, each thinking of the other, make sure they could face that day in a state where they were both somewhat reassured. And Chizuru's refreshing expression, this is the expression Umi-kun could absolutely never make. The preview title seems like I've gone a bit weird. It's not like seems like I got drunk, right? Something about only Mami-chan could do, but given the flow, probably not. Maybe Kazuya is feeling unstable and happiness blurts out while contacting Yamori to report something. So Chizuru answers the call. It's been a while since then, so things feel a bit awkward, but he asked her out on a date. Chizuru accepts and apologizes for the current situation, so even so, Kazuya's support remains unchanged, and as if responding to that, Chizuru also tells him she's looking forward to it, smiling at their exchange, wondering how they'll both move forward towards that day. Let's push through another week. Nice. Chizuru's name translates to Chinese as Quenhi. Kazuya's He. It's really random, but cool. Alrighty, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Let me see if there's like any comments I should read. Nope. No comments. Okay, so was there anything I missed? I've read this. Read the bridge thing. Read this about chapter 240. Yep. Read this. Minnie being kind of a shitter. Okay, let's continue. My name in Japanese is katakana. So every little time Chizuru calls him hey, it's his real name, lol. The moon is beautiful tonight. The moon has many meanings in Japan. Tsukiyomi, the moon god, Princess Kaguya, or even a subtle expression of love. During 97, the moon and the girlfriend is emblematic of change, clarity, and shared emotions under the night sky. The chapter begins with Chizuru standing in place, not moving, anxious yet holding firm. She answers the phone and listens to his words while reflecting on her own words and actions, like the moon reflects on her. The chapter then ends with Chizuru looking forward, walking and smiling. The moon is not merely a place of clarity, but a time of dreams and secrets. Many things are not spoken in this moment. Umi, the no contact, Umi, or the kiss. This is contrasted by the truth of their shared feelings. Kazuya's joy for Chizuru and Chizuru's excitement to meet Kazuya. The chapter begins with unease and ends with comfort and a path forward. And the funny thing is, we technically only see the moon twice, if not for Chizuru's clothes. In the spread, and when Chizuru says Kazuya makes her act like a different person. Both pretty much, I love you. The moon has many connections to Chizuru. In Hawaiians, Chizuru speaks to the moon as if it's Sayuri. Back then, she turned away from the moon. Now she faces it. Kazuya, in many ways, is Chizuru's moon now. Literally, he does something identical to Sayuri that I'll talk about a little bit later. So Kazuya is literally Chizuru's moon now. The moon is there in chapter 382 and chapter 383, illuminating Chizuru's heart. It's there in chapter 386 when Kazuya looks at the same night sky, right? So right here, Chizuru looks up at the moon and literally talks to it like it's her grandmother. Here, it literally reads to the side. The moon illuminates the princess's heart. And guess what happens in chapter 382 and 383? You literally hear Chizuru's words. Like it's literally being illuminated by the night. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside of a story. When Kazuya says, I wonder what Mizuhara is doing right now. Mizuhara, what is he doing? He's looking up at the moon through his window. And you see that same night sky back to where Chizuru is, as she looks to the same exact moon and night sky. When Minnie arrives at Chizuru's home in chapter 387, the cover presents Chizuru as a moon princess, just like the editor notes refer to Chizuru as a princess under the moon. In this chapter, Chizuru's feelings are plain as day, but Minnie cannot see them. The moon was literally invisible to her. Right? This is the cover page. Minnie literally can't see Chizuru's feelings, even though they're literally in front of her. And then Minnie talks about how they should have just kissed in the heat of the moment. And we pan to Kazuya, and the moon is literally over him. And Kazuya is literally looking up. Right? So if we go to this chapter, let me pull it up real quick. This is how this chapter ends. You see the moon and Kazuya literally looking up, dreaming of a fantasy. Now, he's not looking at the moon. He's looking up at a ceiling, but come on. When Chizuru gets a call from her manager in chapter 389, it's at night under the moon. Yet again, the moon is there. When Chizuru tells Minnie about July 11th, she wears a moon pendant in her hair. She's literally in shadows here, right? She literally looks like an eclipse here, if you will. And she literally has a moon pendant in her hair. When thinking of the kiss in chapter 392, just before texting Umi, it is under the moon. When Chizuru meets Umi to turn him down and tells him she wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly, her clothes have moon buttons on them, and she also rejects him at night, under the fucking moon. God damn. It's as if the moon literally represents her feelings for Kazuya, always present in the shadows and at night, a special secret bond she wishes to protect. The chapter cover is Chizuru wearing her Rental Ranger outfit. For those who don't remember, this is from chapter 300. This is from chapter 68, where Chizuru did something outside of rental and acting. Kazuya is seeing this part of her through Sumi in order to get a gift for Chizuru's birthday. This is interesting for a lot of reasons. In this chapter, Sumi stops Kazuya from leaving just as Chizuru stops Kazuya from hanging up, both saying wait, whereas Sumi is at a crosswalk, Chizuru is at a sidewalk. And Sumi is actually in front of Kazuya. Chizuru talks to him over the phone. So, literally, Sumi stops Kazuya at a crosswalk. Chizuru is literally on a sidewalk. They're in literally two completely different places, right? Sumi is literally at an intersection, right? Her choice is literally at an intersection. Chizuru, in contrast, is on a sidewalk. Her path is already set. There's no intersection or anything occurring like that, right? So Chizuru is literally already set on a path. And Chizuru doesn't talk to Kazuya face to face. She talks to him over the phone. And yet, Kazuya's talk with Chizuru is much more real than his talk with Sumi, right? His talk with Chizuru is much more real than his talk with Sumi because Kazuya doesn't actually understand Sumi's intent. He does, however, understand Chizuru's intent and her feelings. Sumi stops Kazuya to ask about his birthday. She remembers his words to Chizuru to not give up on her dream. So she also tries to move forward, running off into the night, smiling. This mirrors Chizuru, who also feels empowered by Kazuya's words and chooses to move forward as well. Right? Kazuya says, I'm glad I rented you today, thanks you, Chumi-chan. And then she remembers what Kazuya said to her, so she goes and asks him about his birthday. And what do you see here? She smiles happily. She sets a date, just like Chizuru set a date. And then she runs off into the night. Kazuya, in contrast, cheers Chizuru on, reassures her because of his words. And then she walks off smiling into the night. But whereas Sumi had her eyes closed, Chizuru has her eyes wide open, looking to the future. There's a difference, however. Sumi, despite being in front of Kazuya, is not clear in her intent. We get it, we as the readers understand, but Kazuya does not understand until much later in the story. Chizuru, in contrast, shows her intent clearly despite us not understanding her actions. Just like Sumi, and this mirrors how Sumi was confusing. Just as Chizuru appeared confusing for a while to a lot of readers, now we're starting to see her intent a lot more clearly. And so in this many ways, it's about us learning to trust Chizuru, right? You had faith in Sumi, right? You didn't doubt Sumi's intent because she's so innocent and pure, but now you're doubting Chizuru, and Reiji's literally like, yo, fucking trust Chizuru. Have more faith in her. I've said this before. This is about our faith in Chizuru and the story. It's telling us to have faith and believe despite what hardships await. Believe in her just like you believe in Sumi that Sumi won't do something shitty. To put real effort in. Which is why in chapter 100, by the way, in chapter 69, Sayuri calls Chizuru to congratulate her on her play, just like Kazuya does. You don't need to bother congratulating me by phone like this, Grandma. Is it really okay for you to be awake at this late? And then Kazuya congratulates her. How interesting. There's an interesting difference, though. Kazuya congratulates Chizuru on her play, but we don't see the play, unlike with chapter 68, where we saw it clearly. Nor does Chizuru outright, Chizuru pretty much confirmed its existence, so there's a truth to this, right? We don't see the play, and thus we don't see the congratulations about it, but Kazuya does congratulate her for the play all the same. Did you notice that? There's no play in focus whatsoever in this chapter, right? Chizuru talks about it and Kazuya congratulates her about it, but it's actually about their feelings for each other. Chizuru's complete focus is on Kazuya from start to finish. He talks about the play and she apologizes for the wait. He says, don't worry about me. She reacts and takes action to show it is about him. Every single action Chizuru took after telling Minnie about the play has been about her relationship with Kazuya and nothing else. Facing Umi was about facing Kazuya. Making the date with Kazuya and looking forward to July 11th is not about any play. We haven't seen any rehearsal. At the time, I was like, okay, maybe this play isn't real, but it seems like it's real, and I just don't know, you know? Chizuru is in shadows and looks somewhat serious when agreeing to the date, rather than super happy. And she checks with Kazuya if he heard about this from Yamori, which implies he could have heard this from somewhere else. She's also happy to be congratulated by Kazuya. Even the nature of the play has something to do with Kazuya. She's pursuing her dream as he cheered her to do in the past. The arc has a focus of doing things because you really want to, not for anyone else. Kazuya, in contrast, is not fully doing what he's doing for himself. The simple truth is that we don't know the full nature of July 11th. Chizuru agreed to meet Kazuya then, but there's tension. When he mentions that she is in shadows, when he asks, the words are far away from her, and we see her back in silence. The play is real, but what's up with July 11th? When Kazuya asks, his first reaction is repeating the phrase, "If she says no, I'll die," the teaser for the chapter. When she naturally agrees, he instead repeats the words yes or yata 3 times. The foundation for the no is fiction, but was the yes just as much fiction? No, the yes was real. The yata, the success he achieved, was real. But the if she says no, I'll die is fiction. Kazuya claims he's checking if Minnie's words are true. In Japanese, Minnie says the words "I love you" in bold English, something Chizuru did not do. He also views himself as the guy who keeps asking her out despite being rejected, not realizing that's literally Umi, not him. The very foundation of Kazuya being rejected is completely false. It's literally fiction presented by Minnie and his own perception of events. This mirrors some readers who cannot see things clearly due to their denial. Just as like Kazuya can't believe Chizuru answered the call. The whole point of the opening is Kazuya's denial. He denies that Chizuru would ever give him any form of answer, perfectly represented in his reaction to her answering his call. He can't believe she answered when of course she would. Did he not want her to? She always wanted to face him head on. Kazuya then keeps saying hello to her, like he doesn't believe she's actually there, and she has to ask him how many times he's going to say it. And it's funny and it's cute, but it highlights this issue. Is it Chizuru who isn't facing Kazuya, or is Kazuya who isn't facing her? People think Chizuru is in denial, but in reality, it is Kazuya. At first, Kazuya is overwhelmed by her cuteness, eyes closed, in shadow. The kiss continuing to flash in his mind. Then it's contrasted by Umi in his head. He then says that he doesn't want anyone to take her away from him. Eyes still closed. In my opinion, the first one is a fiction. It's a lie to himself, right? The second one, this is real. This is his real feelings, overpowering these other feelings that scare him. It's not Chizuru's cuteness that overwhelms him. It's the idea of it going away. His eyes being closed show his unwillingness to actually look at the problem, but also his faith. A leap of faith that, despite not even knowing his own emotions, he must still walk forward. Notice how Kazuya holds his arm when asking about July 11th. It's like he needs to hold himself firmly so he can do this. He has to do this no matter the fear. This parallels Chizuru, who also holds her phone in the same arm, while Kazuya switches that side he holds the phone in, right? So Kazuya literally swaps. Kazuya's still holding it in this hand, but then he moves it to like this, right? Whereas Chizuru always stays like this, does not move. She's firm in her decision, right? Kazuya is more fidgety, moving around. Chizuru is also ready to face this head on, just like him, even if this very foundation of it is a lie. The simple truth is that they have to face this head on. Notice how Chizuru is like the darkness to Kazuya's light, whereas he is illuminated, she is shadowed. When Kazuya excitedly says yes and is about to cry, he is interrupted by Chizuru, who asks him about July 11th from Yamori. This again introduces the idea of fiction. Even to the, change my mind on that. Okay, there we go. This is good. Chizuru introduces the truth of her feelings to contrast the fiction that Kazuya has in his head. There we go. I like that. The moon represents the truth of the night, the truth of Chizuru's feelings and the situation. It is the waxing crescent moon. It is incomplete, reflecting Chizuru's change to be complete, but also the idea of living in the moment. of not letting it fade and cherishing its presence. The spread expands to the spread expands to the night sky above. It is like Chizuru seeing and feeling everything around her, not just her own feelings. She looks to the sky, which represents her future, the bridge beside her representing her and Kazuya's reforged connection, ethereal and full of many feelings. Her hair flows in the wind and looks messy, but it feels alive. It's not tied in a bun like it was before. It is like Chizuru is experiencing her feelings and everything around her rather than denying them as she did in chapter 231. Before, she was in a pool in a controlled environment. Her hair was in a bun. Now she is outside in the world, truly free. This contrasts with Kazuya, who is currently in denial and struggling to escape his fantasy. Kazuya is inside his apartment, much like Chizuru was in the 3-month time skip, whereas Chizuru, even when he left, actually sat outside in her balcony, not locked up in her apartment. Chizuru is no longer trapped. She is not stuck with the I don't understand my feelings loop anymore. She understands her feelings, and while there are things she is not facing, and while there are things she maybe has not said, she is not running away anymore. She has taken on new responsibilities and remembers how to walk forward again. This highlights the real issue and the things that still need to be addressed. Kazuya is still chained, trapped in his loop, while Chizuru walks forward, smiling, eyes wide open to her future. Kazuya cannot move and falls down, closing his eyes and laying in his comfortable bed. The teaser for next time is it seemed like you became a bit strange. This could be anything. It could be Minnie saying this, or the situation is weird somehow. And after Kazuya reports to her, it could be Ruka senses Kazuya is acting strangely. It could even be Kibe. Well, I don't think it's Kibe because it sounds feminine. And Chizuru has said this before. Yeah, he's been acting weird since this morning. So someone saying this about Kazuya just makes sense because Kazuya has a tendency to be kind of goofy and weird. The editor notes right. Kazuya's tears, Chizuru's smile. Both of their feelings, they are the same. They both parallel and reverse one another, like yin and yang, lies and truth. It's like the phrase, the moon is beautiful tonight. It is an indirect expression of their love. This parallels why the moon appears when Chizuru tells Kazuya what he does to her. She's pretty much confessing to him. Him being happy, her looking forward to July 11th, all of them is indirectly saying, I love you, mirroring the night. It's secrets and it's the secrets and it's the secrets and its dreams. It's love. In the cover, Kazuya is one of those grunts in the Super Sentai shows. He has a yen sign on his body and a dollar sign on his head, mirroring how Kazuya views himself, but also his spending and how Chizuru is fighting him to stop him from focusing so much on money instead of passion. The editor note here calls Chizuru rental red, but in the play, Chizuru was pink. I don't know if this is a mistake or represents Chizuru becoming the main role, since red is her favorite color and red is usually the leader. Kazuya kind of reminds me of Love After Domination. Okay, so let's see here. Right. I love how the chapter ends with Kazuya dropping his phone on his comfy bed and falling over, and dropping his phone and he falls on his comfy bed, falling over, while Chizuru comfortably closes it and walks forward to a nice scenery with a cute pair to her side. I'm talking about these two right here. This cute pair to her side. It leaves me excited for the future and more change. Chizuru embodies the quiet beauty of the moon, carrying a sense of order, calm, and serenity, whereas Kazuya is much more chaotic, panicked, and loud, kind of like the sun. Even though it is not here, Kazuya is in a well-lit room in his house, but shares the sky. It's funny because while Tsukiyomi is the god of the moon, Amaterasu is the god of the sun, and there's a myth about her holing up in a cave, and thus the sun disappeared. So the gods had to get her out of the cave and then seal the cave so she can't go back in. Kind of reminds me of Kazuya. So this person said it's similar to 392. I said, no, it's not. Kazuya just said yatta, which means I did it. The question of his success being built on a lie still stands. Chizuru also blah, 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 blah. Checking with Minnie, even calling her, yeah. So, I mentioned how Kazuya literally checks with Minnie before he calls Chizuru. The phrase yes, yes, yes works much better in English because Kazuya is literally saying yatta, 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 which means yeah, I did it, but it doesn't land the same. So yes actually works well here to convey his excitement and thus inform his joy later, right? So his joy later is informed by his yatta, right? That he's super happy for her success. So while the foundation of his reasoning when it comes to like getting rejected was a lie, the action he took was real, and thus the lie does not matter in the context of July 11th. The feelings here are real. His joy and excitement is real. Thus the play is also real, even if we have not seen it yet. The feelings are real. So when Chizuru asks him about hearing from Minnie, she specifically asks if he heard about the play. Kazuya got what he wanted, but he didn't check about anything else or what Chizuru wanted. That's maybe more so what the scene is about. Chizuru getting to share her side too. Both characters got what they wanted here, an equal relationship. Both of their efforts were rewarded. Kazuya got to ask Chizuru out on a date. Chizuru got to tell Kazuya about her success as an actress, apologize, and get praised. Then rewarded him by showing him she is also looking forward to July 11th. This also reminds me, I talked about how chapter 268 and 69 was about Chizuru's birthday and Sumi preparing for Kazuya's birthday. Kazuya's birthday is near in the story time, and if Chizuru is paralleling Sumi here, I can see Chizuru also planning something for Kazuya's birthday too. Much like those chapters, July 11th is the focus, just as Chizuru's birthday was the focus in chapter 68 and 69. But Kazuya's birthday is also important, just as Chizuru conveyed to Kazuya his importance and how she spoke about him and was looking forward to the date. This unspoken thing is what matters most. Let's see. It also shows that Kazuya never runs away or locks halfway when he has to face her and is willing to do anything for her even if no. So I said no, he can do it if he tries, not that he always will. This chapter is meant to show Kazuya taking steps to reclaiming his agency, not that he always can or will actually be able to face her. He still clearly needs more work, which is why he falls over. He needed to get afraid again in order to move. Yeah. Looking at the moon and wants to go with her feelings and give everything for Kazuya, avoids the moon and suppresses her feelings and makes excuses that he's just a client. Yeah. All right. I think I've covered about everything. Whew. The biggest illusion is that Kazuya thinks he can deal with the incoming Ruka situation and get off scot-free. It's not happening. There's going to be some sort of collateral damage. Well, the collateral damage is going to be that Ruka is going to get hurt. But I think Ruka just kind of needs more of a rude awakening than anything. I still think Ruka's situation is easy. Just make it clear, just make it clear like Chizuru to Umi. Maybe against his character and difficult, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. No, it's not really that simple because Umi was just a Chizuru thing. Umi was literally just a Chizuru thing. He had nothing to do with Kazuya. Kazuya had no involvement in Umi's existence. Chizuru, on the other hand, is in part the reason Kazuya and Ruka were even dating in the first place. She has a part in it. And so Chizuru does have to explain and talk to Ruka in some form. Kazuya cannot fully face Ruka on his own. He can break up with her. Sure. Yes. I think Kazuya can set his ground straight and be very direct with Ruka, as he did in the past, right? He would just need to be a little more firm. But that's the thing. I think Chizuru does need to talk to Ruka, and that's just a simple fact. She does. Ruka needs to become aware of her situation. Kazuya needs to set things clear for Ruka, but Chizuru also needs to talk to her. It's kind of all three. You can't just say like they all kind of have to talk it out. You know, it has to be kind of a three-way thing. I do think Chizuru needs to face Ruka though and be honest with her, but Ruka also needs to become aware of the fact that she's living in fiction. And the question is she content with living in fiction, much like how Kazuya is living in fiction. And that's the whole idea. So I don't think Kazuya should just break up with Ruka and that's that. At the time, he really kind of couldn't. And I doubt he would want to do that now because Ruka might end up causing trouble for Chizuru too. So again, he doesn't want to get in her way. So it makes sense. That's why Chizuru's character is so good and realistic. She embodies the hypocrisy and fragility we have. Chizuru said at the beginning, if you want something in life, go for it. But through the history of the manga, we've seen her doing the opposite many times and restraining herself of what she wants. Like we do IRL, do our bases and external factors. Yeah, like Chizuru does lock the fuck in when she okay. It's like that's the thing though. She's not really doing what you're saying, but she kind of is. What I mean by this is that when she was focusing on her dream, no, she was pretty consistent about that. She locked the fuck in and did what she wanted to. But she's a newbie to love. She's a newbie to love, and she didn't know She didn't feel like she could jump into a relationship at the time because she was so focused on her dream. In contrast, she was hypocritical in certain aspects of the story, and you see this in literally chapter 2. The importance of chapter 2 is that it literally reenacts the entire first chapter, but has Chizuru doing the same thing. It literally has Chizuru doing the same thing because she's like Kazuya in that she wanted to make her grandmother happy and make her dream come true in some fashion, but she felt like she couldn't do it herself because of her circumstances, right? So Chizuru also has those issues, right? So you're not wrong. She does have a bit of hypocrisy to her, but that just makes her human. It just she makes mistakes. It doesn't make her a bad person, and that just makes her human. She's not a waifu. That's just it. Literally, Chizuru's writing from every aspect of her entirety of her character is antithetical to waifu culture. She's literally like, I'm not a fucking waifu. Like, literally, no. Don't look at me like that. Jesus Christ. It's crazy how many times Chizuru is pretty much confessing and Kazuya never sensed anything. Well, Kazuya could, like, tell, but it's because she's not being super direct with him. And at the same time, Kazuya is afraid of losing her. He's already kind of mentally rejecting himself rather than actually going for it because he himself is inexperienced. Do we need to get some comments in the Twitch stream? Oh God, I haven't been looking. Yeah, maybe do that. I haven't been looking at Twitch. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe go comment on my on Twitch a little bit, please. Oh man, I goofed. I really gotta do something more for Twitch. I'm not sure what yet. I actually think they should face Ruka together, but I think it's that difficult because from day one, Ruka always knows who Kazuya loves, and Chizuru is Chizuru, and she knows she forces that relationship on Kazuya through threatening to expose Chizuru. Ruka will be hurt, no doubt, but this bottom line is Kazuya never loves her. If Kazuya faces Ruka alone, Ruka will go straight to his parents' house to tell everyone Kazuya and Chizuru is lying about. No, she won't. No, she fucking won't. You clearly don't know Ruka if you think she would do that. You do not know Ruka if you think she would do that. She literally backed up their lie in Hawaiians. She literally backed up their lie in Hawaiians. She would not do that. No. Ruka would not hurt them. Ruka genuinely cares about Kazuya and would not hurt him here. Now I could see her being upset at like the fact that it wasn't her and Kazuya always was Chizuru, but she could realize that was in part her own fault. I don't think Ruka would ever expose them. No. Chizuru is the deconstruction of a waifu tsundere, and Kazuya is the deconstruction of a stoic look husbando. No, so Kazuya is a deconstruction of a few different things. He's a deconstruction of the traditional male characters you're presented in these kinds of shows, where he is not the cool, masculine, stoic dude, but he is still masculine in his own way, and he is still a very cool dude, and he is a man, like, through and through. Chizuru, in contrast, is a deconstruction of waifus and tsunderes, correct. She has tsundere elements, and at times she even appears like a tsundere, and yet she completely deconstructs that idea as well as deconstructing what a waifu even is. She doesn't just fall in love just like that. Rather, Chizuru questions her feelings and questions her emotions. She's a very deep and complex character who doesn't just catch feelings for Kazuya just like that, even though she always had some sort of feelings for him from the start. He always made her laugh. She always thought he was very funny and entertaining. She never regretted meeting him, right? From chapter 1, she never regretted meeting him. The anime adds a line where Chizuru is like, I never want to date like this again. But in the manga, there's no such line. That line does not exist. I don't know if Reiji requested that line, but in the manga, that line does not exist. She never says, I never want to date like this again. She actually never regretted that date for even a little bit. She never regretted meeting him, not once. And she sticks to that through and through. So Chizuru is a complex deconstruction of waifus and tsunderes because she's a real human who feels things and makes mistakes just like Kazuya. And that's what makes her so interesting as a character. Ruka, in contrast, is a deconstruction of the secondary heroine when it comes to romance anime, where they don't matter, right? They'll just fucking disappear, and they don't matter in the story because the main duo is what matters. And Ruka, and Reiji, when writing Ruka, is literally like, no, she does matter, right? The entirety of point of Ruka's character is, no, she does matter. She's not just a secondary character. She does matter. Mommy's character is a deconstruction of a person who she's pretty much like the deconstruction of the character who gives up love, right? Oh yeah, love will just come to you eventually, right? But she can give it up and it's fine, and then she'll come back to it. But no, mommy misses all of her opportunities, and she wasn't very serious about it. Sumi is the deconstruction of the quiet character, when in reality she's not quiet and actually uses her personality as an excuse to not do things. And that's literally the basis for Sumi's character, right? They are the construction of being a normal human being. Oh, okay, whatever. Well, Diamond find out about Chizuru broke the terms and conditions. I don't know. I don't think that just seems like a random thing. How the fuck would I know? At the end of the day, Ruka is Chizuru's best friend that will never admit she would be happy for her. I actually respect Ruka a lot since she refused to side with Mommy and Hawaiians. Yeah, she put their happiness first. She almost did. She was tempted. She was tempted because she wanted to be with Kazuya so badly. And then she remembered when Nagomi said to her, Nagomi chose love. Nagomi included her. Nagomi cared about her. And so it was literally saying, even if you're a secondary character, if you truly love a person, you will include them in your feelings. And she wasn't including Kazuya's feelings in her own. If she really cared about Kazuya, she would include him. And she will know that she will still be cared for and loved. So she sided with him. Because that is what it means to love. You include the person in your own feelings. That was Ruka taking step one to growing up a little bit. That was Ruka taking step one to being able to let him go, even if it hurt a little. That's why she has like a single tear popping up in her eyes. Let's see if there's anything else, any other comments. Nothing too crazy. Okay. So, how long have we been streaming? 4 hours and 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Shit, it's been a while. Okay, I think I'm going to call it here. I have to get ready for tomorrow. I got to get up early. I can see Ruka attending to Kazuya and Chizuru's marriage. That'd be kind of cute, right? She'd be a little jealous. That'd be kind of cute. How are the Doomers? I don't know. They seem to be quiet today, which is nice. People shutting the fuck up for once. So what's left to do? So I have to make my video on season 5 and volume 42 and something else. I need to get some of these videos done. I have a lot on my back burner that I'm not finishing, so I need to get some of these done. That's why I got to sleep early today, so I can get some of this shit done. I have to get done. What is it? I have to get done my video on Reiji's tweet on Twitter. After that, I gotta make one last video about the images that Kana created for season 4. And then after that, I can start maybe making some chapter videos and working my way from there. So, oof, man, I got a lot to work on. So I think for today, I'm done. I'm not going to do anything else. I think what I'll do is just work on tomorrow. I'll work on one of those 3 videos. Probably season 5. Yeah, probably season 5 and all that stuff. That makes the most sense. I think I should really get that done. I'm a little behind on that. When do we expect the video defending the manga? Bro, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. I think I'm going to start working on it as soon as I can, but that feels like a multi-part video. Like not even like a single part, unless I want it to be multiple hours. Unless I want it to be like 2 hours or something. Or like an hour. Season 5 is possibly a March release. To be honest, I'm kind of shooting for July. As usual. It just makes sense. July just makes a lot of sense. They've always released it in July. July is just their fucking time. It makes too much sense, you know? So I just kind of have faith that it's just going to be in July. As for the hate video, oh man, I don't know. Are we getting a new OP for season 5? Yes. See, the thing that we should have realized is that when they said it was 2 cores, they didn't say it was consecutive cores. If they said it was consecutive cores, that means they were back to back. It's not. So the second core was a new season. We're gonna get a new opening. We're gonna get a new ending. We're gonna get new visuals. Everything. Literally everything's gonna be different. So there's yeah, we're gonna get a whole bunch of stuff. I doubt it's gonna be the same opening. I think everything's gonna be new. You mean core 2 of season 4, right? No, it's straight up called season 5. It's straight up called season 5. They literally just committed to the season 5 bit. Like literally, it's literally Chizuru doing this with her hand. She's literally making a 5 with her hand. Maybe higher budget. I kind of doubt it. I think maybe they had a little more time and breathing room, but I doubt it. It's a higher budget. The reason season 4's opening is so fucking peak is literally because Kana literally got all of her homies from Oshinoko to help her make it. That's why. Like, literally, the only reason season 4's opening is so goddamn peak is literally because Kana got all of her homies from Oshinoko to help her make it, and they were locked the fuck in. They locked the fuck in. They're like, yo, let's make peak today. I think the hater video needs to be short video with many parts instead of a long video. Don't think haters will watch a video for 2 hours for you to tell them they're idiots, lol. Yeah, I mean, that's a hard choice, you know? That's a hard choice. Because there's a lot to cover. It's like I want to deconstruct the manga. I want to deconstruct, like, you know, the people just spreading fucking false hatred online. Like they just spread bullshit online. Like I was telling you that last stream, like literally last stream, there was these people that I was seeing that would literally like take things out of context and just say Chizuru rejected Kazuya again, right? Like I was saying this last stream, like they literally took the shot where Chizuru was rejecting Umi, cut it in half, and then just said she rejected Kazuya again. And I'm like, literally, you could look this up and know you're lying. I can look this up and know you're lying. They literally just showed this. And they're like, Chizuru rejected Kazuya again. I'm like, bitch, I can just do this and know you're lying. Like, why? Like, anime people are such weirdos, dude. They're such grifters. Like, why are like 90% of anime creators so abysmally mid? Like, not 90, maybe like 80%. Maybe like 80% of anime creators are abysmally like just the same thing regurgitated over and over, or they lie, or they're just copy pasting Gigok. Which I don't know why everybody just copy pastes Gigok. I'm like, yeah, the dude makes good content, but maybe try making your own shit. Like, as someone who's edited for some of these people, you when you hear make my video like Gigok like 5 fucking times in a row, I think there's a problem. Like, bro, what the fuck do you want me to do? Do you want me to make a Gigok video, or do you want me to make your own shit? Like, damn, dude. And that's why, like, I would never have anyone edit for me. I would never have anyone edit for me unless you're just like cutting things up. Unless you're just like cutting things up, or it's like something not super important. But if I want to edit a video, it's mine. This shit is mine. I will not let anyone edit a video for me ever. Like that is an expression of myself, and I don't think you can do it. Right? It is mine. So I just don't get it, you know, man. I just don't get it. Season 4 was the weakest in production value terms. No, season 3 was. Season 4 was much better. I think season 4 had much better highs than season 3. Much better highs. Season 3 had some good stuff, but season 4 had some lower lows and much higher highs. Like season 4's opening locked the fuck in. The episode where Chizuru remembers Sayuri, dude, they straight up like put peak animation. What the fuck? some scenes with mommy where they actually used good fucking horror music. Jesus Christ, I was genuinely scared. I was like, shit, they locked the fuck in. What the hell? This is genuinely scary. Some of the scenes with Kazuya, amazing. But then there's other shit where it's just like, dude, what are you doing? Like episode 1 of season 4, really good. Episode 1 of season 4, solid. Actually solid. The last few episodes, not bad. The final episode is pretty good. The episode before the final one, not so much. The episode before that one, genuinely peak. But there are issues. Like literally, season 4 is just kind of highs and lows. Season 4 is just a whole bunch of highs and lows. But these highs go higher than season 3. Season 3 just had a lot more issues, in my opinion. It was just kind of too many missed opportunities were in season 3. Season 3 was just a lot of missed opportunities, which is really sad because season 3 is like literally it's the fucking movie arc, dude. It's the fucking movie arc. Like it had some good stuff, but so much of it was missed opportunities. And that just kind of sucks, you know? I liked season 3's opening. I didn't think the song was meh. I thought season 3's opening was pretty okay. I liked it. I thought it was a good expression of the characters. I like season 3. I like the ending too. I like season 3's OP. I think season 3's OP is like, so my list is pretty much Umitsuki is my number 1, period. Umitsuki is unbelievably peak. Umitsuki is number 1 for me. Centimeter is second. Season 3 is third. And then season 2's opening is like dead fucking last. Season 2's opening is so meh. Season 2's opening is so meh. It's just like, okay, I get it. You know, Secret Romance, that's what it's called. It's like called Secret Romance. It's just okay. Secret Romance is fine. I just thought it was okay. Even like literally the saddest part about Secret Romance is the visuals, because they're literally just copy pastaing season 1 without any of the charm. It's literally copy pasta season 1 without any of the charm. And it's like, dude, god damn it. God damn it. That blows. That blows. Yeah, season 2, I think, is like the weakest season for me. Season 2 by far is the weakest season for me. And like overall, just completely as a whole, as a package, season 2 is the weakest season for me. Season 1 is not bad. It's pretty solid. I would say it's like a great like 7 or 8 out of 10, right? Season 2 is just like a 4 or 5. It's just it has so many, oh my god, it's so low, so many lows. Too many lows, dude. There are just scenes where I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Season 3, in my opinion, is some of the best depictions of the characters, which is kind of insane to say. Because I think they kind of like, because they changed who was working on it, some of the depictions were just so much better in my opinion. Like season 3, in my opinion, kind of got the characters better than the prior seasons did, where I think seasons 2 and 1 had so many misrepresentations of Kazuya. And then when they came back to the original cast, you see that kind of again, where you're starting to see more of like, oh, look, scummy Kazuya is back. The way they draw Kazuya as scummy is back in season 4. But it also had some moments where it's like, oh yeah, hell yeah, they fucking get it. They get dope Kazuya. And then the opening is peak as fuck. So literally it's all just kind of a mixed bag. I think season 4 is like, season 1 is probably the best season. Season 4 is second, season 3 is third. And then season 2 is just dead last. Since season honesty, I think Fate would be flabbergasted by the premise of the show. Tales of Wedding Rings is truly something else. Okay. I hope once you upload the hater videos, the doomers will shut the fuck up taking crap on this manga. They won't, but it might, help change some things. They won't, but it might help change some things. They're not gonna fucking stop. Who are you kidding? They're not gonna fucking stop. A bunch of them will probably shit on my video and make up a whole bunch of fucking crap. Even some of the smart people will probably say some really stupid crap about my video. Like, that's just a given. I'm gonna binge season 1 through 4 as soon as I can to form my opinion. Oh man, that's rough. I can't just binge stuff these days. Well, I can, but if I want to make an analysis of it, binging it is kind of rough. So I think the videos against the haters should be many short videos. Once again, a specific type muster like Kazuya didn't pay as much to rent Chizuru. Well, that would just be one part of it, like changing misconceptions and shit, like of events. That would be just one part of it. And I wouldn't make them like super short. I'd make them 20 to 30 minutes. Like if I made them in parts, they would be like 20 to 30 minutes. Anyone else only watch anime at night? No. I do watch certain things at night, yes. Right now I've been watching I finished The Walking Dead recently. And I started the side Walking Dead stories because I kind of want to. I'm not watching Fear of the Walking Dead because that's 8 fucking seasons and I'm not doing that. But I am watching some of the more interesting side ones, which are good. Like The World Beyond the Walking Dead. That one's good. I like that one. I want to start Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is good. I liked Vinland Saga a lot. Yeah, Vinland Saga is pretty solid. I think it's my favorite among the big dark edgy stories, right? So the big dark edgy stories that everyone, the elitists fucking love are Berserk, Vinland Saga, and what's the last one? I forgot the last one. I haven't read the last one, to be fair. But Vinland Saga so far is my favorite. Shit, what's the last one that everyone Vagabond. I think it's Vagabond. Pretty sure it's Vagabond. So the big edgy ones that everyone loves, those are funny. Those are funny in my opinion. Is this how you refer to seinen? Seinen isn't big and edgy. The fuck are you talking about? Seinen is a demographic. It's not a genre. It's a demographic, dude. Like literally, what is it? Dress Up Darling is a seinen. I bet some of you don't fucking know that. Are you gonna get any rag merch? Oh man, you guys, give me a second. Oh, you guys don't know how much rag merch I have. I don't think you know how much Rent a Girlfriend merch I have. Come with me on a journey. And I got some stuff in the mail today. Just give me a sec. So, oh man, I couldn't go to the Ruka event. There are certain things I couldn't get from the Ruka event, so I bought them secondhand. So here's some of that stuff. I got this fan thing. This just came into the mail today. I got this fan thing. It's very cute. Feels very new. It smells new. There's some other stuff in here. It also got this card that comes with it. There are 5 different versions of this card. I think I only got like 2. There's so this is the black one. So you can see like she has black on her. There's a blue one, there's a purple one, there's a orange one, there's a green one. and I think there is a red one. I don't remember like the exact amount, but yeah, I wanted at least like I wanted all of them, but unfortunately I couldn't get all of them. And finally, this looks like a matte thing. So let me. Maybe it's like a poster. Oh, this feels like it's like made of. This is weird. So this is weird. It feels like it's made of newspaper. It feels like newspaper. And this is like the layout of the event. And this is like the layout of the event. And at the bottom is like all the stuff you could have gotten. Like all that stuff you could have gotten for the Ruka event. So I just got this in the mail. It just literally arrived today. And then I have two more things down here. Jeez. Why they have go so nuts with the tape? I also bought this secondhand. So it's like this summer Chizuru, and it has an alternate outfit. So there's a blue one, and there is like a pink one. And I got these secondhand, and the reason I got these is because they were extra cheap for some reason. I don't know why the person was selling them for so cheap. I was kind of worried about like some of the stuff I got, because some of it I was like wondering if it's like, you know, not the real thing, but these seemed real. These definitely seemed real. So this is the other one. There's like a pink one, and there's a blue one. So that's everything I got for today. Oh, I also picked up these volumes. I had some extra cash, so I picked up volume 23, volume 24, and volume 25. I'm slowly collecting the English volumes. They're expensive as fuck, dude. Like they're like $14 each or some shit. They're expensive as fuck. So I've been slowly collecting them, but it's not easy. You know, it takes time to get these. Also, like there's always some weird translation errors in here, and it's so weird, right? There's always some weird translation errors in these, and like reading the official volumes, just man, it just bugs me. Reading the official volume translations bugs me so fucking much sometimes, because they always have like weird translations, and I don't get why. I just don't understand why the fuck they do it like that. Like it's so annoying. Here's your list. Here's your watch list, Bacon. Shikamori's not cute. Trapped in a dating sim. Spirits Chronicles. Dealing with the Mechadon sisters. Blah, 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 blah. Shikamori's not just cute is okay. I read the whole manga. It's okay. The Umitsuki cover where Kazi and Chizuru look at each other is levelingly his peak. Yeah. Yeah. Watching Shikamori, dropped it, got bored of it. Haven't really watched the others, though I'll note them. Shikamori is really weird, honestly. Shikamori is just such a weird manga because it's like, it has like genuinely good stuff in it, but so much of it is just not engaging. And that blows, dude. That blows. Like, it has some genuinely good shit. And then other times I'm just like, whatever. And then I ended up reading the whole thing, but I like tried to, which I feel like you shouldn't have to try to read the whole thing, right? I think that kind of sucks. Like I got a little invested in the characters later in the story, but you know, it ends in a really generic way. It ends in like the most generic fucking possible way with these kinds of stories. I don't know, for some reason I try to only watch the series that are completed. Rent a Girlfriend taught me that. I don't do well with waiting for shows. I'm not like that. I like watching everything. I started to read Himetan, typical high school romance, but the protagonist is so clueless that I'm starting to get pissed. If you want to absolutely freaking boss bacon, watch Arifurute. Cool. Did Reiji mention the next chapter event? No. No. I will no longer be discussing anything Reiji has said in his streams at all. I may give you clues, but I will never ever again tell you. That was a mistake. I learned that the hard way. I learned the hard way I should not be sharing what Reiji says. Nope. Not doing that. Never again. There are some people here who have it too, and I can talk to them. And I'm content with that. I will never again share what Reiji says. Sorry. Like, there's some interesting stuff that I've been able to glean from the things he said. I might like discuss these things in the videos and you just won't know. But if you would really like to know, you have to go support Reiji. You have to go on his Twitter and pay like $24.99 and support him in order to see it yourself. But I'm not gonna share it anymore. Here, I'll give you one thing. He really liked Wicked. The movie Wicked. I've yet to see it. He really liked it. He said it was peak and he watched it twice. So there's that. He gave it the same score as How to Train Your Dragon live action. So that was interesting. Bro single-handedly paying college for Reiji's kids. Cool merch though. Nah. Reiji's got that unlocked from the manga. He doesn't need me to pay for anything. He's good. Plus, I'm pretty sure like college is like is very different in Japan. It doesn't cost nearly as much. Like literally, college here is a fucking ripoff. Like literally, college here is just a fucking ripoff. In Japan, you're not paying nearly as much. Dragon Ball had the same issue with weird or bad translations by Viz. They misnamed Vegito to Vegarat. Oh, I remember that. Dude, yeah, no. Viz Media has so many problems. For example, Jujutsu's translations are so bad. Jujutsu Kaisen's translations by Viz Media are genuinely bad. There are so many issues with the My Hero translations. I vividly recall that. So many people fucking complain about them. So many of their mangas have just constant translation issues. How Do We Relationship? My second favorite manga of all time. How Do We Relationship? That's not even its title. The title is literally like, do you want to go out or what? It's a very casual way of asking someone if they want to go out. And it's how the series begins and it's how it ends. By asking that question. And that like literally that line is so intrinsic to the name of the series that like it's crazy that How Do We Relationship is not the actual name of the story. But most of the translations in the manga seemed fine to me, from what I understood. Most of the translations in the manga seemed fine to me. Maison Ikoku is translated perfectly fine, from what I read. It seemed perfectly fine. But then there are others where I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like who is translating this? And it's the same thing with this. It's literally the same thing with Run to Girlfriend. Like the official volume translations, I don't know how they get away with this. I don't know how this is acceptable. This shit should not be acceptable. Like literally selling me an inferior product and then just making me pay $14 for it. The only reason I get these, I want to support Reiji, and sometimes I'm curious about like certain pieces of dialogue and what is said. Because I don't speak Japanese and I would like at least some source of way to find that. But no. I mean, character events, what's next for after Ruka? Oh! I don't know. There's been no announcement. My bet is Chizuru would probably be next, or Sumi, and it would be next year. I doubt he's going to do one for Mommy. Because November is too close. And so my bet is they will do one a year. That's probably the bet. They'll do one a year. So they would do one for maybe either Sumi, Mini, or Chizuru next. mostly because those characters have the birthdays around the same time. Sumi would be first, then it would be Minnie, and then it would be Chizuru. So I bet the next character is probably either Sumi or Chizuru. I doubt it's Minnie. If it's Minnie, I'll be surprised. So I bet it's either Sumi or Chizuru. Sumi makes more sense because Sumi has had even less time than Ruka. So Sumi makes a lot of sense to be the next character to have her debut instead of Chizuru. So I bet the next one is Sumi, which would be around March. And we'll probably hear about it near the end of the year. I think. You know, that's just my bet. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I've streamed for about 5 hours. This is good. I think this is a great stopping point. Jeez, the background's a mess. Come on. Okay. So I think that's it for today's stream. If you guys enjoyed, subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Join the Discord if you're interested. Follow me on Twitter because I post a whole bunch of stuff on Twitter. And then Patreon. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I would really appreciate it. Oh yeah, some updates for some of y'all. Oh yeah, the last thing. So yeah, with that said, subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Remember, that's Mosey. Okay, so some updates for y'all. My artist friend is wasn't feeling well, and she went to the hospital or something. So she's just been kind of recovering. That's why we haven't finished the emotes. I have been working on the emotes. I've been trying to make more time to edit videos. I have not really been editing any videos, so I'm trying to make more time to edit videos. And I'm trying to get these 3 big videos done where it's season 5, season 4 Blu-ray related stuff, and then the thing Reggie talked about on Twitter. Once those are done, then I can start doing some chapter related ones, because there are some chapter related ones I would like to do. There's some good analysis ones I'd like to do. And then maybe I can start working on what is it afterwards, the hate stuff. We can start working on some of the hate stuff afterwards. But for now, that's the goal. That's what I plan to finish by maybe this weekend. Hopefully these 3 videos. That's the goal. After hospital fatigue is rough. Yeah. Anywho, so that's it. Thank you guys for watching. And remember, what's Mosey? I probably won't stream for a bit unless there's something worth streaming about. But I'll try to be doing some uploads. I'll try to do some uploads. So yeah, I hope you guys had fun with the stream today. We covered a lot. We went through a lot. I think this was a really good chapter. I'd like to make a video on it. I'd like to have some sort of video on it, but not today. Not today. Okay. See you later. And take care. Bye-bye.